Hi guys. How's it going? Nini, if the sub. That was fast. Thank you, Nini. I'm not going one. How's it going? It's time to start putting together some stuff. How do you make it like a dark background here? In Google Doc. Does everyone know that? Echo? What echo? When is the season? It's on 40th of May, yes. Write a nice poem. Yeah. Hello guys. How's it going? Yeah, I want to take some time today to kind of like, gather all the thoughts. I'll also be releasing a lot of videos. I'm probably gonna work on some planners. And later we have a podcast as well in 5 hours. Hey Lazy Dogs. Okay, Google Docs. Change background color. File. Page setup. Actually, it's a bit too dark. Okay, that seems better. Hello, Retroizer. Hello, Marcus. Hello, Phoenix. Sarah, can we make a prediction to make a Paragon level cup permanent on SSF in D3? I mean, we've been discussing this for a long time with the devs, multiple times. And yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. D3 is over. There's not anything happening anymore. It's just the season themes getting recycled and that's it. Don't forget bosses need a buff. Yeah, I guess you can start, you do like some categories, I guess. So this is like bugs, good, bad, fix please. And then like season 5 onwards. So you can do like some categories here basically. Impressions. Well, if you want to do a feedback document, I guess. Do we sort it by good, bad, or do we sort it by topic? And say what is good and bad about each? I think I go with this. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Fix, please. You take a feedback and add it to the shop, you mean a game? Season 5 onwards is definitely loadouts. Definitely something I would expect. I think now that they have then this code exchange, there's actually a real avenue for loadouts to make it to the game. Especially if they keep refusing to give us World Tier 5. I'm not sure why there's like a World Tier 5. Nido's pointers, Paragon bot annoying. I mean, Nido's being pointers is kind of half the patch. This is why they made that patch. To make them pointless. For World Tier 5 we need more defenses. Well, that's very much untrue. Depends on the balancing, of course. But yeah, for me, like a World Tier 5 would be fine if it was like T100 damage difficulty or so across the board. Like everything's like level 150, for example. That'd be cool. So this. I don't want new gear. No new gear tier. Because then you have the same problem. If you make a World Tier 5 with new gear tiers, then you just extend the grind. And then you have the same problem like, you know, a few hours later. Like you're gonna rush for World Tier 4, you go to World Tier 5, and you get whatever Omega Ancestral gear. And then everything in World Tier 5 is gonna become obsolete again. You need a World Tier 5 that is like, you know, the highest, but it doesn't give you better loot. Post-PTR traumata. It's a post-PTR blues now. Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, what your fighters will come with, like, you know, higher drop rates or, you know, higher chance for greater affixes. I don't know, higher amounts of boss materials or whatever. You know, this is what I would expect here. Just like, you know, make it like, I don't know, 25% more efficient than World Tier 4 or something. Doesn't have to be that much even. Just so that, you know, you actually spend your time more efficiently there and have a better baseline difficulty. Okay. I think World Tier 3 is pointless. I don't think so. I think World Tier 3, especially for like new players, is pretty important. Because it gives you like the first taste of like the endgame difficulties. Even though it's like, you know, something you kind of rush through really fast as an veteran. I think World Tier 3 is okay. I think also just that World Tier 4 should also become kind of like a, you know, a transfer difficulty basically. You just go from World Tier 4, farm most of your stuff, and then you play in World Tier 5 as like, you know, a geared up character. Okay, weight crystal costs too high, especially imprinting. Yeah, that's fine. The masterworking costs are high, you know the costs. Yeah, masterworking, failed chance. Sucks. Prefer higher costs instead. No +4 masterwork button. Maybe I should do masterworking like separate as like its own topic, masterworking. I think the materials are actually fine. Like you get so much Neve iron. Yeah, you also need to make a buff and a nerf list. Buff list, nerf list, frozen orb, dust devils, especially quantity. Also quantity, I guess. You just don't see anything. Okay, buff list. Grenade rogues. Still. I don't... Yeah. Incinerate. What else do we have that is like new at least? That should also still be buffed. Ancients maybe? Of course, a rogue buff. I mean, Grenade Rogues is a pretty low-end build, despite all of the things they've done. Minions Kappa. Yeah, I think Flurry is gonna be alright. I think the main issue is more like dual core builds. Do you make core skills be the jackpot roll on gloves that have the same ranks as individual rolls? Like this, for example. This could already help a tiny bit, for example. Right now, the core skills on gloves only rolls 3, individual skills rolls 4. So that is a bit of a difference, especially once you like greater affix and masterwork it. Like 3 times 2.7 is the maximum. You can get to 8 with core skill ranks, or 4 times 2.7, you can get to 11. I think it rounds even. So it's kind of... Yeah, inner sight is still kind of scuffed. Inner sight... Scuffed. And higher content. Page doesn't fill. Also doesn't fill from dots at all. So you can't really play like... I tried like Poison TB with Inner Sight, for example. It doesn't work. Because the poison doesn't work with it. Yeah, Druid Companions are actually pretty decent, but they need survivability. They die all the time in high pit. Damage is okay. Fire imbuement. Yeah, I really hope that we're gonna get a fire rogue theme in the expansion at least. Does still need a buffs? Game still does not freeze. Okay, I guess we should actually put this here. Dust Devils. Chain Lightning. Yeah, I mean, I would expect stuff like... I mean, this is like not on the Season 4 list, I guess, though. I think Ugly is also Elemental Surge. Can just... It's massive nerfs or removal. Can just turn off your entire build. Because it's too OP. The Elemental Surge is a massive problem, actually. The overpower nerfs trying to hit Barbs affected Blood Necros badly. What did they nerf for overpowers besides the amulet, though? Yeah, okay, bugs. Infinite damage, Hurricane. Yeah, Nature's Fury procs. So that obviously has to be fixed. I mean, that's probably already on the list anyway. But let's just put it here, I guess. We're nerfing Frozen all because of visuals. Not just because of visuals, but it's also OP. Stacking firewalls in the same spot. Sort of allows you to split the same bolt multiple times. Hurricane. Okay, so this needs to be fixed for sure. Banish Lord's Talisman is kind of useless now. That's not true. You still use Banish Lord's Talisman. Like, Hodas will probably still run it. One-shot Rogues will still run it. It's still a thing. Like, if you can consistently crit and overpower, then Banish Lord's Talisman is very powerful. It's a good item. See a message about Barb Ancient's package with ancestral echoes and stuff. What about that? The whole ancestral echoes package, better do anything, has some sort of ICD. I didn't notice there was an ICD. When I was like pumping upheavals into a pack, I was constantly getting ancients spawning. They just didn't do damage. And when I was leaping into a pack, I was also constantly getting the echo spawning, so it was kind of fun. Oh, I got a raid from Anna Cake. Hello, guys. Thank you for the raid. Let's give her a shout out. Yeah, we read her, I think, last time actually. To work for Blizzard being a tester and giving feedback, or just doing this out of kindness? Well, I wouldn't say kindness, I just want to play a good game. So that's very selfish, actually. But yeah, of course, you know, sometimes I also have, you know, previews of other things that are not public, and I do give them feedback for that. Cursor bug for rogue aspects. Do you mean like the Scoundrel's Ladder or what? Out of baseness. How was the stream, Anna, by the way? Nice to see you. Masterwork animation. Yeah, true. Masterwork animations are annoyingly long and not really skippable. Not skippable, actually. There's a skip button and it doesn't work. We're also doing feedback. Some tapping recipes can be split to even the odds via some 5, some are 3. That's not really a problem, I think. I think that's fine that recipes are different. I guess like it's like a general problem that some of them are kind of imbalanced. Tempering. Let's start with that. I should actually do this here. I guess it's fine that you can like twink out your alts like super hard with tempering and just get like some high level rolls on your low level gear. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. So I don't think I really have an opinion on that. Some people like having strong alts. Tempering should always display how many rolls are left, because it doesn't do that until you select a stat. I also need to talk about the bosses here. Uber bosses, before I forget this. Rigar, kind of a joke. Zir, absolute joke. Bullet Hell should apply stacks at minimum. Dariel, badass. Duriel, kind of a joke. Needs to do more damage, baseline. And Varshan. Pretty cool. And who's there? Maybe we can also add Lilith. Needs way more HP. And Vigor is good. Which one was missing? Vigor is here, Beast in the Eyes. Beast in the Eyes. We make him level 200 too. I think Beast in the Eyes would be actually pretty cool if it was level 200 fight. Right now it's kind of like a joke. I'll massively buff him in the Uber version. In general, bosses need to be a more threatening without any stacks on the player. Usually higher base attack damage. So has I mean, if they bring down like a bunch of the top builds and maybe generally nerf values on some gear. But I mean, you're also gonna get a season theme that will probably buff us by quite a bit. We have to see that. So not only will they probably nerf a bunch of the stuff, but we're also gonna get stronger from the season theme. And who knows by how much they're gonna nerf us. So the season theme is usually in the range of, I don't know, if I put a number on it, probably like 30 to 50% extra power. That's quite a lot. So they have to actually like nerf it significantly to like make the game, the base game, you know, hard enough so that the season theme doesn't completely trivialize everything. Mats or bosses still too much, especially Varshan. Nah, that's not really the problem, I think. You can farm Varshan Mats pretty fast. And you also get lots of Mats. I'm not sure how many Mats you get from like all the other bosses, and if there's some bosses you cannot get Mats from randomly. But it seems like all of the boss Mats drop randomly from elites and, you know, from events and hell tides and stuff. So in general you get a fuck ton of Mats. So I'm rather gonna wait and see how it is before we maybe need to get feedback on that. But we can definitely put that here, like make farming bosses solo more viable. They already started implementing something like this for like Blood Maiden. Actually, Blood Maiden. Contributing a heart. Especially important for Uber bosses, because they're like a challenge milestone to reach with your build and cost a lot. So like this basically, like when you do the Blood Maiden and you contribute a heart, you actually get more loot. You get a buff that says you're gonna get more loot from your next Blood Maiden kill. This is a new Helltide boss. But it does not apply to the boss ladder. So they could maybe do like something similar where the guy that opens it gets the buff. And then, you know, only that guy gets like full loot and everyone else gets like, you know, I don't know, a quarter maybe. World boss should be level 200. Oh yeah, for sure. Let's put on a buff list actually. World bosses. Actually, let's put it on the ugly. It's kind of ugly. What was in world tier 4? Or a meme. Isn't that promoting playing solo? Well, I said more viable. I didn't say replace group rotations with only solo. You know, if you give everyone who's not contributing boss materials 25% of the loot, that's still a huge benefit. It's like almost double the loot that the boss drops overall compared to a solo player opening it for the same material cost. You know, if there's one guy with 100% loot and 3 guys with 25% loot, it's 175% total. So even if you give the 3 guys that leech only 25% of the loot, it's still ridiculously good. So I don't think this is a problem. Like the problem is that even if they, you know, add matchmaking and, you know, easier to make boss rotations and all that stuff, you still have the problem that the uber bosses are going to be, you know, something that you want to do with your build. You know, this is like the ultimate challenge. You know, after you've grinded out all your gear and you've masterworked everything and so on, and you've found the pit, at some point you're gonna be like, okay, let's do the bosses. Let's see if I can do them. And then you go in there and you need fucking 10 materials of everything, and you know, you summon them, and yeah, maybe even gonna kill them. But then you're like, fuck, why did I do this? You know, I could have gotten 4 times the amount of loot. That's even worse on the Uber versions, you know, because one of these bosses is worth 5 summons. So in order to do your challenge once, you give up the loot of 15 bosses that you could have gotten in a rotation. Because you could have summoned 5 times in a rotation and then gotten 15 from other people. So, it's kind of bullshit. Only summoner gets the material. This is how it works already. But everyone gets the loot as well. That's the problem. This is why people go in and leech and, you know, do rotations and stuff. The Uber bosses are totally pointless loot-wise. They're probably gonna buff them though. Right now, there is no reason to do Uber bosses, which is good. So it costs 5 times, it gives you 5 times. You know, it's like the same cost versus reward. But apparently, I think I want to give them a bit more rewards or something. I'm not sure exactly. So there will probably be like a slight benefit doing them. And I think that's okay. If there's like a slight benefit, but nothing major, in general, you know, they can make them very hard so that most people can't do them, and that will be fine. Ashan, I forgot about the visual clarity. Yeah, the visual clarity in Varshan fight, I like the Varshan fight a lot, but the visual clarity is awful. It was really frustrating trying to learn the fight. Because like the dance pattern happens really fast, but it all has the same color. And it actually takes a while for the previous pattern to disappear. So sometimes the previous pattern still covers the ground, and then comes a new pattern, and sometimes they even overlap. And you're like, huh, is this one like disappearing now or not? Or like, what is going on? So I kind of hated that about Varshan. Yo, Alexis, thanks for that, I don't know. How can I entice group play without a lot of loot? On both solo and group play to be viable and rewarded? Yeah, it's very simple. I mean, generally the game is relatively rewarding for solo players. But especially when it comes to the boss farming, it's ridiculously OP for group players. And also, I guess we're gonna put that here. Infinite XP share range in parties while in dungeons. So that's a problem as well. So people kind of just like stand at the entrance and leech and stuff like that. So that's kind of stupid. Still exists. So people do like split farming and leeching and all that kind of stuff. And that's gonna be a thing again, I guess, for leveling. Hey, Dread. We need the cost of tier 96 Glacial Fisher to be brought down. 45 for just a single mud to summon Andario is bad. That's just a bug. Like the Uber bosses only dropping 1 material is a bug, so they should be dropping 5, of course. They cost times 5, you get 5 times. That's just a bug. We do it here. Boss drops. Boss material drops. And the correct amounts. Especially from Uber bosses. It's too tormented to make this. Yeah, Lilith is not exactly a tormented boss. But it's an honorary tormented boss. Honorable mention. So many now I won't play. If Post, if they don't do that, if they do what? They should make a tormented Lilith boss. I guess they could make a tormented Lilith version, but I feel like the original is already supposed to be like very difficult. And it's fine that she's not necessarily on the same level as the other bosses or something, but it's kind of feels like you walk in and you don't even need to try to one-shot her kind of on a good build. Like you just kill her and she barely does anything, and then you just dance around the skulls for a while and that's it. Rob said he's disappointed with tormented bosses, how easy they are. And did someone suggest to Rob to not play a Barb for once? I mean, maybe they could make a tormented version of Lilith. API for characters, leaderboards, profiles, etc. Private leagues, like in PoE, so we can host races, etc. So with hard mode options. Okay, let's put it there. Rob Ferguson plays Barb. Usually plays Necro now, though. I know he's like a big minion Necro enjoyer. Hello, Alec. Make Ashimun's more operative so that ability builds run the bleed keys down. I heard that it was actually working properly already in Season 3, you know? With ultimate skill damage and core skill damage affects it's hard to build no witness and Leranas damage. The Leranas is fine, but yeah, no witness is just trash in general. Apparently there's some bugs with it. Let's put it on a buff list. No witnesses. Legendary. Note for rogues. That's trash. Incinerate. Actually, let's put the Incinerate in the ugly list. Incinerate benefits the most when you spam click it instead of holding the button. E.g. for lucky hit procs. Frozen Orb enchantment. Let's put it there. Nerf list. Yeah, let's do that. Barb, weapon, tempers. I guess ugly is also... No, let's put it in tempering actually. No, if this could be more for builds. We have tempering up here, so... Barbarian. To some degree. Rogues. Weapon, tempers. Have similar values as other classes. It should be lower. We need Moldy Shot on Rogue. Yeah, we have Barrage. Barrage is extremely close now to Moldy Shot, so that's fine. No to 40,000 damage. Yeah, we have this already here. Elemental Surge. It's like 80% plus. Some weapon tempers should be other categories. E.g. trap tempers on rogue would make more sense as utility. Okay. What else? Increased area scales radius, thus scaling area by a square value. It's ridiculously powerful and stacked. Off-screen corpse tendrils. Frost Novas. What else is there for size? Hota. Look silly. Yeah, make it actually scale total AoE or reduce values, radius scaling. Upheaval is absolutely broken to increase. I can probably hit like 2 screens away or something. Upheaval. I didn't try. I didn't get like the tempers for the Barb stuff. I was trying to make a Barb in like last day or something, but I didn't have any tempers really. And finding the recipes took it too long, so I went back to testing other stuff. But I can imagine like Hoda hitting the entire screen and like all this kind of bullshit is kind of like, yeah, you're playing a melee build, but not really, right? Do you have some data or something? I about the bleed keystone for Barbs? I can put it in a list if you can prove it. Finisher reduce radius scaling of user abilities at corpse tenders, but doesn't reduce the area of core skills by much. Nah, it's pretty silly. Like, the fucking Hoda hitting literally stuff on the edge of his screen or something. That's just fucking stupid, man. You know, like you hit the ground under you and like the entire screen just dies around you. Like, on a melee build, you know? Make some OP aspect drop rate like uber unique, such as increased size of dust devils. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, I think it's fine to make stuff bigger and make it matter. But, you know, the problem is that I just described here. It's like, you stack increased area and it doesn't actually do that much at the start. But if you stack like 3, 4, 5 of these increased area things and then you masterwork it and all that, like it becomes so ridiculous because they're scaling radius. So basically what happens is Like we have a radius 1, yeah? Radius 1 means, okay, with like how the calculation works is A equals pi times r squared. Yeah, this is the area calculation for a circle, right? So the radius is 1, yeah? So let's say 3.14, this is like pi, this is like pi is 3.14, yeah, times 1 to the squared, yeah? So basically this is when you have your base radius, yeah? Base radius. And now if you go to 2 radius, like if you get plus 100% area, yeah, plus 100% area, what actually happens is 2 to the power of 2. So this becomes times 4 suddenly. This is 1 and this is 4 by just adding plus 100% area. So it's actually 4 times the area. This is going to be like 12.6 or something. 100% area bonus. Now I can do 200. So this is 3 to the power squared here. So this is 9 now. So it's basically 9 times this. So this is like 200% area bonus. So this becomes, yeah, 9 times this. This is like 27, and this is like 1.25 or something. So 28 point, something like this. So by adding another 100% area, we actually increase the total coverage by, you know, times 2.5 or something. Yeah, because it's a radius bonus. Like what it actually does is radius, and it doesn't increase area. Like in PoE, it actually scales the area. So when you add extra area of effect in PoE, it actually scales this number here, because it scales the radius by the root. You know, if you scale the radius by the root, then it will scale the area basically 1 to 1. You know, if you add plus 100, so basically what PoE does, Diablo 4, and here's PoE. So what PoE does is that we do this, and then we have the 100% bonus, but what happens is that this is times 2 basically. 2 times 3.14. And then this is like the root of 2 times 2. This is what this does in PoE. Yeah, exactly. So you get double the area, which is, you know, the square, the circle gets a bit bigger, but it doesn't increase in radius by the double. It increases the radius by times 1.4 or something. That's the root of 2. I'm not sure how we can do this here. This, I guess. Yeah, 1.414. Yeah, this is the root of 2. So if they do this system, it makes a lot more sense, because then you don't get to this point where it just becomes better and better and better the more you have of it. You know, because the more you scale of it, you can easily reach 200% bonus on some, you can hit 300% bonus on some things. You know, if you go 300%, let's see. So then this is going to be, you know, 3.14 times 4. So this is like times 16 of this value here. Yeah. Area bonus. So times 16. So we're looking at 50.24. So this is, you know, compare this to the base. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's times 16 basically, yeah. So this is, you know, it just gets crazier and crazier. And then this stuff goes off screen, and like 2 screens, 3 screens. PR square, yeah, this is the area of a circle. Why is there blue glyphs? Good question. Let's put it in the ugly list. Blue glyphs are not more than clutter. Okay. So Rob killed the world boss with a ground stomp and Kyowa shot. And the estimate when Maxwell might have a new build planner. Yeah, the PTR planner is in development right now. So we expect updates in the next days, basically, with the tempered affixes and everything. I mean, if blue glyphs are not supposed to be used, like I've never even used a blue glyph, you know, and you can't even level them very much or anything. Like either they could make them like, you know, scale to like radius 6 or something, or radius 5, you know, like the TB glyph back in the day or something. If you level them up, and you can level them up further, but right now you can only level them to 11, I think. And even at 11 they remain useless because they have like size 3 and basically don't give you anything. Especially in 2024 when, you know, in general you don't really stack glyphs up very much unless you really need to for like a multiplier, like IR glyph on Barbs for the Blood Rage multiplier, for example. But like the new way to build your Paragon boards is actually just like stack minimal values on all glyphs because it gets so much additive damage from other sources, from tempering and all that. So the blue glyphs give you only additive damage and nothing else. They don't even have like a secondary effect, so they're kind of completely pointless now. Head of hardcore. Lock the tempering affix, not a numeric values option with some currency, hard to obtain. That's interesting. So if you allow people to like re-temper all the time, you could technically make primal ancients from Diablo 3, right? You just need to find an item with 3 greater affixes, and then you could temper until you have the perfect roll, and then you can masterwork until you have the perfect roll, and you have actually like a, you know, 5 out of 5 perfect item. Question is, do we want that? Honestly, I don't really want that. That's like 2d3 for my taste, to be honest. I think it's okay that tempering can break your item, and it's okay that you don't have the perfect tempers on your items. If you go from the blacksmith after pushing a button, the animations will be cancelled fast. Yeah, but then you have to put in, like, you have to talk to him again, you have to put the item again, you have to click on the thing again. It's not really a good solution. Unique should always stop with all greater affixes. Yeah, we should talk about uniques. I'm gonna make a separate list here for this, actually. Uniques. It's great that we generally use fewer of them now. Not every build runs the same handful of OP items. Weapons in general could need a bump. I think Uber Uniques are still going to be worth it and pretty good, even without greater affixes. Most of them are pretty powerful. I think the game is getting a bit overloaded though with like some too build defining uniques. I would actually like to see like some alternative options. Like to see alternative options for build defining uniques. E.g. fireball gloves. Have a competitor pair of gloves that don't make them bounce but give another cool effect for another fireball build. So that's definitely something I would like to see. There's, you know, different options of playing the same build with like a you know, a slot that is taken by a certain unique. Nerf Shepherds and Petrify. Yeah, definitely buff list. Lacerate. Lacerate remains a meme. Okay. I think Petrify is alright. I was not actually running Petrify in builds that much. But yeah, Shepherds is kind of like... It could maybe need a bit of a nerf Shepherds aspect. The thing is that if you nerf Shepherds, then basically no one will use it, I guess. Like, Shepherds is kind of like in a spot where it's like so strong that you kind of want to use it. But if you do, you also give up, like, you know, 3 defensive options or something, or at least 2 defensive options they could use as extra defensive skills. And that is kind of like a pretty big trade-off to make. I think a lot of casual players on Druid are probably better off not using Shepherds and just go with, like, you know, Bulwark Bloodhowl instead, or, I don't know, Cycling Armor or something. We just move to the next biggest multiplier. Yeah, I think so too. It's just like the high-end blasters, they will go for the most damage, and there's the Shepherds. And to be honest, Shepherds is a way better, you know, it's like a way smaller evil than fucking Grizzly Rage. So I don't think I'm gonna put this here. You got a perfect Azurath on Rogue, but why would you use that instead of 1 mineral Surge Temper? Yeah, exactly. Like, these CC tempers are pretty crazy, to be honest. I would even put that on the nerf list. Crowd, control, utility. Maybe let's put this on a tempo thing, actually. We have tempo somewhere here. Crowd, control, procs. Utility, tempers. Or somewhat overtuned. Just give everyone, yeah. Just gives everyone free freeze, stun, etc. And insane stagger for almost nothing. Like, it's fine if like would like massively nerf the tempo values on these crowd control things, for example. Like, it's okay, like, you know, if you stack like 3 or 4 times the same crowd control and you masterwork it a bit and stuff, that you actually get to a point where it's like really noticeable and procs very often. But, you know, I just put like 1 item with slow, 1 item with freeze, 1 item with stun, 1 item with immobilize, 1 item with daze, and everything had everything all the time, you know? It's crazy. Fist of Fate. Yeah, basically everyone got a free Fist of Fate, you know, in every build. Just by doing like 1 or 2 tempers on your armor. Yeah, I think in general, like, all the tempering stuff is probably too high if you think about it. Okay, maybe not resistances. I think it's okay that resistance are kind of like strong enough to, like, you know, you put 1 resistance roll on your item from temper, and that is good enough. That's okay, I think. You know, like these baseline defenses. Thank you. Yeah. Baseline defenses like armor and res that you're supposed to have, I think it's okay that they are efficient to put on tempers. But, you know, all this stuff is like just overtuned, man. Like, in general, I think tempering, the way it works currently in the game, would make a lot more sense if masterworking did not exist. But the fact that you just masterwork everything and everything gets like kind of like double the value or something, with like it gets like 1.45 times just from masterworking to 12. And then you can get the crits and stuff. You can get to, like, you know, 1.7 times or 1.95 times, like 2.2 even. You can more than double the values in some of these good affixes through masterworking. And that just makes them completely crazy. Max life temper is really low. I think that's okay, actually. I think max life temper being low is okay. Because you kind of want to, like, make people, like, not stack infinite enough defense at some point. Especially against, you know, stuff that can potentially one-shot you and all that, right? If you allow people to temper like 1000 plus baseline life on every slot, plus they can roll 1000 plus life everywhere, plus they can have a Doombringer, yeah, they're gonna have people running around with like 90,000 life or some shit. That's too much. So I think the baseline, the baseline rolls on the item being high is okay. The tempers on life being low is, like, the thing is that stacking more life kind of becomes more valuable by the time you reach the point where you can avoid one-shots, right? If you can avoid one-shots by stacking life, then this makes you incredibly more tanky than just being slightly too low on life and not being able to take a one-shot, right? So this is why the temper values are low, and they should be low. So you don't get a point where suddenly, you know, instead of 1 hit, now you can take 2 hits or something, or, you know, or making it just very difficult to actually reach certain like one-shot protection. So I think that's okay. Don't think we should be able to get damaged twice. Can you please write feedback about adding last online for players and clans? Oh yeah, we can put it here, I guess. I mean, it's not really specific to this patch. Where would we put that? Random wish list. Let's put it here. Add last online indicator for clans. Oh yeah, season 5 wishes would also be communities similar to D3. Okay. Can you just tell Blizzard to copy paste the Paragon board from the Maxwell planner? Yeah, that would be cool. Just like click and then it just builds it for you in game. Would I ever look at Paragon board again? Enchanted Master is so sad. Enchanted Master is used in some builds though, isn't it? Tempering needs to be closer to Enchanted where you can choose to keep the affix you already had. I think that would be a good compromise between the people that are like, yeah, I want infinite temper attempts versus, you know, just keep it as it is or something. It's like, okay, at least you can keep what you had. Like, you know, you have like 5 tempers. You hit the thing that you want on the first try, but it's a shit roll, and then you're like, yeah, do I temper again and risk ruining the item, or do I just leave it? It's kind of cool if you can at least like use the attempts that you have, right? Oh, infinite, okay. Yeah, infinite flame shield definitely needs to go on the ugly. Infinite flame shields. Blood mist to some degree too. Probably needs D3 treatment where cooldown can't recover while active. Can achieve this even without tempo mods on Season 3 live patch. Yeah, I think duration cap and stuff is fine. But if they do something like flame shield duration, they just need to be low, way lower values. Most affixers would probably benefit from having way smaller values, because it seems master working wasn't accounted for in their design. E.g. size, chance to cast twice, duration, and all that stuff basically. Stuff like dodge, resist, life is okay, because it's baseline defense. Any other OP builds besides Frozen Orb? Dude, Frozen Orb is not even the top 10. Yes. If you think Frozen Orb is OP, it's not even in the top 10. So please leave it alone, thanks. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think they already said that they're gonna nerf it anyway, so I'm not sure if it's... Yeah, anyway, I remember something hearing about Frozen Orb, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna get nerfed. It has to be nerfed. It's just, like, despite what I just said, when I made my Frozen Orb Zork, it felt like instantly the most overpowered build I've played on the entire PTR. Because I played on like the last day, and it felt ridiculously powerful. It felt like cheating. But it's not even in the top 10. So just double checked. Plus 27 main slot on gems. Yeah, that's kind of a joke actually. Armor gem values are a joke. Ruby is the only real option, just like before. We have nothing on good so far, but we're gonna filter. Don't touch my Hurricane. A Hurricane should be fine. New landslide ring does not give landslide procs on Poison Cleaver Trample. Is that a bug? If I had to guess, that's intended, because Trample Slide is already a very strong build. It didn't need like any buff. And this ring would actually enable a self-cast landslide build, which I think is something that would actually, you know, be something cool and new to try on a Druid. So, yeah, I didn't actually do that. I just realized I forgot about the ring. Altars are good now, yeah. Thick Shadow Clone. Yeah, let's put it in the Season 5 wishlist, I guess. Shadow Clone, fix. Make it a real copy of the Rogue. Not some scuffed pet that doesn't work with 80% of aspects, uniques, etc. Think Summoner build for Necro will be the best for next season? I'm not sure if it's going to be the best, but it's very powerful. So Summoner Necros are definitely in a good spot. No counterplay to whirlwinds and melee builds. Oh yeah, one thing about the pit. I should probably make like a pit feedback thing. So pit has... There are soul shots. Destructible objects that shoot ghost projectiles can randomly one-shot you, and it's frustrating. Like you destroy the objects and then it just like boom kills you. So I think this will be a huge turnoff. Probably a huge turnoff. It's experienced players. Like probably most people don't even know what it is and just randomly die, and then they're like, what the fuck? Until they learn it like 20 times later. Yeah, the pit shadow bosses are imbalanced. Biggest outliers are Tomb Lord. Does nothing. And Tornadoes. Let's do this here maybe. Can we... Ah, here. Tornadoes are ridiculous. Only overtuned against melee builds. Sometimes have to run circles for 1 min plus straight. Proposed solution: make them faster at the start so you can hide them away and slow down over time, or shorter, way shorter duration, longer cooldown, or not chase the player but go randomly towards the edge of the arena. Something like that. Which other shadow bosses? Okay, what is this fly called? The fucking fly boss? Slow area of effect. Slow areas. Would need a bit of a nerf, either in size or amount of slow, because it makes it almost impossible to dodge shadow bosses sometimes. Seething Hive Master. So we do this maybe. I think this one is by far the hardest boss to get, like the base boss. And the tornadoes are by far the hardest shadow boss to get. If you get both together, it's kind of over, man. Yeah, let's put that here. That immunity bubble. I'm killing a boss. Kind of hate Elias. Oh yeah, Elias is also a problem. Elias, triple shadow, I'm not sure what they're called. Projectiles that attach to the player and then fire at them. Can hit. How do I describe this? Macro showed like a clip of that, where basically like the three projectiles that like fly to you and then they circle around you and then they shoot at you, and you have to dodge them, and like basically have two phases. But sometimes they can hit you on the way to you because they go through you on the opposite side or something, and it's just one shot you. Elias shotgun. It's a human Inquisitor. Really? I thought it was Elias. There's two versions of Elias, I thought. Yeah, exactly. It wants to spin around you. Okay, human Inquisitor. I'm just gonna write that. Should only be able to hit on the second path. Using projectile tempering on one focus has diminishing return is weaker than a two-hander. Yeah, two-handers have everything times 2. Yeah, the weighted affixes on Enchanter are kind of stupid. I agree with that, actually. So ugly. It should actually be the reverse. Weighted affixes while enchanting. Suck. Even with lower costs, it's hard to get what you want. I mean, maybe they want that. Would make more sense with no weighting, or if the special stuff, special affixes are better weighted while enchanting, but less on drop, so that items on the ground are more universal, but can then be adjusted as needed for the build. So I think that would probably make more sense, actually. Like, you know, I think it's fine if, like, for example, life and armor and res or something that kind of shows up somewhat often on, like, drops. And it's kind of like the baseline that you start with. And then you go to an enchanter and you roll, like, you know, your skill that you want for your build or something. But it can't even get that, you know. It can do, like, 50 rolls and not even get the skill that you want or something. And that's kind of stupid. Never once enchanted CDR. Thousands of clicks, multiple characters, multiple items that control CDR. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. For example, if Wand and Focus have 50% chance of second projectile, the overall chance is only 75. Wait, really? So you say they multiply or something, or they... What the fuck? I haven't noticed that, actually. That might be a bug, actually. To give 1.6 billion gold to get CDR on Helm. Hope it was worth it. Spend 100 times resource for guaranteed roll. Yeah. I mean, the reality is that outside of the PTR environment, you're gonna have way fewer rolls, right? Like, you're not gonna sit there for like half an hour rolling your item because you won't have the mats or the gold for it. Like, you know, the time it takes to roll a thing is so much less than the time it takes to farm up the materials for it. So it's still kind of okay that, you know, you do this process and stuff, but it's not okay that, you know, you actually farm for like, you know, 3 days and then go to an enchanter and you roll 50 times and you don't even have a chance of getting the stat you want. Or while we at it, make no change default option while enchanting, because a simple misclick can ruin your item. So this is definitely ugly. You love when you get 4 times the same tempering affix. I think maybe another solution could be like tempering. Either you can also select no change, or you at least cannot roll the same stat with a lower value again. I think this could also be a thing for the enchanter, to be honest. Resetting Mastercraft needs a confirmation button on controller. Is that a huge issue? Steel Grasp, stun temper, sometimes stun in place, not pulling. Really? I guess I'm gonna do it here. Steel Grasp, stun, temper. Makes it not pull sometimes. What office software is that? This is called Google Chrome. And this is called Google Docs. The best solution for tempering is to have a set of manuals where all the affixes are good for a build, so you aren't getting any user stats. Yeah, okay, but I mean, then you have to completely remove all this stuff like, you know, chance to cast Frostbolt twice, chance to cast Firebolt twice, and so on. Because, you know, either you have like the Firebolt manual and you do like 4 different options for Firebolt only, but there's only one you really care about, which is a chance to cast twice anyway. So it was just kind of like, you know, make it more complicated without really solving the problem. There's always going to be something you want, even if like, okay, one is like slightly less useless than the other. But for example, there's like the Marksman manual for rogues, and there's like 4 stats in there. One is like Marksman damage, one is Marksman crit chance, one is Marksman crit damage, and then there was like, I don't know what else, Rain of Arrows damage, I think, or something. And yeah, I mean, Rain of Arrows damage you obviously don't care about if you don't play Rain of Arrows. The crit chance you usually don't care about because you usually have precision. And then there's, you know, Marksman damage versus Marksman crit damage. And Marksman crit damage is just better because it's, you know, only on crits. So you just want that anyway. So subsequent start of beast in the ice dungeon has a chance to not show the icon on the map and enter it without reset. I have not seen that though. Not gonna put it here right now, it's not a huge deal, I guess. Coding is getting Thanos snapped every time you make a new tune. I mean, this was just like a PTR thing. Like, you know, this was like because every time, it was only when it boosted a character, by the way. Because the boost basically gave you minimum roll of everything in the codex, and it just kind of like overrode what you had. When the max tier list for season 31 be updated. Yeah, we're gonna do the remaining things tomorrow. I've updated all of the, like most of the builds are updated now, and we're gonna do the tier list tomorrow. I think the season will be delayed again. No. Paragon Druids, a unique Paragon node for Storm skills can get 150% multiplicative damage, while Earth unique node capped at 50%. I mean, it's not unlikely they're gonna change Paragons a little bit anyway. They even literally put it on the known issues list and wrote, players may have difficulty getting their rare node Paragon bonuses or something. Which is not a bug. Like, all stats doesn't exist anymore. So you know, the Paragon board placement matters now. So this seems like a feature to me. But for some reason they are unhappy with that and they put it on a known issues list. Even though it matters so little anyway. And I guess in general we're gonna put probably some tweaks for some of the Paragon stuff. Maybe put it on nerf list here. Druid, Legendary, Paragon, Node. What is it called? Thunderstruck. Has Omega scaling with tempering. But if they nerf tempering in general, because I'm already advocating for a lot of nerfs for tempering, this might be not such a problem. Will you make a pit leaderboard like if AOC? Yeah, we're thinking about it. No an issue, we didn't touch Paragon after we reworked loot. Yeah, personally I found it like not really a problem. Like making Paragon boards, it was just like, okay, for the first 2 or 3 or maybe 4 boards, you're gonna get your bonuses, and then board 5, 6, 7, you know, they don't get the bonuses, and it's just kind of like, you put them in the right order. I mean, honestly, I would consider that a feature. But I also wouldn't mind if they just kind of like do away with this bonus requirement at all. Just like make every rare node give the full value, and that's it. That'll be okay as well, just to like reduce the kind of complexity out of the Paragon system a little bit. On the other hand, it was kind of fun actually trying to like min-max the Paragon boards, because now I would not have these random ranges of all-stat rolls on my items, you know. Previously I always had like weapons, I had all-stats, and sometimes it rolls good, sometimes it rolls bad, and depending on how it rolls, I get like a certain Paragon node or not, and that kind of felt awful. And I actually really liked not having the option to change it, you know. Like I make a Paragon board, and I know that Paragon works exactly the way I build it. You know, it's like I will get this node doubled, I will not get this node doubled, and I know beforehand what I get. And I kind of like that actually. And in some cases I was even moving around a few points to like, you know, turn on one of the nodes somewhere or something. Will old items become invalid? Yes. Buff Uber Uniques, losing aspect and tempering is a lot. I don't think there's an Uber Unique that needs buffing. I think all Uber Uniques are in a good spot actually. Even on Darius, I would say. I think all Uber Uniques are fine. I mean, Ahavarion will remain some kind of like fun item, okay. But outside of that, all of them are pretty powerful. Bad. Helltide. Extra monster level elixir seems to have a mega bad drop rate for what it does. Would prefer an easier solution and easier or permanent. Maybe near permanent. Like most people didn't even know that this thing exists because they never found it. Potentially multiple tiers of the elixir. for a pseudo World Tier 5 experience. Tyrus is weak. I hard disagree with that. Tyrus is not a weak item. Hope they nerf shrines in the pit. Oh yeah, true. Shrines should be cleansed on entering boss arena. Maybe. Also, pit HP scaling of monsters between T100 and T200 is a joke. And Crucible. Why Elixir? Why not a progression system? Yeah, I mean, for now we get this. Maybe they're gonna remove this thing again if they actually make a World Tier 5 at some point. So we get World Tier 5. I think it will be part of a seasonal mini event, like midwinter. There will be some Iron Wolf Stellar that gives the elixir. Maybe. Could be. But it was also in the PTR already, so it had nothing to do with the season theme, really. Why World Tier 5 another progression system? Instead of World Tier 5, I'd like to see 3 progression systems, open world, Helltide, Nightmare Dungeon. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it would be good to get something like an Atlas passive tree from PoE and build that into Diablo 4, and that you can, like, you know, you change your Helltides this way, you change your Nightmare Dungeons this way, you change whatever this way. But the thing is, like, it's kind of hard to do with, like, the open world stuff, I guess. Nightmare Dungeons, yeah, would make sense. Like, I think eventually they will build something like the Atlas passive tree as, like, a meta progression tool for Nightmare Dungeons. I think that's kind of, like, expected, where, you know, once you have built in, like, you know, 5, 6, 7 season themes, they can actually start putting them into Nightmare Dungeons in some way. You can have the Millennium guys there, you can have the vampires here, you can have the constructs and the traps show up and all that stuff, and you can, like, kind of choose to, like, target farm certain things. Bring back Malphas. Add the 4 pathways in the dungeon. Give him new unique drops. Instead of inflating existing loot tables. Torment. Make them a different color for good legendaries. That's happening already. We need pickup radius. I don't see for what exactly. They mentioned the mats for summoning Varshan. What's wrong with Varshan? You should put more sinners in Helltide. Now you can acquire sinners at a much greater rate. Can you? I think one thing that is ugly is in Helltide. Normal Helltide chests should scale their living steel drops with their cost. Like the 75 chest is the same as like a 250 chest. Auto pickup for legendary mats. Yeah, we have auto pickup now. You'd like to earn glyph XP after level 100. That way you're not forced into Nightmare Dungeons and enhance the feeling of continual progression. Nah, I don't know. I think, like, you know, making a character, farming X Nightmare Dungeons. Like, the thing is, you don't even have to do many Nightmare Dungeons. Like, T100 Nightmare Dungeons are a joke now. They're buffing glyph XP, we don't know by how much, but I guess if they mention that specifically, it's going to be at least something like a 20% or more buff. So we're getting to a point where you run like 5, 6 T100 dungeons and you have a glyph from 1 to 21. Like, you literally do this for like 2 hours and you're completely done with all of your glyphs for your build. I mean, that's kind of a joke already. I don't think they need to change that. Like, you know, Nightmare Dungeons is gonna be like one step of progression that you do. Either leveling to 100 and you get your glyphs, or you do it post 100 once you're actually a bit stronger and do the higher tiers. I don't think this is a problem the way it works. Especially with the glyph XP buff they're gonna put. Yeah, and especially once they start adding stuff into Nightmare Dungeons long term, I expect them to do something like that, like PoE. I think Nightmare Dungeons is also gonna just feel way better long term. Maybe in the expansion they're gonna do that also. Don't think living steel chests should exist. Yeah, I agree with that actually. Would prefer if living steel chest didn't exist at all. Then it's kind of like you always go for living steel chest or nothing, right? Like you don't want to open the other chest because they just don't give you anything. Like here at least, you know, okay, I can go and open like, you know, glove chest and amulet chest, and I can try to get an item out of it and stuff. And living steel is just, okay, you go for living steel because you want the materials. They're just way better than anything else. Especially now that the bosses also drop 925 all the time. You know, previously the bosses dropped shit loot, but now they actually drop 925 as well. So you even get the items that you kind of missed out on by not opening the other chest there. The worm was coming up too often for sure. I already gave them that feedback, but I'm gonna put it here as well. Bad. Helltide worm that spits out monsters shows up way too often, making it feel less special. It is Cinder Markium for Helltide, half the screen. And they already massively increased the radius at which you pick up cinders. Please don't nerf Helltide. Make it spit more monsters instead. I don't want to nerf Helltide, I just want the worm to feel cooler, because right now it does not feel cool. Like this thing shows up like every 30 seconds. It's just not cool. Give me all of the non-stronghold waypoints. Nah, whatever. What's a worm buffed up a butcher? Maybe also some cool stuff like a goblin or butcher. I like it. Unpopular opinion, Helltide shouldn't be XP leveling meta. Ah, it's not though. I don't think Helltide competes with Nightmare Dungeons anyway. Yeah, the Helltide bug. I think they know that already, but I guess can add that here. Bug list. Oh my god, this is getting pretty big here. Helltide threat meter can permanently trigger when it happens at the end of the Helltide when going to the next Helltide. What about a chest that could contain Uber unique mods with 50-50 drop chance and make it cost like 1000 cinders? That would be ridiculously overpowered. Can we put in suggestion to have new bosses if you can find Tomb Lord for 10 months? Yeah, I mean, have you seen the Uber bosses? I'd love if they brought back Son of Malphas in dungeons. I mean, maybe they're gonna bring back Vaults in some form or something, you know? Maybe they're gonna bring back Malphas at some point. I'm kind of surprised to see that Malphas didn't actually make it to the dispatch. But it could also be that they could bring back Malphas as part of the Season 4 mid-season patch. Maybe. Because they always bring back something from the previous season, so maybe they're gonna add some new items and put it on Malphas. Frosty Strides. Yeah, Frosty Strides is definitely on the nerf list at least. Does way too much damage for a utility thing. Content and mid-season patch equals bad. Well, you don't have to tell me. But this is the way we live in, the world we live in now, so. Tune down Juggernaut. Yeah, I agree with that actually. Juggernaut aspect is required on 100% of builds. Makes debate feel clunky as hell. Out an alternative to avoid that. Let's say pit builds, I guess, to be fair. A scalable chest on Helltide that costs all of your remaining resource. I mean, in order for this to not be OP, that would have to make it like significantly less rewarding per cinder than a normal chest. And that means you're basically back to just like opening all of the normal chests until you have like, you know, only 30 left or something. And then you're like, okay, do I really want to run over there and use my 30 cinders to get like half an item? Yeah, I think that's kind of pointless. Shark isn't 100% because Azo's Sorks don't want it. Yeah, I mean, there's like some cases where, you know, you got a teleport enchantment on a Sork or something. But realistically, you know, when we think about a world where they nerf all of the OP shit, we're not going to see teleport enchantment on Sork builds in the pit 200. So that's the ideal scenario. Like if you reach a point where someone runs teleport enchantment in the pit, then they have failed with the balance. So I would assume we're not going to see teleport enchantment right now. And in that case, you're definitely going to run Juggernaut on a Sork. Because not running Juggernaut means you have to give up like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 item rolls on a gear for armor, and like 2, 3 temper rolls for percent armor on a gear. And that is way too much of a trade-off compared to one single legendary defensive aspect. Are they going to rework armor? Yeah, but this is not coming this season, so. But yeah, I told him like when I had like a meeting with the devs and they showed us the pit and all that stuff, and I was like, okay, like these monsters go to level 200 now or whatever. Like, what are they going to do with armor? Like, first of all, can you please show us how much armor we need? That would be cool, because it doesn't. Also, can you please rework armor, because the system sucks? Yeah. But I guess that's not coming in this season, so maybe in the expansion. I guess it's gonna be like an expansion thing. Rogue needs more unconditional DR. I mean, they already have Dark Shrouds. And stuff like Ranger Glyph and Closer Glyph and some other things. I agree there's a lot of conditional DR on the Rogues. But it's not totally awful as long as you play Dark Shroud. It's just like you have to play around Dark Shroud, I guess. So probably the Daze aspect gives 20% damage as utility aspects. Yeah. There are relatively good utility aspects on a lot of builds though. But yeah, I guess Daze aspects gives damage and should not be utility. Necros needed more. Nah, the Necros are fucking tanky these days, no? You have Shielding Storm, you have Hardened Bones, you have Shields. If you compare farming Varshamats against Living Steel, the Varshamats need to show a buff. Yeah, it's kind of funny. You went from like Living Steel being really hard to farm compared to Varshamats to them being like roughly equal. But then we had a Season 3 theme that made it super fast to farm Varshan, and now Season 3 theme is gone. And now Living Steel is so fast compared to Varshan. But again, we haven't seen the Seasonal Whispers. It might be that Seasonal Whispers are coming back that are super efficient, like in Season 3. Let's put it on the ugly list first of all. Raise the Grim Favors cap so we can do multiple turn ends with efficient Whisper farming. We teleport more than we play. So first of all, let's do that. Yeah, we're not seeing the seasonal Whispers, and they also put Whispers into Helltide now. Although they're very inefficient. But sometimes there's, for example, the Blood Maiden for 5. You just go there, kill the Blood Maiden, you get 5 Grim Favors. It's kind of nice. Why did they change Soulbrand? What did they change to Soulbrand? I didn't see any change. Will there ever be a guide on PvP on max draw, like builds and stuff? Quite unlikely. We did have plans for that originally, but, you know, PvP is dead as fuck, and none of our current writers actually cares about it either, so... At least I don't see it happening anytime soon. Also, PvP meta is changing very fast too, I guess. So glad Blood Maiden was tuned down. Wait, where's that coming from? They changed the condition of the DR effect. Wait, what? Let me see that. While you have a barrier, you gain 20% damage reduction. And damage reduction from close. There's damage reduction from close, while I have a barrier, you gain 20%. It's the same. Like, there's no change. Infinite Flame Shield is already covered. Scoundrel's Kiss. Ah yeah, the ugly. Scoundrel's Kiss. Ammo, remove damage buff to RF. And make it always fire in the same spot regardless of distance to enable a ranged playstyle. Currently you have to go point blank and shotgun to the enemies, making it feel like a melee build. This buff also makes it mandatory for any like dual core builds. Without it, Okay, something like that. Let's put this further down here. Yeah, Scoundrel's Kiss is definitely a problem. For season 5 onwards, item caches for the next season if you achieve something in the gauntlet. Nah, I think anything that carries over to the next season from the previous season is a huge mistake. Like, the whole point of a season start is that it's a fresh start, and you can jump in, and it can be competitive, and all that stuff. I think there should never be anything that goes from the previous season to the next season. Infinite Flame Shit is really hard to grind. If you believe that, then your setup sucks. Because it's possible on the live server. Without tempering. You provide feedback and basically never see ground effects. Yeah, I mean, you can turn off the damage numbers, so I actually started doing that. That's okay. You just have to play without the damage numbers for more clarity, but in general, yeah, I agree. Lots of visual clutter. Lots of visual clutter from the new way of how builds work. Dust Devils, Frozen Orbs, chance to cast projectiles twice, etc. And we need dynamic tuning down of effects so we can see monsters and ground effects. Level 100 instance only need 100 ruby shards. I mean, that's okay. I think the bigger problem is that they drop way too many gem fragments. Let's put it in bad, I guess. Gem fragment drops are too plentiful. We're gonna hit 909 KK cap and clutter the ground everywhere, which reduce costs and drops. We can also add it here. Similar with damage numbers. Something like that. Like the free. In the free, it actually does that. It combines the numbers, like, you know, the last half second or last second or something. Like, it actually has kind of like pretty good clarity there. Gonna add the attack speed issues. Yeah, let's put it in ugly, maybe ugly, or is it bad? Attack speed values are insanely high on gear. Hitting attack speed cap is going to be pretty much a requirement. That is way stronger than almost all alternatives on most builds. I have not played Zero Siege. Wonder how many reports I got that were not actually reports. I have the count of thing for utility category already. Like, you have a bunch of tempering here. Like tempering, not roll the same stat with a lower value. And reroll. How much attack speed is affecting all builds? I mean, the cap from gear is 100%. So, you know, most builds previously had something like 15%, 20% or so. Because you only had attack speed on gloves. And now you have 100%. So, yeah, most builds just kind of like straight up got like, I don't know, 50 to 80% DPS buff from having more attack speed. And on top of this, you know, this also like, has like impacts with the visual clarity and all that. Because now you spam a lot more shit, and now not only do you spam a lot more shit, a lot faster, but you also have this chance to cast twice stuff. So, you know, suddenly they multiplied all of our projectiles by like ×3 or ×4 or ×5 or something. You'd rather be able to hit caps on certain stats than not. Yeah, I mean, this attack speed thing in particular is kind of like a problem, though. It's like, I don't know, do you really just want to go for attack speed cap on every single build forever? And then, you know, it also feels kind of weird, you know? Some builds like that are kind of like more slow-paced suddenly have attack speed cap, and it kind of feels weird. And it's always like, okay, this item doesn't have attack speed, okay, I need to roll attack speed. Like, in fact, it goes even so crazy that, I don't know, on a rogue or something, I can get a crossbow, and you can, you know, get a greater affix, you can masterwork it, and you can get up to 81% attack speed from a single item, which is like, you know, almost a cap on a single item. Like, it's just fucking insane. What if it could use a Respell and Spark to unbrick an item? Yeah, I mean, realistically, you're probably never gonna do that because a Respell and Spark is way more valuable than unbricking an item, but I guess there might be a scenario where like, oh, I have a Spark left, I have all my Ubers anyway. I guess that could be okay. And since it's also like tied to the blacksmith, with like you salvage an Uber, you get a Spark. Using a Resplendent Spark to reset temper attempts would be cool. Let's just put it there. I think a Spark would be okay. It's like a very high cost for a pretty powerful effect though, so I think that's okay. Yo, thanks Todd again, by the way. Appreciate the support. Put in a word about the stuff we need for basic skill bonanza. Yeah, I mean, they did basic skill bonanza on this PTR, and it was too much. Like, it was, you know, I played a Poison TB rogue. Poison TB doesn't have anything to put on the weapons, so I put Elemental Surge. And then my Poison TB build was turned off, and all it was a Puncture build, because my Puncture started just two-shotting all of the elites with Elemental Surge, so that was a bit too crazy. Post-PTR. Can you give us all the waypoint completions and stronghold completions on the new character? I don't think so. But maybe for Season 5 wishlist. Make strongholds great again. E.g. Yeah, you can complete them at higher difficulty or a special reward or for 5 grim favors sometimes or other cool stuff. Can't put that there. Did anyone remotely consider using Yen's Blessing, or does it need a buff? I mean, Yen's Blessing is one of these items that, you know, it will always come back and haunt us. So I'd rather have them not make it OP from the start. Because, you know, maybe we just haven't thought about the right interaction for it. And even if we have, and it turns out it's still too weak, it will always come back and haunt us. So... What's sigil usage on other things than dungeons, like Helltide or Strongholds or whatever? How would you use a sigil for Helltide? The named elites still drop the special rares, but they now have 2 stats, not 3. I didn't farm them all, but I killed like 2 or 3 of them, and they dropped the items, and they had 2 stats. They changed these rares a little bit, so I guess they're gonna be kind of useless. This feedback does not include buff invigorating strike from 85 to 90% energy threshold. Yeah, okay. PTR feedback video when? Well, first we make the feedback, and then we make the feedback video. How about that? Name the lead still drop monster parts. That's true. I guess they probably know about that though, so it's whatever. It's also like, no one cares. 15 allows to customize the buff bar. Oh yeah. Expand buff bar to show all buffs, not just the first 8. I mean, this is first of all something. Like, you can't even see some buffs on your bar. It's just kind of Video now, document after. The twisting blades return faster. Yeah, I guess you can just do like this here somewhere as the tempering. Some affixes are straight up useless compared to other options. G. Twisting blades returns faster. What else could we do there? It would be helpful to actually have the list in front of me with all the stats. But yeah, Skinwalker aspect. Events that revolve around defending strongholds would be cool. Yeah, that's like what I thought strongholds would be. Like, you know, back in 2021 or something, when they showed us the strongholds for the first time. And you know, it sounded like this would be like a dynamic thing, you know, they would kind of reset, or there would be like monsters invading it and you have to defend and take it back or something. But in the end, they just made it like a kind of like open world mini dungeon, and that's it. And it's like a one-time completion on top of that. Did anyone try attack speed, max attack speed twisting blades on the PTR? I mean, everyone who played this PTR had max attack speed on anything, so. Would Barbs be straight up OP because of 4 weapons tempering? That's not exactly the reason why they're OP, but it's part of it. There's 2 types of dot builds, damage over time and damage on Tuesday. I mean, damage on Tuesday is basically gone, so that's fine. Your Hurricane and Lightning Storm builds didn't hit attack speed. Okay, there. When masterworking on plus skills should have more transparency if it's going to level or not. We need more decimal values on stats and aspects. Let's go with that. Let's put it in ugly, actually. I have such a long ugly list. Glorious. How many pages? It's growing. We're at 5. We're like halfway done. I don't even have anything good. Yeah, we have Elemental Surge. We want damage on Saturdays. We mainly play on weekend. Twisting Blade still sucks. Untrue. It's kind of funny, actually, considering how little of a buff Twisting Blades got from this whole patch compared to most other builds, and how good it actually performs. Twisting Blades actually pretty good. Turns out it's pretty good in Season 3. People just don't play it. Something good to be stash space. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that here. I mean, obviously everyone wants stash space. I'm not gonna put like the obvious stuff here. I did play Twisting Blades. Both in Season 3 and on PTR. Anything in there about the pit spawn points, the last ball play turtle through? Oh, yeah, I guess you can add it to pits. Checkpoints or revive are weird sometimes on previous level, etc. So there's that. Maybe there's like more stuff for the pit. Is there more stuff I should add in the pit? Okay, any other shadow boss that we should mention here that are completely OP? Or too weak? It's not that many of them anyway. Maybe you're gonna add more over time, I guess. Little Shadow. Yeah, Little Shadow is fine. Do you consider one-run potential as a likely indicator for the actual season when it goes live? Or do you estimate the probable outcome generally for Nightmare Dungeon data collection? Well, I mean, number one, I think we're probably not even going to make a Nightmare Dungeon XP tier list anymore. We're just going to do like a Nightmare Dungeon Glyph tier list. Because getting to 100 is not a problem for anyone anymore, I think, who kind of plays the game, like, you know, somewhat. So leveling to 100 is already extremely fast, and most people will already get most of the way there just farming Hell Tides because they have fun in Hell Tides and all that. So the only thing that people really need from Nightmare Dungeons is Glyphs. So we're just gonna do like a Glyph XP tier list and kind of ignore the XP, I'd say, and the XP being somewhat imbalanced is not really a huge deal. And a Lightning Storm casts twice Temper. I mean, if they generally nerf all of this chance to cast twice stuff, that could also make some other funny stuff, right? That would help a Lightning Storm build in an equal way, or like the Twisting Blades build. Obviously, you can't make like a Twisting Blades cast twice for like a melee build. But they could add something else that also gives like some kind of benefit to Twisting Blades, for example, similar to like Barrage casts twice. I did make a planner, Bloodshed. And if you're talking about the planners, I did make a planner for Twisting Blades because I just played the Season 3 build. Like, I literally played the Season 3 build, and it was really good. So, plus minus a few tweaks, I guess. There's no link to the dock yet. Optional set as favorite town portal city. I guess if the city reworks they have done, they probably don't want to give us that. I mean, they've heard this feedback 1,000 times, so I'm not gonna put this in here. Personally, I don't care enough about it. And I also don't think this is something that is like, you know, important. Especially now that all the cities have kind of like good layouts. Why do rare items exist? Why do blue items exist? Yeah, they're gonna do something with them in the future, as far as I know. I guess you're gonna get some other form of crafting them or so. Do they ask me to help balance things? Well, not directly, like, okay, let's sit down, let's talk about the rogue, let's talk about the barb, let's talk about this. But, you know, I kind of like constantly feed them, you know, bug reports and, you know, stuff is too OP, stuff is too weak, kind of things. Like, basically this stuff here, with like the buff list and the nerf list, most of this I already like mentioned somewhere to them. Maybe not everything, but yeah. No good impressions. Yeah, not yet. The good is easy to fill up and also kind of irrelevant. Yeah, we have mentioned the temper powers. We have a lot of stuff about tempering. I think this is fine. I guess they will make more recipes over time, but I was going to mention this here just in case. Because some options don't actually have, or like some slots don't have many options really. It's like maybe 2-3 defensive things. It's like 2-3 utility things. 2-3 offensive, like there's like not really that many things. Do I have to say anything else here? I think masterworking is otherwise fine. It's just like quality of life is low on masterworking, but I think the system itself is actually kind of fine. Should extend the animals all pickup range. There's no 2 recipes that have the same affix, as far as I know, Mark. Let's do the good list. Altai rework. That's exactly what I expected after season 2. Blood Harvest. Good job. Interaction speed with objectives feels better. Build diversity and customization via tempering. New uniques, builds. Actually expand the options quite a bit. Uber bosses. Of other stuff. Okay. What's my opinion on a follower that can be equipped like a D2 and D3? Hell no, man. But I kind of fear we're gonna get it eventually. There needs to be a good list. Let's see. I think Diablo 4 feels very good not having a follower. Like the whole theme, the ambience, you know, this whole like desolate world kind of feeling would get lost if you had a follower lying around all the time, I think. Okay, should we expand the buff and the nerf list a little bit? What do we have here? Grenades, rogue, no witness. I guess we don't really have to mention this. Dual corbels, inner sight. Gauge doesn't fill. Druid companions, lacerate. What else did I try that was kind of bad? Where's my build list? Okay. I mean, I played more builds than that, but I didn't make a planner for everything. Hello, Osmo. I tried Blizzard Zork. Should it be in a nerf list? Yeah, I mean, I guess Blizzard is flying pretty close to the sun as well, since it has remained like one of the top builds for Zorks since Season 0. And it just keeps getting buffs for some reason. But I think Blizzard is okay, because it's also like kind of like a slow-paced build. Nerf list, yeah, the Flame Shield is already on this. It's already in the ugly list. You have the ugly list as well, that includes some nerf stuff. Druid companions don't walk in front of you like Necro. That's okay. And first of all, the Creeper doesn't even walk at all. Neither do the Ravens. So you only have the Wolves, and the Wolves you can already attack, you know, what you want. So it's okay. Yeah, we have a bunch of like cool Druid stuff in this patch actually. I really like Druid. Probably gonna make a Druid as a second character, I think, after Rogue. If I start with Rogue. I'll probably start with Rogue. This feels extremely negative, feeling way less excited. Oh, you should absolutely be excited. I just wanted to fix a lot of shit. Like, even if you just release it, all of you are gonna have a lot of fun. Okay, we can do the dock. Do we have something like this here? I guess we have to do the share thing. Wait a minute. Yeah, the thing is, okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit until we post this, because it's gonna slow down. If I kind of people like join in this document now, it's gonna slow down. So I'm gonna wait until we're done here. Buff Necro Blood builds. Maybe Blood Lance, but certainly not Blood Surge. Blood Surge certainly doesn't need a buff, I think. Blood Lance. I guess especially Tempering Affix is kind of a meme, right? Some other random builds you can add here. I'm not sure how strong Barb with Bash is, but apparently it was killing Ubers like really fast. I think everything here looks okay. Barb probably. I mean, Hoda might still be too strong, but if they like just nerf Barb in general a little bit, that'll be fine. Okay, Druid. Yeah, everything is fine here, I'd say. Shred is like maybe somewhat weak. I feel like Shred felt a bit weak. That could maybe be buffed. I think Debilitating Roar could be nerfed a bit. Debilitating Roar feels too much like day and night. That's on or off. More value and more base Druid defense could help. Clarity. I mean, that's probably a bug though, but okay. Let's put it on the tempering list. Clarity ranks on the root. Appear is like a resource one, right? I think the companions are okay. Boulder's pretty powerful, okay. Rabies could probably still need a buff. Rabies for late game scaling. But it's like a general dot issue, I guess. Cataclysm. Yeah, I think it's fine that they don't have crits on dot builds. It's just that there's like no options to scale the dots in any other way. My boyfriend wants to play Warren Bar so bad, but it just feels terrible. Yeah, I think what people kind of miss on Warren Bar is just like, you know, you have to add like another option to kill bosses, and then it's kind of okay. Like either you do it through Dust Devils now, but we don't know how much they will nerf Dust Devils. You can do it with Kick, you can do it with Death Blow. There's like some options. Or like, for example, there's like the Whirlwind Hoda combo, where potentially you could maybe try to even scale Whirlwind high enough to kind of kill small stuff and they just bonk the bosses or so. Veer's Master is a joke. Trust damage needs to be gone. Also, Chain Lightning could need a buff. I think we have to have Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning. I think Veer's Mastery pass is actually pretty good because of the damage reduction. Like, you get the close damage reduction there, and I actually used that on like an Incinerate build. I didn't use the Burning passive, I used Veer's Mastery and Mage Lord's Aspect, and that actually made you very tanky, and it was actually pretty strong. I don't think it's a joke at all. The damage reduction is pretty OP. Charge Balls is also probably kind of awful. Clear. Single target. Bring back Omni Power. Let's go. I'll play these three, yeah. Most of the max levels are updated already, by the way. I'm gonna finish the rest tomorrow, including the tier list. Rain of Arrows. To be honest, I have not actually tried Rain of Arrows with the new tempers. You can get like over 1,000 or I don't know, 1,500% Rain of Arrow damage or something. But then you have that and you don't have like marksman damage. But yeah, it could be interesting to try Rain of Arrows again, I guess. Okay, let's put Whirlwind here. As a buff. Needs big help. Okay, Rain of Arrows. Apparently also has this bug that the extra imbuement efficiency doesn't actually apply or something. Please tell them the Druid is underperforming. I refuse. Anything else for the nerf list? You already have the Dust Devils on the ugly list. What else needs nerfing? Actually, not that many, since I have a bunch of the stuff here. Let me see what you have. Flame Shield. Weighted affixes. No change. Blue Glyphs. Dust Devils. Elemental Surge. Boss Ladder. Solo. World Bosses. Infinite XP Share. Incinerate. All my Helltide Chest. Grim Favor. Scoundrel's Kiss. Visual Clutter. Attack Speed. Decimals. Yeah, I think I actually have a lot of this stuff covered now. There might be some more things. Legit think when else would still be bad at 0 cooldown. I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like, when you stack like 1500 plus rain of arrows damage, and you cast 4 waves every time, you still think it's like that terrible? Okay, maybe he has a pretty high bar for something to not be terrible, I guess. So I'm not sure how much that actually means. Cataclysm's on list. What should I do about unique weapons that kind of suck now? People either suggest buffs, or maybe they're gonna do a new system for uniques in the future to make them, like, you know, upgradable in some way. I think for now it's a small problem to have. You know, this is something they can solve later. I've seen the Barb rent build. Yes. Doing a weapon on Sorg feels useless. That's not true. Not every build relies on Omega cooldown reduction. And in some cases you actually want the resource cost reduction from a two-handed, or you want like a specific aspect doubled. You know, there's a reason to run two-handed even on Sorg. Yeah, I think tempo on uniques would be a huge mistake. At least with the current values they can add. Like if they nerf all tempering stuff by 50%, and maybe you can do 1 tempo on a unique, I would say, yeah, okay, that's maybe fine. Uniques can have 4 times greater affix. Yes, they can, but they won't. So maybe for one person in this chat, they will find a Mother's Embrace with 4 out of 4. Enjoy. Yeah, maybe Rain of Arrows is not really supposed to be a position build thing anyway, maybe, since it's mostly like, at least the build I made back in Season 2 was like a poison-based Rain of Arrows rogue before the position buffs. And maybe it's gonna play like a poison-based version of Rain of Arrows in the future as well, because of all the imbuement scaling. Or it's just as a support thing as well. The knockdown is pretty powerful. Oh, not that much anymore, I guess, in 2024. Get rid of yellows in World Tier 4. I mean, the thing is, if they actually have plans to make like blues and yellows somewhat usable in the future, then it will be kind of weird to like completely remove them now and then bring them back later. So maybe they're gonna keep them in the game on purpose. Precision mentions an ultimate skill as a possible consumer. I mean, it still allows you to make a crit-based Rain of Arrows. Maybe the bigger problem is that it's like... has like all this imbuement scaling. Maybe there should be like an option to do not do so much imbuement stuff with it. I mean, if you could get a lot of Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction, let's say as a resource temper, you could put it on a neck instead of Word of Arcane. If you want to play an imbuement less Rain of Arrows precision build, you could maybe reach similar cooldown values as Word of Arcane. Then this would be an option. Make Windforce great again, times 2 damage and knockback every shot. Yeah, I keep giving them feedback about Windforce every single season. And the same with Victimize with the lucky hit thing. Victimize at least can scale to pretty high values now. I've seen some kind of impressive screenshots. But you have to see if that is actually gonna be a thing. I still don't really believe in it, especially with like how much you need boss damage. I don't think that the cast time of Rain of Arrows is a problem, maybe. Like, they already massively improved that, and they also made the first wave knockdown and all these kind of things, so... I think the usability of Rain of Arrows is not the main issue. Now, I've played a good chunk of Rain of Arrows, and I found the usability was not a problem, really. The main issue was like resetting the cooldown with Flicker Step and these kind of things. This is like what really made it feel clunky. I didn't play it on PTR, no. But I did play the build, you know. Back in Season 2, I played a lot of Rain of Arrows. Like, it actually felt really amazing, just like pressing Rain of Arrows and the entire screen dies, even in the T100 dungeon. So that was kind of cool, actually. So I didn't really feel like the usability was a problem there. Can you talk about how Rogue has the worst dismount attack from Mount? Yeah. I never use any of them. The point about Nightmare? I was saying how bad they are? What is bad about them? Make the dismount attack great. Hell no. I think it's fine that they're mostly fluff. I don't want to be forced to use a Rain of Arrows every 10 seconds when I go with my horse. To choose between firing 5 barrages or casting 1 Rain of Arrows at the same time. Yeah, I guess there's like another issue now, which is that resources are no problem anymore, making core skills relatively better compared to ultimates that are based on cooldowns. Like previously, you could fire 5 barrages and then use a Rain of Arrows and regen the resources in the meantime. But now resources are just always not a problem. So I guess that kind of nerfs ultimates. And also the higher attack speed now. Need a single target ultimate. Have you heard of Shadowclaw? I mean, if there's ever gonna be a rework of Shadowclaw, that is gonna be the single target ultimate, I guess. It's hilarious that Rogue is stalking so much a single target. Yeah, it's kind of true. Like Rogue, like the assassin-themed class, can't kill bosses. It's kind of funny. Streamer calling for Sorgnos based on beta testing. You say you've seen this one before? Heck yeah. Yeah, true. Actually, these days we have hectic aspects for Vein of Arrows cooldown and also attack speed, so I guess you could actually make it feel relatively good. If you play hectic, maybe flicker step together. If they would also buff like no witnesses, you could play like a precision crit based Vein of Arrows build. And then, you know, not even run Word of Arcane, just put hectic there, easy clap. Imbued with cold for the crit. Assassinate, cutthroat, imbuable, requires stealth. Deal massive damage to a single enemy. Upgrade 1 more damage when attacking from behind. Upgrade 2 more damage or it's healthy. 25 seconds cooldown. Sounds kind of funny. Like a backstep stealth thing. Like an ambush thing, like from WoW Classic. I would like that. Like you run in stealth, you just assassinate one of the 3 elites in the pack. Easy clap. What is bad in Nightmare Dungeons? The objectives? I mean, have you played Nightmare Dungeons in the last, like, 4 months or something? Most of them barely even have objectives anymore, so... If victimize, whole pack dies if you're lucky. Let's go. Is there a planner somewhere for the barrage builds? I think I made a planner for it, yeah. Well, not the boss version yet. I only did the base version of it. Shadow Imbue Explosion scales the damage done by the imbued attack. No. That would be kind of like a combo point pen shot scenario yet again, like in Victimize. Like then it's literally Victimize, just without a lucky hit. Oh, I think that's bad. I think Shadow Explosions doing the same damage consistently for anything is good, not bad. Especially a 0 damage in endgame. I don't know. I don't consider that such a problem. Like Shadow Imbuement is already such a prevalent, you know, choice in most rogue builds for speed farming, for leveling, for everything. Like, you know, Shadow Imbuement is already OP. Like, if anything, I would advocate for Shadow Imbuement nerf and not a buff. So, I better don't put it on this list. I think Shadow Imbuement is already, like, very powerful. They also gave us stuff like the Icy Alchemist and all that. And now you also have the Volatile Shadows aspect. Like, Shadow Imbuement is really powerful. I think you're thinking way too much about like speed farming T200 pit, maybe, and not so much about a world where, you know, maybe 150 pit is like the absolute maximum that the best build in the game can reach. And in that case, I think something like Shadow Imbuement will not need a buff. You know, you just don't use Shadow Imbuement for that. You use like poison or use cold or whatever. And Shadow Imbuement is going to remain some kind of like farming thing. Kills versus injured enemies reset cooldown, 60 seconds cooldown. This Assassinate Ultimate sounds really cool, I gotta say. That sounds really fun. I think the general problem with like ultimates is that you generally like you can't really scale the damage that well. Like they allow you to like get like plus 12 or I don't know, plus 15 ranks to your core skill, but they don't allow you to get ranks to your ultimate skill. And they don't really give you any other ways of scaling your ultimate either, besides a bit of cooldown reduction. But cooldown reduction kind of scales way less than resource cost reduction does, right? Like, okay, if I mega stack cooldown reduction for my ultimate, I can use it like maybe 50% more often or so, if you're lucky. But if I mega stack resource cost reduction and attack speed, I can use my core skill like 500 times more often, 500% more often. Because, you know, like compared to like a level 20 character that just freshly unlocks an ultimate, or, you know, has a core skill that it can spam sometimes and then have to generate, and so on. Like, you know, like you just scale your core skills way more through uses and through core skill ranks and other things that could scale with. So in general, the scaling is just way off on ultimates. Like in early game, pressing an ultimate like Cataclysm probably even does some damage. But then you're like level 80 and it completely stops doing damage. And then you're like level 100 plus and then you just never even think about it. Thanks for what's up, Venka, by the way. Dash should go through walls and obstacles. Nah. Did I put debilitating raw? Where's debilitating raw? Nerfless. Similar for challenging shot. Let's nerf that a little bit maybe. There's an aspect that gives damage to unstoppable mobs and it's a utility. I mentioned Day Sneak and nerf. Yeah. The thing is that usually exploiters is a kind of weak aspect. But the Day Sneak is actually a very strong one because it actually works. Exploiters usually doesn't work because most of the time you just kill everything in sub 5 seconds, so they never become unstoppable. It doesn't work against bosses, etc. Yeah, Frostbitten could actually become like an offensive power, maybe. I think that being like a utility power is kind of weird. Frostbitten and also Noxious Eyes. Maybe give them like less damage or something, but even then you'll probably even still be inclined to use them. So maybe you could put all of these there. Days. What is the thing called? This days aspect? Let's put all of them there. Frostbitten. Noxious Eyes. Aspect. Concussive, yeah. Let's put them all there. Haven't used Code Imbued as much as the others. Yeah, Code Imbued has become a lot more viable in this patch. There's a lot more high-end content that actually lives. So Shadow Imbued is not necessarily like the only thing to do. And Code is actually a very powerful buff, and now especially with like multiple aspect users, that's kind of cool. E.g. rogues with human charges. Shepard's aspect needs a rework. Not necessarily. We discussed this earlier. It's just the highest DPS option, which means a lot of top builds will gravitate towards it. But you know, if you get like hard enough content where survival becomes an issue for Druids, then you will not do this. It's just the fact that Druids survive too easily that they can run Shepherds. But I already put Debilitating Raw on the nerf list here. If they nerf Debilitating Raw, then this would also, you know, by extension, nerf Shepherds. Ultimate should have 4 ranks that scale with level. Level 25, you unlock Ultimate, level 50 at first rank, and 75 the second, and 100 the third. Yeah, this could be kind of like a way around this problem with like Ultimates just not scaling in general, right? Maybe just put this on a wish list. Better ultimate damage scaling. E.g. Lacerate, Cataclysm, Rain of Arrows. All ultimates that are not based on utility become worse over time due to missing skill ranks and lower scalability of cooldown reduction compared to resources used for core skills. So let's just go with that. Have you seen the Were-Nader Druid? It kills Ubers in seconds. I mean, in seconds sounds way too optimistic. Do you have a clip? Yeah, I'll link it. Is Mangler still good with concussives existing? Yeah, Mangler is a kind of weird, shitty aspect now, right? Like, why didn't you just take Mangler and made that into concussive and made it open for all classes or something, right? Its damage against vulnerables at chance to days. Mangler's aspect is now outclassed by concussive. They do almost the same. Doing like 10 million ticks on Tornado. That is pretty high, actually. He's not even doing like shenanigans with like swapping stances. I mean, Tornado is a really powerful build. That definitely seems pretty powerful though. Push your max, someone could kill in 7 seconds maybe. Almost as fast as Surge Rogue. And the thing is that Tornado... wait, actually, was he using... Maybe he was using Surge. Hold on, let's see how many Tornadoes he has. Does he like double cast Tornadoes, or is he using Surge? That could be a... That's hard to say, really. Dude, he has a stack before the fight even starts, but he doesn't give a fuck. That's great, man. What the fuck? Every time I press on this pause. It's kind of funny how much damage he's taking from auto attacks. Like he's full HP. And he takes like 60% of his life. That's actually insane how squishy he is. He's like Omega squishy. This is why he has a lot of DPS. Like a normal build should take like maybe 10% or 20% from this hit. Let's see if you see like okay, there's chance to cast twice, and there's also a chance to release 2 tornadoes. So I guess that procs together, right? So it's either 2 or 4 tornadoes that they're getting. So this looks like 2. We get 1 there actually. It's not Surge, there's no non-crit numbers. So it's just pure tornado, huh? And they all look kind of like similar numbers, so it might just be the tornadoes. Okay, that's relatively impressive damage, I gotta say. Bit more than I expected from Tornado. The problem is not Tornado, the issue is Shepherd's Aspect. Copium. Sure. I mean, even if they completely remove Shepherd's Aspect, okay, you replace Shepherds, you replace Stampede. Stampede doesn't even give you anything. You also get like 2 more skills on a bar, or 3 skills on your bar. Which, well, probably don't give you much damage, but they make you basically very tanky. So suddenly you're very tanky, and you lose... Usually have Shepherds on the Amulet. Shepherds is, I think, 135%. Right? So you lose like a 135% bonus. You get 2 offensive aspects that probably give you, let's say, on average, something like 25% each or so from like a typical aspect that are not like top tier. I'm not sure which ones you put there exactly, but let's just say kind of like a mid-range aspect. So you would lose like 1/3 of your damage. If you put 2 random 25% damage aspects instead of Shepherds and Stampede. Actually, yeah, that's not even true because I didn't count the Amulet aspect being buffed. So 125 times 1.375. So it's 171. Actually, let's see. We have a planner for Tornado, don't we? Here. There's Shepherds. This didn't save or something. What happened here? This is Lightning Storm. I feel like sometimes my planners don't save. I'm very confused. I had this like happen the other day as well, and I was very confused why it didn't save. Did I change the Paragons here as well and these kind of things? I don't think it changed it very much, but either way you have to revoke them. But yeah, I would have maybe a third less, probably less of a loss. So no matter what, you'd still hit like a, you know, close to 10 million or so per Tornado tick. I'll play Diablo for him. They need softcore to be easier, medium core like the game, and hardcore so players who start playing before have an easier time learning and can go higher later. I don't know, man. Like ever since Season 2, the game has become ridiculously easy for an RPG. And it just keeps getting easier. I don't think this is really a problem. Like the new prayer friendliness of Diablo 4 cannot be overstated, I guess. We hope Tornado doesn't seem to be pissed now with the resource stuff. You still run Tempest Roar, yeah. You just don't go Crazy Rage, because you get the resources somewhere else. Tempest Roar 2024. It's good. Yeah. Tempest Roar is pretty good. Lightning Storm, Tornado, they still run it. I was even running Tempest Roar on Hurricane as well. I'm thinking about Uber tempering manual, like buffing unique into Uber unique with some awesome effect. No. I don't know. I think if they allow you any kind of tempering on uniques, it needs to be very minimal. Like people say something like, oh, they want tempering on uniques. I say, yeah, okay. Maybe 1 temper affix, and only if it's like half the value. Because right now we're kind of like at a point where uniques are maybe barely not best in slot anymore for some builds. Some of them still are. I think like some mild buff or an upgrading path for uniques is fine, but it should not be anywhere close to what it can do on normal items. Wish there was a unique or legendary for Druid that has a cool effect of Ravens. I think at some point. Yeah, there's like nothing for Ravens, right? Just Shepherds, I guess. The new season powers will be like the previous powers, Seneschal and Pig, etc. Yeah, I hope that the new season stuff is gonna be either not a power creep season at all, so I can kind of like establish the new baseline a little bit, because everything is gonna be super powerful anyway, or it's like a very mild power creep theme, you know. Like Seneschal was like in the range of, I don't know, 50 to 80% buff or something, which is extremely high power level. If they make the next season theme like maybe 20%, that would be fine. Wasn't Rod focusing on some podcast? Yeah, that was like some Xbox podcast thing with Rod. Would he ever be doing a crafting league like in PoE? Maybe. But for now, they first of all have to implement crafting in the game in the baseline. Is there a way you can show our templates for PTR builds for Season 4? Season 4 is like 5 weeks away, so just be patient. I think that Rob misspoke when he said that Ubernick's gonna be tradable. You mean Rod Ferguson? Yeah, Ubernicks are not tradable. Okay, any other good stuff in this patch that we should directly call out? Lots of small stuff. Yeah, I guess I think 925 loot everywhere and game, so that's kind of fine. Chaos visuals. Post letter. Oh yeah, Eben Piercer. I think that's actually bugs. Let's put it here. Eben Piercer. Yo, Filmic, thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah, we talked about Veil Crystals. What's the purse of unique items? Do you do anything unique? Many of them, yeah. They have effects that you cannot get anywhere else. My favorite amulet isn't broken. Get insight during the 5 weeks of patching, a pre-preview of the patch? Generally, not really. I mean, I also don't really expect them to, like, you know, do like any huge turnarounds or something, you know. I mean, most of these bugs are either known to them already, or, like, you know, some of these things are getting updated as we speak already. So I'm just kind of like reiterating a few points here, maybe with like a bit more background. And then we'll see what makes it into the final patch, I guess. Just looking through the list a little bit and see. Sounds like something I missed now. And for example, this Greek Oracle that we just saw there, this was like a pretty glass cannon setup from what it looked like. For example, if they buff Torment bosses base damage a little bit, then you can't go with such glass cannon build. If they also nerf tempering affixes to, let's say, half the value, and you don't spawn like 1 billion tornadoes, but only half a billion tornadoes, then this will already be longer. You have to build tankier, this will be longer. Then if you start playing around mechanics, it will be longer. So like, you know, this tornado druid that we saw. Also, if they're probably gonna nerf Thunderstruck a little bit, it will be longer. Maybe they're gonna nerf Shepherds even. And then suddenly, you know, this wouldn't look that crazy anymore, and this Uber boss would actually be like, you know, an interesting fight and stuff. I think I should color code my list like bold and change the color of things that are super important. I mean, I just have my ugly list that is kind of like the important list. But yeah, maybe we can try something like that. Anticipate an extra item slot for Sorg, Druid, Necro, or another aspect tempering. Nah, I don't think I need to add an extra item slots just because of that. That's just how these classes work. You can always balance it with numbers. You know, they have class-specific aspects they can nerf. You have class-specific tempering stuff you can nerf. You kind of have legendary nodes and glyphs and all that. You can nerf those. Like, you know, nerfing barbs is not hard. They just need to do it. And it has nothing to do with the weapon slots, I think. It's just that, you know, they made a tempering system without thinking. You know, they just gave barbs the same values as other classes, and they shouldn't. So yeah, exactly. Like you know, if like you get like 30% chance to cast twice for Bone Spear on a Necro, that's okay. But if you also get 30% chance to cast twice on a Barb per weapon, and then it doubles on 2 of the 200 weapons, yeah, that's a problem. You know, it should be like 10%, for example. Charge plus 900%. Let's go. Yo, Geeksy, Jixie, thank you. You have a suggestion? More Booba? Well, play Sorg. And buy outfits in the shop. Imagine if they gave Flurry plus 900%. Yeah, Flurry, even with all the buffs they got recently, now that we have like a boss killing season, basically, like we went from like pure AoE required to pure boss damage required in one season. Yeah, that kind of makes Flurry kind of bad again. I saw an interesting take on Reddit where they said all classes should have a 200 slot and 2 100 slots like Rogue to reduce the gap a bit. Yeah, but again, like, you know, the reason the gap exists is not because of the 4 weapons that the Barb has or the 3 that the Rogue has. Like, Rogue has 3 weapons and it's the weakest class. Barb has 4 weapons, is maybe not even the strongest class. So, you know, it doesn't really have to do with the weapon slots. It just has to do with, like, they just put the wrong numbers on the class-specific stuff. You can have 4 weapons on this class and 2 weapons on the other class, and it would be fine if you just balance other things. But they don't. You know, like that you know, Barb having 4 weapons, that's the entire point of Barb, you know? This is like the whole class fantasy of the class. Yeah, the razor plate thing is already getting addressed. Okay, let's see what else is that's missing. I think Shred could need a buff. I feel like Shred felt relatively weak. Let's put it on a buff list. I have no idea about Flash Render. I don't really expect it to do that much. But yeah, I'm not gonna put that now. It's just kind of like some meme niche thing, I guess. Okay, Necros. Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to let the minions just be OP for now, and we'll see from there. Yeah, inner side. Did I mention inner side? I think I put it somewhere, right? No, inner side, scuffed. Victimize. Yeah, we'll see that. Like, I'm willing to wait until we actually can see how it feels. I didn't actually try that very much. To draw them format is exactly how they post patch notes. What do you mean with that? Inner side has 0 access to core skill damage. That's not true. The Cunning Stratagem bot has actually, I think, 135% or so they can stack. Or something like that. You can get quite a bit on the inner side multiplier. Like, you know, 25, 30% or so is very manageable, maybe more. It doesn't get 25%? It gets 10? I thought it's 25. Yeah, it's 25 for the core skill. It's pretty good. It's just that in some cases you don't actually want to stack core skill damage, right? If you like rely a lot on Shadow Imbue or Poison Imbue or something. The positive list is still shorter than the negative list. Well, that's because I don't need to make them hear like the same thing 1,000 times again. Like, you know, they know that all the shit is good already that they put in the patch, and most people just like the patch. So I'm not gonna make like a 5-page list of, oh, this is cool, and this is cool, and this is cool. Like, they already know that everything is cool, but they need to fix this shit. So. Do tempers get masterworked? Yes. Did you notice the plus skills ranking affecting the look of skills in PTR more? I did notice it on some skills, yes. Momentum needs help. Actually, I mean, momentum gained a lot from this patch, I think. With like how hard it is to survive. I think momentum is actually a very viable option again. I guess maybe they could like tweak the numbers a bit or give you some scaling. Like the energy regeneration part of momentum is kind of useless, the movement speed as well. It's just the damage reduction you want, really. Plus the aspect for it. So especially like non-combo point builds where you can't run might, momentum actually gives you like a really good way of stacking a lot of defense. What about momentum allows you to attack and cast while moving? No, thank you. I can play PoE 2 for that. Every other class can attack while moving currently in some way. Well, Necro doesn't have anything like that, and I mean, if you talk about Whirlwind or so, I mean, it's just how Whirlwind works. Momentum works better for grenades for me than exposure. That's very strange. I have recolor missing for 25% mastering for skill ranks. Ah, true, sometimes the coloring goes missing, we can add that. How come no nerfs on the rogue at all? I did mention this in the ugly. Like the rapid firing should be changed and nerfed a bit. But outside of that, I mean, there's nothing on rogue that is like actually as powerful as anything on the other classes. Like rogues are by far the weakest in general. Again. You notice apparently affix on rings did increase the masterworking? Yeah, this is gone now. Like the Blacksmith upgrades currently increase the implicits on items, but masterworking does not. And I think that's kind of nice. Like you have an amulet that gives X res, and you know what you got. And it also kind of like makes the weapon choices matter a bit less, so you can choose more easily between like, you know, a staff or a two-handed axe for a druid, or like a dagger and a sword for a rogue, or like a bow. Like even on many builds now, you could actually include like a bow on the rogue, because you can't scale the vulnerable damage on a crossbow as high. And then you could do something like a Twisting Blades, but you build common points with Heartseeker instead of Puncture if you want, or these kind of things. Barrage feels OP AF. Well, that's like a general problem of the game being extremely easy, and not Rogue being overpowered. Did I put in the bug of diminishing returns of double tempering projectiles on one? I've not seen any testing or data on this, so I didn't put it in. A fix to Barb having 4 weapons is buffing other classes' class mechanics. Gives Sorc more enchantment slots, or make them stronger. I mean, some of the enchantments things on Sorc really suck, but Sorc is probably the strongest class currently, so... Like in Season 3 they definitely are, because Season 3 is all about speed and Sorc has the most speed. And even in Season 4 with like the existing builds there, Frosty Strides, Infinite Flame Shield and Frozen Orb and all that, like they're completely crazy. I think the monster's locked at level 199 is PTR only, or intended? I think it's intended actually. Like the monsters stop at 199, you have to torment the bosses at 200, just like because, you know, be like higher than any other content. And I think that's okay. The main problem is that the pit doesn't scale the HP of monsters very much after tier 100. Like tier 100 versus tier 200 is not a massive difference for 100 tiers, you know? If that gap was like 10 tiers, and then you have like another 90 to go after that, I think that would be fine. 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 I think that wo When can you see builds or temperings active at max roll? Well, on the planner, probably next few days. On the build guides, probably in like 4 weeks. Although we might actually update our guides a bit earlier than like right before the season because we have so much time now. But it also depends on when you get the final patch notes. Like, we can't really do it without the final patch notes. And the final patch notes will probably drop around the same time as usual. So yeah, while we can prepare most of the builds, you know, we do expect heavy nerfs for some things, and bug fixes, and or not bug fixes. Like, it will really depend on like what will they actually decide to do. Like, I expect them to do a lot of things, but will they actually do that stuff? I don't know. So we still have to wait for the final patch notes to post any builds. Make masterworking exponentially scaling itself. Yeah, that sounds like an amazing fix to the insane power creep. Can't wait to see all the Reddit threads of people crying about the nerfs. Yeah, let them cry. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you know, we go from an extremely power-crept easy game to an even more power-crept easy game, even if they completely implement this entire list that I just put together here. So let them cry. Because it's all like kind of invalid. Yo, shit. Get VIP from Kylerin. Damn. Okay, then. Enjoy. Yeah, Kylerin is like a regular name. I guess I can add the season 5 wish list, like a use case for white, blue, yellow items. That doesn't bring us back to picking up 1 million pieces per dungeon. Will they give us more power with season 4 mechanic? Yeah, they will, almost certainly, so. I wish YouTube had something like that. Too bad YouTube doesn't have channel points or something, yeah. Also, chance of an item to have 1, 2, 3, 4 greater affixes? I don't know. But my feeling says it's like 10%. Feedback on optional quests to be more rewarding. I remember a time when they were more rewarding, and everyone hated the game. So I'm not gonna put that here. I think they will nerf devils to ball-lighting nerf magnitude. I mean, devils right now, as far as I can tell, are not bugged. Ball-lighting was a bug. But yeah, I mean, first of all, they have to like just reduce the number of dust devils. Like this whole like shout aspect that spawns like 5 dust devils. You can do like 3 shouts in the same second. You spawn like 15 dust devils. All of them are doubled. You can spawn 30 dust devils. And then you start swinging. Every swing spawns like another 3 dust devils. You swing like 3 times per second. And then you shout again like 5 seconds later. Like the entire screen is filled with bullshit. Like they have to cut that down by like 80% or something. Maybe first of all remove the temper to double dust devils. Maybe that should just not be a thing. maybe nerf the shout aspect a bit, nerf like the attack speed a bit, and then nerf like dust the response a bit and tempering a bit, and suddenly we have like a much more reasonable scenario, I guess. Two dungeons need to give more glyph XP. I wouldn't really think so, but Blizzard thinks so they're buffing it apparently. Double and quantity isn't the issue, it's the size. Yeah, I mean, okay, let's say that they actually fix, like, you know, I mean, size stuff is going to get addressed. So either they do this stuff here that I was doing earlier. Size matters. So either they change it to this here, so you have like way less size when you stack the area bonuses compared to what it does here. And then the size will all be much smaller, but the problem remains that we spawn way too many Dust Devils. Like, it's just, they went completely crazy on us. Oh yeah, the conversion boxes. I mean, I already gave some feedback about this, but I guess let's just add this again. Material conversion should be possible without opening 2000 boxes. Should nerf class damage overall be there? Yeah, it feels like in general, even on low levels, the game is already becoming easier as well. I'm not sure why exactly. I wonder if they actually rebalance the monsters. But for example, like yesterday when I did my test run, I went to World Tier 3 at like level 31 or something. And then I went to like World Tier 4 at like level 45. And yeah, I used a bit of tempering for that, but nothing major. And it seems like in general it was like already kind of way easier. I mean, it wasn't really comfy, I died and stuff, compared to like typical. But I just tried to go pretty early and just to like see if it feels easier, and it kind of felt easier. Stats are generally high on items, yeah, exactly, so. I guess that's partially why you also get stuff like life per hit now and all that. You can load my armor. So like the most fun is to play hardcore to level 60 and restart. Ah, not in a world where pit 200 and tormented bosses exist. Definitely want to kill those on hardcore. Will it be camping for greater affix uber uniques at some point? No way. I calculated yesterday actually how long that would take to farm, and what was the conclusion? I think we're looking at like 500 to 1000 hours on average if you're really efficient to get one uber unique with the greater affix of your choice. So I was trying to calculate like how hard it would be to get a Tyrius Might with a greater affix maximum all-res. So to get exactly the one you want on average, basically meaning that you can find all of the uber uniques with, you know, one of the greater affixes of, you know, on average. Like, you know, like, it would be a lot of hours for sure. So, yeah, like if you want exactly a Tyrius Might with all-res, with maximum all-res as a greater affix, basically it means you need to find every single uber unique like 40 plus times or something, if you assume a 10% chance to get a greater affix. That's a lot of uber uniques, you know. This means you need like 2, 3, 400 or so uber uniques to have like a realistic chance to get exactly that thing. Yeah, I'm gonna share the sheet link. Did I put anything on list about pit to 100 rewards? That doesn't need to be a reward for it, it's fine. And how tedious it is to farm Vashan materials. So many people mention this Vashan stuff. I wonder, like, why is that? Did you nerf Vashan mods in Season 4 or something? Did I miss something? Like, what happened? Steals are easy to farm, Vashan materials are not. Yeah, if anything, I could probably nerf the steals a bit. Seems like you were getting a fucked on in Helltide. Like, especially now that you spent a lot more time in Helltide compared to like 9 Dungeon grind or something. Maybe you could just nerf Living Steel grind a little bit. Vashan is cheaper than Greg, 4 mats versus 5. Yeah, but I mean, you also acquire the mats completely differently. So, okay, I mean, it's like a bit like weird balance now, because previously you had like, you know, dedicated Helltide as Grigar, and Whisperers is Vashan, but now you get like everything anywhere. And it's kind of like, you know, upsetting the balance a little bit. And if like the chance to find this or that boss material is equal between all of them, that means it's the best for Zir, because Zir was usually the most rare. Also, it's kind of slightly better for Vashan than it is for Grigar, because Vashan has 4 different materials versus Grigar 5. And then you have Distilled Fear, that was kind of like not a problem at all, because you get 3 per Night Dimensions, so this was like the easiest to farm pretty much. And you kind of got it on the side. Can you talk about the Dahlia mats? I mean, Dahlia mats are just bugged, I didn't even put this here. Just change Vashan to acquire Millennium Hearts, no need for all those parts. Oh yeah, actually... more boss material drops from elites, events, etc. I didn't actually get to test events very much, but I might do that on like the live patch at least. Like you can actually just get mats from doing events in dungeons now and events outdoors and all that. That's kind of cool. Sometimes you pop an event and boom, you get like 2 boss mats, which is pretty OP actually for like 1 minute of blasting some monsters. I'm not sure what's the average drop rate of this. Did anyone test this? Like how often do boss mats actually drop from events? But it almost felt like 50-50 or maybe 1 in 3 or so. How long I think a tormented boss should take a kill when 40 geared solo? I mean, if like the best class, the best build with like the best gear can kill a tormented boss in like a minute, I think that would be okay. Like if you do like the dedicated best boss killing build and you do it like relatively fast in like a minute, I think that'll be fine. For like, you know, the most OP shit out there. And the average build taking like between like, you know, 5 to 10 minutes if you're not really boss focused with that build. I know. No. Ah, never mind. Yeah. Took a 3-4 minutes on Arclash Zork. Yeah, Arclash is not exactly a boss build, right? That's actually relatively fast. Feedback, buff, or change Andariels? I think Andariels is fine. Only 1 minute seems too low for an Uber boss. It's like hours of getting the mats for 60 seconds of fun. Yeah, but I just talked about like the best case scenario. 1 minute. You know? Like even in PoE, people kill Uber bosses in seconds, you know? With like a dedicated boss killing build and all that. So Uber unique Andariels is fine. Yeah, I think Andariels actually got like some kind of indirect benefits on this patch. Like the Helm tempers are somewhat irrelevant. Plus lifesteal is pretty OP, especially these days with lots more damage. And the pit requiring you to heal up very fast. The poison procs can potentially spawn some synergies for some classes like druids and rogues. Or just make like a dot build on its own. I guess attack speed kind of got a hit there on Andariels, but okay. Poison rest is irrelevant. Higher gems not a priority. Yeah, we don't need higher gems. Get to 100 way too fast when your 100 is literally only a few percent more power to get. That's hyperbolic. But also, they're making leveling to 100 even faster because now, you know, instead of leveling to 100 in 20 hours and then farming another some hours and you're done, now you level to 100 in like 15 hours, but you have like another 100 hours to go afterwards. So I think that's okay now. You actually have like, you know, a real endgame loop. There's also going to be an expansion at some point, most likely raising the level cap and stuff. We gotta find the most consistent way to farm greater affixes items that aren't blockade behind boss materials and no life that method, since 2 times greater affixes is greater than Ubers nowadays. I mean, if you want to get loot, you farm Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons is by far the best to just get loot. They drop a lot of items there. But also untrue. Like Uber Enix are still powerful. Know anything about pit drops? Boyfriend was getting double the pit drops than I. He was opening it. Yeah, they have like a mechanic in the pit where the guy who opens gets more or something. So I did that on the pit and on Blood Maiden, but for some reason not on the boss ladder bosses. So I wonder if they just didn't implement it yet. And they're also going to do that for the boss ladder bosses. But the pit is supposed to have a cost. And I suppose that the pit requiring that cost is only be required by the person opening it, similar to like sigils and so on. And the cost will actually be like relevant enough for, you know, the system to exist. So I think that's actually fine. Like if they actually make it so that similar to the bosses, the pit actually requires a lot of these shards, and you have to actually specifically go and farm these shards to open the pit, they're gonna be just an infinite. But on the life story, you might not have infinite. Okay, that's enough then. Yeah, podcast in 2 hours, guys. Any insight when Max or Plan will have 5 affixes? Next 2 days, probably. We're gonna get tempering and stuff, hopefully. Are the former DR affixes now existing in tempering manuals? Nope, there's no DR. Anyway, besides on shields. Shields can roll DR. Solo players receive the highest amount, 100% of master working materials. Each player in a 2-player group receives 33%. 66% for the person opening of the players. Solo players amounts and master working materials. Each player in a 3-player group receives 25%. 50% for the person opening. Each player in a 4-player group receives 20%. 40% for the person opening of the solo players amount. Interesting. Why can't I make a similar system for the bosses, man? Yeah, I think this is maybe a bit too steep. Like, they only take the same pit materials and distribute them between different amount of players. So that is also not really the way. I think it's like too far on the opposite end, where group play doesn't make any sense at all, because you could just run the pit solo, and you would, you know, or you don't, like, you know, one guy runs the pit solo, gets 100% of the materials, and the other guy in the meantime farms the pit key instead of running the pit with the other guy, and then you can use a pit key to get materials instead of wasting time inside the pit. And you basically just, you know, you don't multiply the number in any way that you get as a reward. Like, if, like, you know, if they make it so that, similar to what I proposed for the bosses, for example, like, on the bosses, I said, okay, make it so that the guy who summons the boss gets 100% of the loot, and everyone else gets 25% of the loot. Not, you know, split between the players, but from the same drops. But, you know, the guy opening gets 100% like a solo guy, and then everyone else gets 25% of a solo guy. Or something like that. And if it was similar for the pit, where it's like, okay, the one guy opening always gets their normal materials, and everyone leeching gets like a quarter or so. I think that would be okay, so that the time is still kind of like worth it. What if HP scanning is higher for group, so that solo is fastest, but group could maybe push higher with team play? Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that group play is always gonna win. You might be a minority, but Tyrus Might is a super underwhelming Uber. Yeah, people say the Tyrus Might is underwhelming, but I think they fail to understand how OP it is. And you're one of them. Tyrus Might is a very powerful item. Not because of the proc. Should be whoever does the most DPS gets the more rewards. Bring back toxic gaming. Oh man. Let's go. I think literally not a single person used the new Sock aspect where you get 40% damage buff if you have no defenses on the bar. Yeah, but it doesn't say that this will actually remain that way, right? It's a pretty powerful aspect actually. 40% damage, but just for not having skills on your bar, it's kind of good. It's just that Flame Shield and Teleport and all that are just too good. Especially Flame Shield, I guess, with like the Primal Flame Shield, that stuff that people are doing. Who would go without any defensive? Yeah, I mean, in a world where you somehow build a character tanky enough that you don't need Flame Shields, and you have perma movement speed cap all the time, it's not necessarily unthinkable to go without defensive skills in your bar. Especially if they add more, like, you know, stuff like Starfall Coronate, where you can like, turn your mastery skills into a cooldown. Imagine there was like a Starfall Coronate, but also for Blizzard, and also for Ball Lightning. And suddenly you have like, you know, some conjuration stuff, and you have like a, you know, some cooldown Blizzard, and you have some cooldown Meteor or something. I can think of scenarios. But yeah, the general gain of this aspect is like relatively low for what you have to give up. One last bad point about difficulty. What's my suggestion? Hard to say really. I mean, early game loot could be weaker. I keep suggesting vote tier 5, which, you know, I think it would be fine if there was like a vote tier 5 where you kind of like all the blasters go at some point once they're like fully decked out. That was like really hard baseline without giving like any other special rewards. It's just like more efficient. So that would be a relatively easy way out here, and it's fine that like, you know, maybe the first 10 hours of blasting to that 100 and stuff is like generally easy. You still have the Torment transition, you still have the Nightmare transition that are usually hard. So out of those 10 hours blasting to the 100, like 2-3 hours are already like, you know, kind of hard and exciting. And the rest is just kind of like, okay, get to level 100. Well, tier 5 after killing every Uber. That would be cool, yeah. Like, they could make World Tier 5 really high-end, yeah. Maybe after doing a like a tier 100 Nightmare dungeon could also be something. People are going to complain about a higher challenge with no extra rewards. No, I don't want like no extra rewards. I just don't want them to make like World Tier 5 and then give us like, you know, another tier of items that are beyond Ancestrals and stuff like that, or higher item power items or something. So it should just be more, you know, more chances for boss mats from Whispers and Helltide, and, you know, more chances for greater affix loot, for example, or something. So that would already be good enough. Yeah, we don't need like an extension of the grind, I think. The grind is already long enough. It's just that once you have a character that is actually good, World Tier 4 is just a fucking joke. Like, even like not being level 100, you know, people can already go like, you know, super high Nightmare dungeons way before level 100 these days. And do like, you know, potentially even tier 100 Nightmare dungeons before they even hit character level 100. And, you know, like the outdoor stuff is just completely trivial because you scale so hard on your builds. And now they want us to, you know, go and temper our items and masterwork stuff and find greater affixes, and our power grows like, you know, times 5 or times 10 or something at level 100. So there's like literally nothing left that can challenge you in any way in World Tier 4. There's still some people casual enough to not do tier 70 plus. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think I can World Tier 5 where there's no exclusive reward that you can only get in World Tier 5. but it's just like more efficient to do if you're good, would be the solution, yeah. So no one would really feel like they're missing out on like, you know, the uber duper items that they can get in World Tier 5 or something. So everyone can still enjoy their tier 70 night manager runs, versus other people that do like pit 200 in 2 minutes. And they get the same rewards, just the pit 200 guys in World Tier 5 are getting it way faster. Think of a plus boss damage or plus single target aspect. Yeah, bad idea, I think. Like, okay, we already adjust our builds around like tormented bosses, and you know, I generally put aspects into my builds that don't require like targets to be crowd controlled or stuff because of boss fights. Like in season 4, you need boss damage more than anything. So all these like kind of single target related aspects are already better than other aspects, for example. Like, you know, like what is an example? Like the concussive aspect we talked about. Like you do extra damage against dazed enemies. If that was actually an offensive aspect, I would probably not use it. Or controlled aspect on the sword or something. I just avoid using these. Because they don't work on bosses most of the time. And if you had like some direct like boss aspect, then you would kind of just be forced to use that boss aspect on every build, because boss damage is like the one thing that matters. And in order for that aspect to be relevant, you would have to give it a very high number. Yeah, Season 5 is not the expansion, dude. Season 4 is May. Expansion is end of the year. End of the year is half a year away from May. So that sounds suspiciously like 2 more seasons after Season 4. Well, including Season 4. So Season 4 in May, Season 5 in August, and then expansion Season 6 in November or December. They want to sell World Tier 5 expansion. Yeah, I mean, it's not unlikely they're gonna do a World Tier 5 expansion. But they're probably gonna run into the same problem again, that they're gonna do like, let's say they make like expansion, max level cap is 120. There's gonna be like some new system, post level 100 paragons. That's gonna be like the last 20 levels gives you something special. And then you have the same stuff all over again with like, you have a World Tier 5 that is like level 100 to 120. And then you level 120, this is the max level, and then you're supposed to like spend another 100 hours on your character to make it like OP. And then all of the auto stuff is becoming trivial again, and we need the World Tier 6. So like the same shit all over again, basically. As long as they don't make like an endgame difficulty, where endgame characters can go and do something, we're always gonna have the same problem. Because of how much the power scales once you're out of max level. How will the gate off base players in the expansion? I mean, the expansion is going to have new zones and stuff. People can't go there. People can't play a new class. And they're probably going to be just level cap to 100 if there's a raise in a level cap. Maybe there's going to be like a few things that they can do. Like some general game changers or something or whatever. But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, you have to get the expansion. It's just like in RS and D3 to play the game. Yeah, I have the Tree of Whisper thing. Filmic. Okay, thank you. Mr. Character stat sheet was a bit more descriptive. Alright, let's put that here actually. Character stat sheet still has tons of wrong values. Doesn't show everything required. have nothing about pit scaling. I don't think it's a bug. I guess the UI we can also mention. Maybe do like here. Proper PC UI. PC players. Smaller scale. Search everywhere. Etc. The pitch should be harder, yeah. Like, not to say harder, just like they need to scale monster life a lot harder on higher tiers. I think the monster damage is in a good spot. Oh yeah, actually, while we're here, bad. No separate inventory for sigils, elixirs, boss mats yet. So I definitely wanted to add that, especially now that they removed the aspects inventory. They could just take this and make it like a sigil inventory. Spry offline for 2 years. Where? Gem system could be improved. Yeah, maybe like long-term wish list. I mean, they reworked the gems now, but they're still kind of boring. Anyway, streams. I don't ask for more levels in the pit. Because I'm asking them to Omega increase the scaling of the pit levels post 100. Where is that actually? Tempering to pit. What I'm going to do between now and the 14th of May. Well, tomorrow we have PoE and Ori of the Blind Forest. Friday we have the free. We're gonna play the free for, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 days or so. I think on the 18th we have Torchlight and also No Rest for the Wicked. We'll see about that. 25th I go on holidays. Until, I think, 29th or 30th. And then it's default planner time. And I'm not gonna play Demon Hunter, I think this... I'm going to Istanbul. It's been like the first time we go somewhere else for like half a year actually. Yeah, I'm not gonna play Last Epoch. It's gonna be in June or something when the Cycle 2 comes. I'm gonna try to do like world first Uber bosses in Last Epoch, but I'm not gonna touch it before Cycle 2. Yeah, I think I'm kind of done here with this feedback for now. There might be like some more things that come up. And then tomorrow, or like after stream or something, I'm gonna send it in. So, share. The link, copy link. When Elden DLC prep. Yeah, there's gonna be like around a month into the season now, right? But there's no PoE 2. So previously I was kind of like worried about PoE 2 being like right before Elden Ring. But now there's no PoE 2. So we could probably do Elden Ring as well at some point. Maybe like mid of June I'm gonna start doing an Elden Ring playthrough. Alongside D4 blasting. Okay, now what about coloring and these kind of things? Can we do some like headlines here? Control-Alt-2. Why does it... First of all, why does it do the 2? And also, why is it black? Okay. Do this. What the... This Control-Alt-2 is a fucking lie, man. Okay. Like, it always adds the fucking 2 there. Ah, update heading 2 to match. Easy, okay. Probably want to rearrange a few things here as well. Oops. Elden Ring is on 29th, okay. And they released in February, next cycle should be in June. Well, if they did what they said, then they should be in May, but in May is D4, so they're definitely not going to release in May. So they're going to do it in June, I guess, before the next PoE. I guess early June is probably what you're looking for, or maybe late May for LE. So I hope like early June we can blast like LE for a little bit, then blast like Elden Ring. Thanks alright, by the way, from, what was that, Serbia? Yo. Can you put spitting rewards? Maybe I should add the pit rewards. Rewards in groups seem out of whack. Total pool of rewards should increase slightly with player count. Staying static, just split between everyone. Maybe we move this stuff around actually. We do like tempering masterworking, it's like and they made a pit. Or we just move this up. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It's kind of like important to have this further up, I think. Looking 5.5 pages, okay. Removable, enlarge, shrink, and transparency modifiable HUD display for skills and passes. Yeah, I doubt they're gonna do that. Any update on Maxwell Season 31? Most of the builds are done now. We're gonna finish everything else tomorrow. It's weird, Frozen Orbs are nerfless and Blizzard is still better. Am I sure? I mean, maybe Blizzard is pretty OP. But I don't know, Frozen Orb felt like cheating. Is Blizzard that strong? It's pretty strong. But I haven't actually seen anyone play it, so I can't really tell. They could put it on nerfless, maybe. I could maybe try to cut down some words. Can I? Burn build is better than Frozen Orb. Yeah, but that's due to a bug. And due to Infinite Flame Shield as well. Both of which will probably not make it into the patch. Yeah, I'm talking about Firebolt. Like, Firebolt has easy access to Perma Flame Shield. And on top of this, it's bugged. Sure, we can put Blizzard on nerfless as well if you want. Ice Bites can trigger the elemental weapon affix. Sinister carry over with Helltides. I think it's kind of fine that they disappear at the end. Let's say Doctrine and PTR was less than satisfactory. No, I give the PTR like a 9 out of 10. I just have a lot of opinions. All these Sorg nerfs. The class will be a pet in Season 4. Yeah, just like in Season 2 and Season 3, right? Toss all this into ChatGPT and tell ChatGPT to concise it. Is that a thing? Maybe actually. Yeah, I think I'm fine. This is fine. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, guys. Hello. I should point out the top 5 or 10 top 10 fixes for Season 4, because Blizzard will have very little time. I don't know, last time I checked, it's like a month until the season launches. And they have like 2 buildings full of developers. Second row of buffs, since everything can't fit right now, what? So asking to change the beam colors. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something like that with beam colors and like inventory stuff. Okay, I have a question for chat, so I'm gonna make a poll for this. And that is, like, we're trying to like do a bit of decision making right now for Maxwell. So, how many people will actually care about the pit? As in, you know, this is like the ultimate goal. This is where you want to progress in the end with, like, you know, the final setup of your build and all that. Because right now we have like our endgame builds on max roll, and they usually are kind of like the, you know, the baseline. You double to 100 with this, and then you have a build, and, you know, everything is easy in the game, right? But now, like, the maximum scaling of the difficult content goes way, way, way beyond T100 instance, especially if they buff the pit a bit more. And we're kind of thinking about, okay, what are we gonna do? I'm gonna be building towards, like, you know, the pit setup. I guess we will be in some way with, like, you know, this starter, early endgame, etc. Like right now, late endgame, this is something like, you know, level 100, Helltide, Whispers, kind of like speed farming stuff. Like in my case, I always combine these things into one variant, for example. And then we have like a separate variant, like the T100 push, which doesn't really exist anymore, but it used to. I guess that will, for example, become the new pit push kind of thing. But the question is, how many people actually care about having a build that is like viable to go as high as possible in the pit versus just being good in general? Because a pit push build will obviously be like, you know, way slower, way more tanky, way too tanky for other content, and, you know, way stronger than it has to be for other content and these kind of things. And also, like, for example, when we make our tier lists, we have like the end game builds tier list, which is usually like the most used tier list, I guess, by most people, which is like the general, you know, what can this build do in general? Like, you know, is it like a build that feels good in all content kind of thing? But we're definitely gonna have like a pit tier list here. The question is, will people care more about the overall performance, or will people care more about the pit performance if you make a tier list? Yeah, I mean, just changing this to pit, that is going to be obvious. Like tier 100, that's just going to be like the pit variant. Some builds don't even have that, because that's basically speed farming for some builds. Not for Distinct Blades Rogue, but, you know, for like a ball lighting build, this is the same as T100, right? But yeah, we're going to have like probably some pit stuff there. The question is also about the tier list, though. Like, are people going to care more about the pit performance when they choose a build? Or are they going to just care about the overall, okay, how good is a build in general? Because that's not necessarily the same. Like, a Blizzard build is pretty good in a pit, but Blizzard is like, you know, kind of shit in like Helltides, for example, if you compare it to like, you know, just zapping around with like a lightning wizard. Would you even care about the pit anymore after all gears mastered to your liking? Well, I mean, most people will never ever get there. I guess that's kind of the base assumption. Naturally, the endgame builds will include being good in a pit. Yeah, the thing is, the endgame tier list that we have here is like a lot on, like, based on gut feeling as well. Like, okay, we know that some builds are just ridiculously powerful. Like, there's like Hoda Barb, Double Swing Barb, whatever, right? All of the really good stuff, just kind of like one-shots everything, is naturally pretty far up there. But also, like, how fast do they go? Do they feel good? Are they easy to play? Like, we have like a lot of considerations here, like how good they are in Helltide as well. Like, anyone can do Helltide, but you know, like the good builds generally also do them fast, right? So that's kind of like the thing. Whereas Pit is obviously going to be like more just dedicated to that purpose. How high can it go in the Pit, basically, would be the main criteria, and not how difficult is it, how easy is it to build. Does it do anything else well? Like, there's gonna be builds that are only good in the Pit, but they're gonna be like D tier in speed farming or something. Should be more for the suggested tier of the Pit. We should be farming with the speed farming builds. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Like the tier that I speed farm with a build, and people that, you know, watch me speed farm with the same build are wildly different. So I'm not gonna put a suggested tier. Hey, Basa, by the way. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the minimum requirement in the Pit is extremely low. You only need to hit Pit tier 41. You know, that is not even like tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon level, and tier 100s are already going to be pretty easy. Even for the people that say, oh, there's people that never went beyond tier 70 plus Nightmare Dungeons. Like, with like the power creep and like how easy everything is becoming, like, I think most people that want to go there at least, that actually play enough to reach level 100, will definitely hit Pit tier 41 with like any crappy builds, basically. Yeah, I was also thinking about renaming endgame builds to something else, you know, general endgame would actually be like something that would fit. I actually thought about exactly that. Yeah, Pit 41 is the highest you have to farm. I mean, if you farm 41, you're not going to get much. It kind of scales up. But technically, you can masterwork all your items to a maximum with Pit tier 41. Ditch the speed farming tier list. You have to do Gauntlet tier list. Nah, we're not going to do Gauntlet tier list. I already vetoed that one. But what we will do is probably like we're gonna have like one dedicated Gauntlet build per class, probably. That's like the Gauntlet meta for that class. So Gauntlet is probably gonna disappear. If someone is speed farming, surely it's in order to push the Pit eventually. No. I mean, most people will never try to push the Pit at all to like any kind of difficulty. So yeah, pushing in terms of, okay, go higher and higher, but at some point they're gonna start feeling it's becoming harder and they will stop going high. Like, people already don't do that in the free very much, you know? You have the leaderboards in Diablo 3 that actually kind of give you some purpose of pushing high, and even there people barely do it. So I would not really expect people to actually try to bash their head against the wall at all in Diablo 4. Most people. So speed farming will be the main name of the game. That is like usually how it works, based on like what I know from Diablo 3. I guess it's similar with Nightmare Dungeons as well, right? Like, most people did never try to like do a T100 back in Season 0 or something, I guess. A boss good at tier list would be nice. Yeah, we have to see how we're gonna do that, actually. Maybe we can think about something. We could make like some kind of small tier list. Like, we have like, you know, these tier lists here that have like every single build listed. And basically half of these will probably not even have like a pinnacle boss variant, because these builds are just like too impractical for pinnacle bosses, right? Like, I don't know, Trample Slide Druid. It's a Rain of Arrows, you know. We're certainly not gonna even make a variant for bosses for Rain of Arrows Rogue. That's just not happening. But yeah, you basically take like maybe the top 1, 2, 3 builds per class, and then we make like a list out of those or something as like the boss killer builds. I forgot to write about the pools of poison on the same mouse cursor. Ah, the Scarlet's letter, I mean. Yeah, we can add that actually. Carnival is coming in expansion. Yeah, I say it's already in the game. We just haven't found it. Will the hardcore race be pit level 200? Or maybe until you kill all the level 200 bosses? Well, the plan is we're gonna run 2 separate events. One is gonna be world first, hardcore, all bosses. And the other one is just gonna be like a long-term event for like a few weeks, like a pit ladder for everyone. Should have like Helltide, speed farming, Tree of Whisper, general. Yeah, I mean the speed farming tier that we have here is usually for like, you know, the open world stuff basically. Like we have this here and this is like, you know, the Helltide and Whispers. Maybe rename this, I don't know. But speed farming I guess would probably be fine still. Yeah, we have to discuss this as well internally a bit, like what we're gonna do exactly. But the question is more like, where's the focus? Like, do people care about the pit more than the general endgame now? Because pit has like the highest ceiling of content. Like in D3, I know that by far the most commonly looked at tier list is the solo push tier list. Like people don't really push very hard most of the time, but they still care most about the solo push tier list for some reason. It's kind of funny. So I sure as hell won't do Nabinance over pit. Yeah, people will stop Diamond Dungeons pretty fast, basically. You're gonna do Diamond Dungeons until your glyphs are done, and then you just don't look back. Unless you want to farm a lot of loot. I guess at some point you're gonna have like thousands and thousands of like masterworking materials from the pit. And if you actually want to progress the most efficient way possible, you're gonna go back to farming T100 dungeons probably. You also get Distilled Fear that they can sell to people, which is a nice perk, I guess. Your Diamond Dungeons definitely give the most loot. And they also have events. Those events can also give you mats and obols and all that. Soon Saint fan here, hello. Okay, another question. So what if, like, for example here, most of our existing endgame guys, they usually work towards this setup here. This is like, you know, this here basically. Late endgame being like kind of like level 100, uniques. It's kind of like mostly a speed farming thing, like, you know, just blasting through the game. The question is, should we make the entire guide kind of like work towards the pit variant? Like with this being already like the pit variant here. Because usually it's more like the speed farming stuff that we have here. Because that's what's currently the most relevant, at least. Because like pushing doesn't exist and all that, and high-end content doesn't really matter. Like the game is gonna become significantly harder on the high end, basically. I was already discussing this, for example, with the Twisting Blades guide in particular, that goes from like Shadow Cold to Poison, for example, for high-end content. Like I'm already planning to rework the entire guide to just be Poison from the start. So people have like kind of like one continuous progression with the same build. But the question is, are we gonna just like directly start optimizing towards the pit variant and it's gonna run like your 16k armor in all content anyway to have it maxed out for the pit? These kind of things is also like something that, you know, we're kind of considering. Also, I noticed a typo that's missing a 0. Fuck. A section detailing valuable greater affixes to look out for. Yeah, we already kind of know what you're gonna do there, so we have the plan. Like, here's our step priority section, and we kind of like doing like a pretty similar setup here, but like, you know, 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5, you know, whatever for like the drop affixes. They're obviously gonna be the same kind of priority for the greater affixes because that's the same stuff, the same affixes, they're just higher. And then like kind of like a second 1 and 2 list for the tempers. And then like you're gonna have like, for example, this green is gonna disappear, but instead we're gonna have like some masterwork icon. So that's the plan here. And then some overall, okay, these stats is what you're looking for. Like, okay, 50k life, 80% crit, 200 movement speed, 16k armor. There's gonna be like some kind of list there. That's like the overall stats. So that's the plan there. You commented on missing 0 on the PTR Twisting Blades video. Oh no. So when they give us an armory system to easily swap between builds, there's no way making multiple builds for different content. Yeah, so this means that you either directly go for the pit build and nothing else, or like directly go for the boss build and just otherwise never kill the bosses, I guess. You don't imagine a lot of people caring about the pit for testing their builds. They use tormented echoes to test their builds. I don't think so, actually. I mean, it's very costly to summon the boss a single time. And most people will probably only do it if they have like some kind of like reasonable expectation of killing it. Like, you know, the amount of people I see in chat asking for a Druid carry, like just multiply that by the times 100 now. Because they're gonna summon the boss and then realize they have absolutely 0 chance. And they're gonna ask for like a tormented Uber boss carry. I mean, some people that can easily carry, people are gonna be very happy. Carry stonks going up? Yeah, for sure, man. Like, the stonks are real. Like, I definitely need to make like a big boss killer build. And just carry people in hardcore as well. The few people that play hardcore. Did someone try Victimize passive PTR? Yeah, there's like some double dipping going on. I should actually put that on the list. Victimize, double dips, various, and damage modifiers. Yeah, I also think a hardcore will generally be more popular. Maybe not in season 4 immediately, because there's a lot of like changes to the game in the pit, and people wanna like maybe try it for the first time in softcore. But maybe late season 4, people might switch to hardcore, or maybe season 5, people might go more hardcore again. And I think long term, we're probably gonna see more people on hardcore because the elixir is gone. Is it possible to make a reliable hardcore to main a boss killer build? Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna stay at tier 70. I guess I could actually raise it now to tier 100, right? With like the general power creep. Can end it here. I guess that's kind of like a very minor thing, but I could just scale it up. It's literally like just a number, I guess. Yeah, I think the general plan for our build guides would be like that we kind of like, you know, show off kind of the pit, the high-end pit, like the push variant right from the start. And that's kind of like what you're building towards. Even if it's not like necessarily the best suited for like, you know, Hell Tides or something, there will still be the variants, of course. Like, okay, you're gonna level up with like a more speedy build and gonna have like a speed farming thing here, like this. But I guess the main version of the guide would probably work towards going as high as possible in the pit or something. So that would be probably the best you can do here. Why push pits? Yeah, it's not exactly worth it, but I guess a lot of people also use it as kind of like a benchmark for how good their build is or how, you know, how strong they feel. Like, okay, man, I managed to beat a pit 100 this season with that build. Next season I'm gonna try to hit tier 100 again with like another build, even if it's not like efficient, right? Just kind of like the fun of also trying to go higher, I guess. Even if it's not like super try hard. You started hardcore in PTR to simulate a fresh start. Leveling a shred still sucks. Yeah, I wouldn't go shred the early game. Let's take a time machine, go back a week. That would be great, man. Let's just experience the PTR all over again. With all the stuff we learned. Imagine there was another week of PTR, man. Or another month of PTR. Let's go. We could keep blasting. Yeah, we're planning to do some race and some pit stuff for the season start. I definitely want to do a hardcore race for the bosses, and we want to do a pit leaderboard like AOZ. Two things this time. I mean, the hardcore thing is just gonna be like, you know, the first weekend or something. Or not even weekend, right? It starts on a fucking Tuesday, as always. So that will be like, you know, the first 2-3 days, I guess. Until all classes have cleared the bosses. In hardcore. I don't think this will be longer than that. But maybe gonna do something like a top 10 or so. Like, you know, the first 10 players per class. Or something like that. Could be cool. Is the 4 good now? Yeah, almost. Province to use random maps and mobs which will impact same builds in different runs. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a lot of RNG in the pit, and if they ever make pit kind of like, you know, if you make it unable for you to reach pit level 200, and there's always going to be like the next tier to push, then RNG starts mattering more and more, right? Like, RNG doesn't matter much when you just blast through the pit in like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, who cares? But it does matter when, you know, tier 120 is the cap that you can do with your build, but then you start pushing and to try to do like 125 or 130 with like more RNG. That's like kind of like the fate of these systems as well. So I'm not 100% sure if they should make it like completely infinite, or just very hard to do pit to 200. Like there's upsides and downsides to both systems. Will every item in the game have a drop chance in pits? Yes. The hardcore variant is what's missing in guides, specifically tailored. Yeah, the thing is that most builds don't have anything to tailor for hardcore. Like the only difference is you roll a bit more life on your gear and that's pretty much it. Or maybe you take like, you know, a few extra life nodes on your paragon and that's it. So there's not a hardcore variant really, like because there's no hardcore choices. Like a build is a build and either it works or it doesn't. Like there's not really anything I would do different. Like I didn't really build my setups differently now playing on the PTR and softcore. I just adjusted to a new meta of stack all the defense you can. And you do it on softcore as on hardcore. Because every death you take in the pit or, you know, in the boss fights or something is just like, you know, a massive loss of time. Goes for armor and the armor, etc. Yeah, how much life and like armor and so on to aim for? This is gonna be part of the stop priority section anyway. So they're already gonna do that. And if anything here, where we could say, okay, you can replace this utility temper with like a maximum life temper or a dodge temper. You can replace, you know, this attack speed roll on your glove with a life roll if you want or something. So maybe we can do something like that. But yeah. Wish we can have a core skill based leaderboards in the future, like in D3. Yeah, it's a bit more tricky to do in D4, I guess. With like, you know, build specific leaderboards, because there's many ways to cheese such a system. It would have to be something like, okay, what is like the most damaging like effect in that build, right? Because there's also procs like elemental surge or whatever, right? Arrow storms, like grenades. Like, you know, how would you display the grenade rogue as a build? You know, it's the grenade rogue, but it has like, you know, 7 different triggers of grenades, and it also uses either twisting blades or flurry or maybe even barrage. And then like, yeah, is this like a barrage build or is this a flurry build? No, it's not. It's a grenade build. So it's kind of hard to think about how such a system would even work in the first place. There would have to be like many exceptions and, you know, some kind of like min-maxing of how the system understands what build you're playing. They need to build like an AI that figures out which build it is, I guess. Grenade Rogue was lots of fun. Yeah, it was super fun. Unfortunately, it's really weak. Okay, guys, we have 45 minutes for the podcast. Let me see if we have the guys here. Okay, I wanted to write them a bit of a topic list. So what do we discuss today? Just go down here. So this was kind of like a last minute thing that we set this up, so let's just do this podcast topic list. So maybe let's like start with like intro, one in each. Then we do like overall impressions maybe. Then we can like talk about the crafting systems. Let's say 10, 15 min. 30 min. And then we can do like pit. I guess it's a big topic as well. Tormented bosses. 10, 15 min. Something like that. And then like balancing 30 min. Anything else? Probably go on what to do until May 14th. What to do until May 14th. 5 min. Crib actually plays D4. Yeah, I think he played like every season a little bit at least. Yeah, it's gonna be Rax, Crib, and Macro by boy. Yeah, I think Rax invited Crib. But I think Crib was on the PTR as well. I think he tried stuff. Helltide. Yeah, true, we can talk about Helltide as well. Maybe we can also do like a season theme guessing. Simon. Maybe we can discuss the Helltide earlier. Or maybe here. Yeah, I don't know about the minions, yeah. Crafting systems. We can do that. This itemization and crafting. It's like a big topic, I guess. So how long is this? It's like 45 on 30. That's kind of long. I guess it will kind of like mix a little bit. It's just like kind of to give like a rough guideline, I guess. Maybe pit is too long. Nightmare Dungeon Rota. Yeah, it's not much to say. Just put like a lot of dungeons there. It's like half the dungeons in the game are now in the Nightmare Dungeon Rota. It's quite a lot actually. Helltide Season 3 feels so empty now. Yeah. You want a 24-hour podcast? I'm up for that, but who can we invite? Maybe that's something with Strongholds and Iron Wolves. Yeah, we saw this like Iron Wolf stuff. But I mean, what could it be? Are we gonna get a follower? We just had a construct as a follower, so probably not. So who knows? Let's give over this holiday to Europe. Oh, where did he go? I didn't know. Norfa Podcast, login. Okay. We know how to go on a sense because it's a free Robotine in Season 4. Actually, they have not reached out to me yet about like the price from the gauntlet. Maybe neither. So I wonder when they're gonna do that. It's been like 1.5 weeks now or something, right? 2 weeks? No, it was... Actually, it ended like when the PTR started, right? I think this was the week when it ended for like the second round of the prizes for the gauntlet. We should definitely get to know on a podcast, but I don't think he likes doing that very much. Didn't it up in PTR? Is dopamine not most efficient? No. Dopamine apparently was like stealth nerfed. Suspect the companion in Season 3 was merely test AI mechanics and the mercenary system. Oh no. Oh no. They have a build for beginners. Oh, you have many of them. Yeah, enjoy. Okay, what else do we do? We have like half an hour until we start, so I guess we're just gonna chill a bit. Any other last points I need to add to our list, guys? Expected feature for Season 5. Yeah, I think my most expected feature in Season 5 is this. So, expansion wishlist. I don't really have much for the expansion, to be honest, right now. Because we don't know what else will happen in Season 5, and they also have not really given us any preview of the expansion. So I'd rather wait until we actually see something for the expansion to say, okay, like this is fine and we don't need more of this or something. Yeah, maybe something cool would be like if they give us like, you know, some new PvP zone with different rules. I mean, I know PvP is kind of like a small thing, but maybe like a new system or so would be like a nice thing to add in an expansion. I'd also really like to see some kind of like roguelite mode, some mega dungeon like Torghast, where you kind of like, you know, get power-ups as you go, or sort of like a random mix. That makes like every run its own special thing. That would be kind of cool. I would love something like that. Something like that could definitely have a leaderboard as well, I guess. Put Hades in D4, basically. Yeah. Just gonna put it in Season 5 wishlist, fuck it. That's how you spell it, right? Torghast. Six-party raid with many bosses and mechanics to solve. Yeah, it would basically just be Lost Ark. And it doesn't really work much in D4, I guess. I had comment about clone builds. Yeah, I mentioned clones. What did the Iron Wolves do lore-wise? They were in Diablo 2. They were the protectors of... Wait, which city was that? Not Cardium. They're like in the sand area. And you could also get them as a mercenary. And they're also in Kyrgyzstan. They have like an outpost in Kyrgyzstan in D4. Please also Sorc-like, Barb-like, Necro-like, and Druid-like. Tormented world boss once a week. Yeah, it would actually be kind of cool if like sometimes the world boss is replaced with like a tormented version. There's like a big fat icon as well, you know, like, oh man, log in. Why not? Maybe not once per week, but tormented world bosses, for sure. It could even be like somewhere like in between, right? Like the other timers, like, you know, every 3.5 hours you have like an old world boss, and then like, you know, randomly here and there there's just like a tormented world boss also spawning in between. A roaming world boss, that would be even more badass. He just walks around, one taps people like the... Wait. This is the last thing you hear. Roaming world boss, let's go. Did Son of Malphas exist? Nah, there's no vault, there's no Son of Malphas. Ah, the Iron Wolves are from Curas, this is also as you can hire. Ah, yeah. What are the guys in Act 2 then? I thought those were the guys. I should let people duel their friends. That'd be cool. That's actually something I suggested them like way back already. Like, you know, just a duel area. 1v1. Like towards the Royal Guard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's add visual clarity here. Visual clarity in general. Big hit with insane attack speeds. Double cast. Minions. Rocks, etc. They put more stash tabs and loot filter for the rules. Nah, I'm not even gonna put that on the list. Expand skill tree, more passes, new skills. Yeah, I've heard in like around 2 seasons from now there's gonna be a big update to the game that might be suitable to bring new skills and passives and expand the skill tree. Yeah, let's see if we're gonna add anything later here after the podcast. We're starting in half an hour, so. Gonna receive a max hoodie next week. Oh, enjoy. They're really nice, I like them. I mean, here it's getting too warm for hoodies. But I really enjoyed wearing them sometimes in the winter. They're really cool. I wish it wasn't just one new class. I wish it was one brand new and 2 returning. I mean, like a returning class is still the same work as a brand new class, no? Like just a class in general is like a ridiculous amount of work, right? It takes like years to develop. I'm not sure what people expect sometimes. They're like, oh, I want a new class next season, please. And I'm like, yeah, okay. just make a new class, guys. You know? I mean, it would be cool to have many classes, but I guess realistically, you're probably gonna get like one class per expansion or something. Maybe in some expansions at some point we won't even get a new class. But I could imagine we're gonna end up with something like 8 classes at some point. I think 8 classes would be kind of the maximum that we should expect. A whole new class will have to be updated each season. Yeah, exactly. It's not just making a new class, it's also that every time you add a new class, you're gonna add a lot more work to every single patch from that point forward for all eternity. "12 classes. Yeah, okay. Some games pump out 1 to 3 classes a year. Yeah, okay, but those games are not anywhere as close in size as like Diablo 4, I guess, right? Like, a new class, look at what it means. It needs new animations, all new skills. You have to code all that shit. You have to do like upgrades for those skills. You have to do like 100 legendaries for that class. You have to make like 50 uniques for that class. You have to give them voice acting, lore. They need to have like references somewhere in the world, cutscenes. And then, that's just how you start, And then every single patch, you have to give them also extra items, extra balancing, extra everything. It's not just, okay, make a new class, guys. Don't forget the skins in the shop. Yeah, there's also to make those. But I mean, that's not a huge concern, I guess. They can just kind of build them up over time. And maybe when there's a new class, they can also like start making some more skins for that new class compared to the other classes for a while or something. But yeah. Yeah, Javason. Like a Javason is just a build. It's not even a class. So they can easily make something that feels like a Javason on like the Rogue or whatever. It'd be nice to have more uniques which have restrictions but give massive amounts of bonuses. Yeah, this is like kind of dangerous thing though. Because usually the way these kind of like, huge bonuses with a huge downside items work is that they're kind of pointless. As long as you have to suffer the downside. And then usually you have to try to find a way around the downside so you don't suffer the downside, and then it's a good item. That's usually how it works. And this makes balancing extremely hard, I guess. Because you can easily get to a situation where, I don't know, let's say there is like an item, you take 300% extra damage, but you deal 300% extra damage, just hypothetically. Like, you would just only play that item if you never suffer the downside. Which means you play like a perma flame shield build and suddenly you're OP as fuck. Or something like that. So, I mean, it's like kind of like one of the most simple mechanics I could think of. But kind of the point is, I like those items as well, but they're usually way too game breaking. Thanks, Crisis for the Prime, by the way. Appreciate that. Didn't a class get leaked? Spiritborn? Yeah, this is probably just like internal name or something. Sounds like a Necro Druid hybrid. Spiritborn. I think it's going to be like closer to Witch Doctor from the frame, but we'll see, I guess. They announced the Spiritborn as that? Okay, maybe that's called Spiritborn then. Yeah, especially with us going to like the jungle and stuff, I think Witch Doctor will make a lot of sense. Or like a Witch Doctor related class. The fun stuff is supposed to be in finding OP builds and playing them. To go is to bust nerf stuff that is OP and fun. We are back to the old default of all nerfing and pissing people off. I don't think it's a problem that there's OP stuff in the game. But I think there is a problem if like you don't even play the game and it just plays it for you. You know? Like you can literally just make like a Necro, like a minion build now. And kind of just like literally auto-run simulator for the entire game. Including the tormented bosses, almost. And I didn't even put the minions here on the nerf list. But I guess we'll see how it plays out. But if the game doesn't even give you like a reason to try, to think about anything, to like for your choices to matter, because you're just completely ridiculously OP by default, then we have a problem. So that's why there's a nerf list. I wanna play the free, yeah. Each of minions is a lack of interaction with them. And they did a much better job at this now. You can actually play like non-minion builds with minions now, basically, and have them as a support thing in your setup. And they give you like perks and resources and corpses and whatever. And your minions shoot your bone spears and they buff your sever and they can pull stuff with your golem. So those are cool stuff now, I think, with the minions. They did a pretty good job there. Not OP, just usable. Yeah, I think it will be quite doable with the current scaling to just like make a tier to 100 pit build and just like not press any button and succeed with minions. I think that's very doable. All you have to do is walk and dodge. Like Caldwell, like for example, like Elemental Surge is something that I think is a massive problem right now. Elemental Surge was this proc that just gives you like a hit chance to deal some random elemental damage. You can put it on weapons with tempering. And as soon as I did that, because I felt like I had no other thing to put there, it kind of completely invalidated my build. I was playing a pretty powerful build. That was one of the best builds on Rogue for Poison to Missing Blades, which is, you know, quite capable of speed farming pit 200. And I put Elemental Surge on my build, and then my Puncture, with zero investment, with nothing else, just started two-shotting elites in the pit, because it procced Elemental Surge. And then you can say, oh yeah, it's nice and fun to do overpowered stuff, but ultimately it just kind of like broke my build, in the way that it didn't matter what I did with my build, Elemental Surge was just one-shotting everything. And I couldn't even try to make my build, like, you know, a build anymore because Elemental Surge is so overtuned. All I have to do is left click enemies now. So that's not like fun. That's just like game breaking OP and needs to be changed. Or else there's no point in trying to do anything. We have a Nexus store for LA. Yes, exclamation mark Nexus. Did anyone try charge in the PTR or charge Barb's dead? I didn't try it, but just like looking at the numbers, charge is still very much a thing. Like perma charging around is still gonna be one of the best builds you can do in the game. But it's gonna be like more late game because you need some things to get it online. Also, boss damage matters a lot more, so if you're talking about the pit, then you definitely have to include some single target damage, like a Hoda to bonk. Can you ask Blizzard for streamer PTR? Watching a Word document is less interesting. Yeah, it's just, we're kind of done making this document, and I'm just adding like a few points here and there while we talk. And in 15 minutes we start a podcast, so I'm just chilling now. How much of the feedback they receive will be considered? I mean, I have a full month, and probably half of it is already being worked on. So I would say quite a lot is most likely gonna be in the patch. Because a lot of the stuff is just kind of like, okay, I nerfed the obviously broken shit, fix the obviously obnoxious quality of life stuff, fix the visual clutter that, you know, we don't want to deal with, and some other things like that. And then, okay, we have like a buff and a nerf list that's mostly just numbers or like some other tweaks. And yeah, I mean, I don't think that most of these things that I'm requesting here are necessarily like insanely large changes. It's just like, you know, distribute it and then have people work on it, and yeah. I'm just mostly trying to point out things that I think would improve the game or that should be changed or that are just like omega annoying. Why is the time CST? That's just like what Rex asked me. So I put CST. We said 4 PM CST. Fixing bugs dangerous is probably more complicated than most people usually imagine. Yeah, I mean, that's also true. Like, you know, it's easy to underestimate the amount of work you have to do for these kind of projects. But I guess, you know, stuff like, okay, you know, this aspect should be a utility aspect, or this aspect should be an offensive aspect instead of utility aspect or something. Or, you know, this aspect does too much damage. Like, you know, all these things are like very minor tweaks. Just like, you know, you probably change like something in the database, you change a number, you change like the category. And these things should be easy, right? Or I don't know, like, you know, the AoE size of this pit boss is too high, or the slow is too high. There's probably just some value in some line somewhere, and that's it. But then there's something like, for example, here in the pit, I talked about the tornadoes. The tornadoes are definitely overtuned as fuck. And I don't know how they would tune them down with just numbers, but I'm actually suggesting for like a behavior change here. So that could be like, you know, harder to implement because they have to like, you know, find like an algorithm for the movement or whatever. But yeah, I mean, Who just launched tornadoes? Looks like it's rolling bowling balls. You mean a cast animation? I think the cast animations are fine, actually. Yeah, Maxwell is mostly updated already for Season 31. We're just gonna finish the last things tomorrow. Yeah, we didn't have much time because Nova and me were like 2/3 of the entire D3 team. And we were just mega blasting PTR. Because that had more priority now. I reckon we're getting an armory to change builds, yes. You're not gonna make predictions for Season 4 builds. Because of the charge build. I mean, it's not that hard to play around the traps in the vault with charge anyway. You just need to make sure they don't charge through the traps or something, but I mean, that became a kind of non-issue anyway because they made the traps irrelevant. I said yes, we will at some point, Baxon, but not yet. Okay. Man, Tormented Vault bosses would be really cool. Like this whole like stack system where, you know, maybe you can get hit by one or two things. And that's pretty much it. That'll be pretty badass. Need to make these things. And then you have like, you know, like a small chance to find Uber from those or so. That'll be a kind of cool reward as well. Why do our heroes not have their own storage and have one shared stash? I mean, having some shared stash is definitely useful. Having everything shared, yeah, probably doesn't make too much sense, but I guess Diablo 4 was also not expected to work the way it does now, so if you make like a single character, maybe two, in a season, then it's kind of like okay. Like in a world where you play like 1 or 2 characters for like 100 or 200 hours, and you don't change your builds almost at all, like the amount of storage we have is actually relatively reasonable, but you don't live in that world, so. Charge has been triple nerfed. Yeah, it's still looking very good though. The nerfs are actually not that crazy. The cooldown you can overcome. The damage was actually not really a nerf. It's mostly gonna be stronger anyway. And you actually get more skill points on gear now, not less. So. Yeah, okay, maybe including the amulet. Amulets used to have skill category ranks, and now they're gone, I think. So there used to be like +3 ranks to a skill category on amulet, and then +4 upgraded skill ranks on the pants, for example. But now you can actually get like a greater affix roll that can give you 10 or 11 charge ranks if you are masterwork it, so you kind of get there again, or even higher. Hey, Darkseid. Why can't being a world tier 5? Good question. I'll keep bugging them. What if during the day of Helltides, the server had a kill meter, kinda you get to some level of kills, then a tormented world boss spawns. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it would make too much sense to make it like it only spawns, you know, at this one time, and you have to be there at that time, and that's it. I think a lot of people would not like something like that. Yeah, imagine Ashawa just like roaming the Helltide. Like level 200, well. 200 Ashawa comes out. Let's go. Just sell stash tabs? Yeah, I'm doubtful they're gonna sell stash tabs. Who here died to Fel Reverse when they released BC Classic? Yeah, it's something like a Fairy would be really cool, man, in like a Helltide. I guess that's kind of the idea of, you know, something like the Butcher or something like Kicksarf. Actually, while we add it. Do you have Helltide? No, let's put it in the bad list. Kicksarf is annoying and too harmless. You have to see higher damage, but nowadays. This guy. Like they made like the Blood Maiden, and Blood Maiden is actually like a really tough fight and does a lot of damage and all that. And kicks off is just a fucking joke. So it'd be nice if they like tweak that a little bit. What a legendary or unique that changes traps into grenade skills abilities, be a good buff to grenade rogue. Change traps into grenade skills. So they can scale off the grenade legendaries, you mean, and do more damage? Yeah, traps generally don't really do much damage. And I honestly rather would have to make like a real trap rogue viable than just like some kind of like weird combo between traps and... Like, the grenades build is already mostly a trap build, but I would actually like to see like a real trap build, you know, based around the infiltrator aspect and the stealth stuff and so on, where you could maybe even make some viable poison trap deal damage and stuff. Like you can already, for example, like reduce the cooldown a lot, you can like increase the size a lot, but you can't really scale them to high enough damage to be really useful. So there's something missing there, and definitely an opportunity for the future. Do you know if Ancestors Favor affects being in PTR was a bug or intentional? What is the Ancestors Favor again? Okay, let's see where the boys are. Rux is here. Let's see what Crib and Macro say. Macro is streaming actually. Okay, I guess I'm gonna start, guys. When's hot tub? In 3 minutes. Hot tub with the boys. So... Yo, Rob, what's up? What is that? Exclamation mark 200. Built by traps to trap stuff. Crazy talk. Extra lunar shrines and more glyph XP. More glyph XP is actually an affix that can roll on sigils now. That's actually just a baseline thing that I can get. Yeah, well, hello Rob. What's up? What is that? 200. It blast 200 on Rogue. No, I didn't go to 200. I was like focused on like testing different builds and stuff. I mean, the difference between like, 100 and 200 is like very minimal anyway, it seems. So I didn't do that. Okay, we're calling the boys, guys. Let's go. Wait.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Rax.
What's up?
Well, are you ready?
Hey guys.
Okay, Macro's here. Hello. Are you ready?
Yo.
Okay, cam is on.
Okay.
Pop
I'll
out.
have to do like a setup thingy for the camera in a minute here. I'm mid turn.
Okay, so while he's doing that, I have a very important question. There was a heated debate earlier.
Uh-oh.
Okay, what is your guys', and I need like a detailed answer here. What is your guys' opinion of ketchup?
Ketchup?
Yeah.
Ketchup? Like the condiment?
Yeah.
It's salty sugar water and you shouldn't eat it. Mustard is strictly better.
I say hell no, I'm a mayonnaise type of guy.
Mayonnaise?
Oh yeah.
Woody, no.
Dude, mayo's just like fat and egg.
It's just egg and vinegar.
Okay. This has not gone how I planned it to go. Dude, I like ketchup, man. Come on, Crip, help me out here.
What am I helping with?
Do you like ketchup?
Yes, I like ketchup.
Thank you. Easy.
Just like trick question or something.
No, half of my chat was outraged that I was talking about ketchup being a good condiment. Like, what is wrong with you guys?
Well, here's the thing. Ketchup is delicious. The problem being that its largest ingredient is high fructose corn syrup, followed by salt and then tomato.
Yeah, but macro, everything kills you. You got to die from something, right? I'm only talking about, is ketchup delicious? That's the only part of the question here that had. I mean, Woody's rooting for mayonnaise. That'll kill you 10 times faster.
I mean, what's the problem with mayonnaise, dude?
Oh, mayo is trash tier. Like mayonnaise is such an absolute.
As tasty as
terrible.
it is, there's a lot of not great stuff in there.
Not great stuff.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, how's it going, guys? Did you have a wonderful day?
Yeah, easy game.
My day's just getting started. It's been all right.
Everything's good here. It's like sunny. It's like 70 degrees. Good.
Nice.
Having heated discussions about whether or not the amount of time it takes to temper and masterwork an item for the past 5 hours is okay. That's been mostly what we were talking about.
I mean, you gotta kill time somehow.
Yeah, you gotta click that button, dude. You know, I'm gonna die someday. Might as well be while getting a perfect roll.
Higher game time equals more time to go to the shop, right? Which is the ultimate goal.
What?
These are the conspiracy theories that I hear is Blizzard's only goal is to increase game time so shop time goes up.
Okay. I guess.
Okay, I need to turn
I mean,
Crip
it
up.
sounds weird, but I mean, they probably have like some guy whose job it is to figure out how to squeeze a few more dollars out.
Oop. How do I? There we go.
All right, are you guys set up?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that Crip is very low.
Yeah, I'm getting crip low too.
I might be a bit low, but can't you like max out my slider?
I did, boss. You're
Okay, I'm
200
going max
from me.
slider.
Okay.
Okay, I put him at 200.
Let me see. My input volume's at 100, so that's what it is.
I have both of my knobs for crypt that I can turn at
I
100.
will
so.
move the microphone 1 millimeter closer to my mouth.
Beautiful.
That's a good idea. Yes, let's go. All right. Well, you guys saw the topic list that I made earlier. So I just basically, we were talking a lot about the season 4 stuff. I just kind of like made like a rough outline here. But yeah, if everyone is set up, then I guess we jump in.
Okay.
I'm not quite set up. Just 1 second here. I'm gonna add your cameras in.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
super lazy. I just full screen Discord and then put.
That's
full screen
exactly
on
what I
OBS.
did, Macro. Exactly.
I looked over at Rax and I saw he had the exact same setup and went, "It's all right, boys. the production value is there."
Yeah, okay.
Dat Mods is listening, guys, by the way, so everyone be on your best
You have to
behavior.
be on your best behavior. Hey, Dat.
Yeah.
How you doing, boss?
Okay. That should be fine. Okay.
Topic
Alright,
list,
I got you
nerf,
guys
Barb, buff, flurry. Let's go. Okay, you ready, Crip?
Okay, I am ready, yes.
All right.
Oh
Well done.
no, my BG is like slow-mo. What the hell? Dude, the Discord window trips up Battlegrounds? Look at this thing.
Do you
Look at
have
this
one of
crap.
those
It's
things
like 30
where
FPS.
it's like in the background it limits the frame rate or something?
Background FPS limit, yeah.
It's not that. Look at this
Wow.
crap.
Crip is always blasting
guess-
while we're in the podcast, man, every single time.
Guess I
No,
ain't
I was
playing
right.
this game then.
Grind keeps going.
I'm gonna open up Heroes
Okay.
of Might and Magic 3, boys. That's what we're doing.
God, I love that game.
It's so good, dude. I've been playing it
yeah.
a lot on stream. It's so
That
good.
game is goated.
Alright.
All right. In any case, let's begin. So, welcome to the podcast, everyone. This was kind of like a spontaneous thing that we set up here, post-PTR. So, we have Barbarian, Macro Boy, Rexandrex, and me hosting it. We have a topic list here that I was going to go through real quick. So, we're going to start with some quick intro for everyone. Then we're going to talk about the overall impressions about the season 4 PTR. I guess it's like, you know, what it's going to be just like the general topic here, but just give like a quick, you know, what we think about it. Then we want to talk in detail about itemization and crafting, and then the changes individually to Helltide, the pit, the new systems, the new bosses. Then maybe a bigger topic for balancing and the philosophies, maybe. And then we're gonna close out with season theme guessing and what to do until May 14th. So that's kind of like the the plan for the night.
Figured out.
Yeah, Heroes of Might and Magic, baby. I just said
Yeah, probably not much D4 for anyone, but yeah. we don't have to like 100% stick to this. It's just wanted to like kind of go through it for the audience now that kind of just came in. And yeah, let's begin. So let's have a quick intro. Let's just introduce you guys, yourselves, guys. Let's start with Crip and then Macro and Rex.
Okay, so I'm Crip. I play games. One of those games happens to be Diablo 4. For better or worse, I'm still playing it because I like making characters and stuff. And the new PTR changes, itemization stuff seems like a good thing. So we're here talking about it. Hello.
Hi, I'm Macro. I play the Necromancer in Heroes of Might and Magic 3. That's really all that I do. The amount of hours that I have in a single class here is only trumped by the number of hours I had in the Warlock in World of Warcraft. So, like, I'm fine there. But yeah, that's about it.
Rax, play games, wear a blue hoodie, that's it.
Okay, and
Oh
then
yeah, don't you have another one?
there
I have a few blue hoodies.
Perfect.
I
There we go.
realized you almost always wear a blue hoodie, but I didn't realize that's like
that's like a Rax
you
thing.
like open your closet and it's like 10 blue hoodies.
That's pretty much it, man. Yeah. I wore a blue hoodie every day for 5 straight years.
Some people think it's only one hoodie. It's the same hoodie. But that's not true, hopefully.
Got
For
a few.
everyone.
Got a few.
Okay. And a black one, I heard. Okay. Yeah, and me, I'm wudijo. I'm hosting the podcast. I also play a lot of Diablo and, well, other RPGs. So that's mostly what I do. I love Rogue. All right, let's jump in. So let's talk about what do you think about Season 4 and the PTR? So I guess like most people have been blasting it a lot. Like I know Macro was there every day, Rex was there every day, I was there. I'm not sure how much Crip has done. I know you were blasting it,
I
but
did what I felt was a sufficient amount to not like ruin the experience of actually playing it in a meaningful manner next season.
okay,
So basically, I
perfect.
played for like a day and a half.
Yeah, that's still a good amount. So I guess he saw all of the main changes.
I got one piece almost masterworked up to just kind of see how the thing flicks through, basically.
All right. Yeah. So I mean, just shoot it. Like, what do you have to say about the PTR?
So obviously overall it's pretty good. Generally, you know, 3+ seasons in, we've kind of learned to manage our expectations from Diablo patches. So with this like mild enthusiasm, I think they did a fantastic job in the PTR. Most of the changes kind of follow a pretty good direction. They're still like a little rough around the edges. Like I figured if they're gonna do like an itemization rework, they would like actually do a bit more. Like they kind of just took out stats they didn't like rather than coming in with stats that are actually cool or new. Like a shield still doesn't have shield stats somehow. Like there's still no block. I don't know, it's kind of weird to me. But overall, I think the biggest thing was that they kind of streamlined defenses. So it's not going to be like this mess where they can't make bosses that do meaningful amounts of damage. Now they did that by basically deleting all the defensive stats, but I think that will have the biggest effect in the game moving forward, and I think that needed to be done like a year ago, but I'll take it. In terms of like the tinkering with items and stuff, it's all right. There's like some cool stats in there. I mean, I also am leaning towards Necro, so I got that as a pretty big part of the PTR experience on the plus side, but I guess we'll probably leave that to a subtopic.
Yeah, we can talk about the balancing in more detail, but if you want to mention anything in particular, like a build or something that, you know, suddenly came online on the PTR, then sure, do that.
So I was actually playing like a golem-centric necromancer for several leagues now, and it's been like pretty good. Like it was quite good in season 3. The main reason it wasn't like a very good build is because the Reapers weren't summoning corpses. It got like fixed like 20 patches in to season, like got fixed like a month ago basically. So that was pretty not cool. Because if you're playing a minion necro, that's basically the only way you're realistically getting them. And I also did not really appreciate how they said it. It's like fixed a bug where instead of using the 15% rate, it was using 15% of their lucky hit chance. And I'm like, my brain is like melting away because I know that minions don't have lucky hit. Basically, that's a fancy way of saying that it didn't work at all. That's what that means. But no, they had to like do it that way. So like the noobtard basically reading the patch notes is like, oh yeah, just Blizzard fixing bugs here. I don't know.
I would love to hear Macro's thoughts on this as well.
And it's so rough because Crip has been playing this build for a long time now, and we'll basically come across the same bugs right around the same time, and we'll both just like start screaming it into the void. But like sitting there and trying to figure it out, I'm like, I don't know what you guys did. It's working at like 10% of its expected output. You get like one corpse every 2 minutes of gameplay. And they're like, oh, we just added lucky hit chance only to the Reapers, and then it was based off that. And I'm like, that's not how this game works. What do you mean that's what you did? We're running into a lot of that in the PTR too. There's like insane lucky hit chance issues going on right now. But that's the point of the PTR. Like that's kind of why I hope they give this like every single season, honestly. I would put a full week into the PTR 3 months in every single time if they would let me.
Yeah, but the minion thing has got a pretty good rework. I think there's still quite a bit to test because like I know Macro was running into like minion survivability issues, but he wasn't really spec'd that much into minion survivability. But again, it's kind of something I don't really want to solve in the PTR. The minion survivability is like better, kind of, but it was bad before. But also we don't have like the season 4 mechanic, and all the seasonal mechanics have some choice between offense and defense, and it's going to be more meaningful this time because again we kind of just lost all defenses on gear, which is great actually. So yeah, I think that's still something to be figured out, but I'm expecting the minion build to be pretty competitive for damage, pretty competitive for clear speed, and the rest. I'm holding reservations for how it ties into the seasonal mechanic, basically. But it's pretty exciting to just play minions and see them be really good. Like they're really good.
They're I would argue they are too good once you fully spec into them. It's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the boss at the end of the what is it called? The pit. It's just kind of like a white mob. Just walk over it, and then the minions hit it, and then it's dead. Right, so that's.
It
that's
did seem kind of crazy to me as well. I didn't know much about minions. I just put something together, and it already feels kind of crazy. But yeah, I guess we'll see how it will actually play out.
Yeah, so for me, I look at it on kind of like a basic level. And one thing for me that was surprising, and again, maybe this is setting the bar very low, but the PTR just worked. I logged in. It didn't crash. I boosted to 100 and I could test things. Like that for me was already a win. That might be setting the bar low, but I was happy that every single day there weren't hours and hours of downtime and these huge disconnects. So I played Minion Necro for 3 straight days, testing a bunch of things as well. I wasn't doing like end game stuff like Crip and Macro were doing. And then it was very funny. On the very last day, Woody asked me to go into Nightmare Dungeons and go into the pit and kill a single elite. Okay, no problem. To crunch some numbers, I summoned my golem. I have my golem there, and I have 1 skeleton. And I was walking around in the Nightmare Dungeon just trying to get 1 kill. And that's when I realized, and I sent Adam Jackson a little paragraph, and I said, listen, there's no doubt about it that minion necros are dominating here, right? They're just dominating. But I would take a massive, massive damage reduction if you would just make them work. And then I tried Companion Druid, and it was the same problem. The wolves were so dumb. It takes them so long to actually engage, and they're so confused. Like Crip said, if you're fighting one monster, like a boss, and you curse them, and that directs your minions to attack them, okay, then it deletes them instantly. But I found the baseline AI of minions, even though they have improved them, to be still completely unacceptable for the game. And then the other thing, go ahead.
Can I ask what golem you used on your minion necro?
I was trying to simulate hardcore, so I was using the one with 30%. There's one with 30% damage
Blood
reduction,
golem,
right?
Yeah, so that's the problem, because the bone golem has unstoppable for the entire duration of its cooldown, which you can spam, and none of the other minions do. So all the other minions are going to play like shit when there's any CC, but the bone golem won't. Bone golem will be fine.
And does the unsolvable apply to all the skellies too?
No,
your other minions are hopeless, but the golem answers.
Okay.
There's there's so much, and I won't take up all of our time. But the thing that Rax is talking about is something that I like. Obviously, everybody was asking me hey, make a minion build, make a minion build. I was like, okay, I'll do it. And I make the build. I'm like, wow, this is doing really well. I can put Golem Mastery on all of my gear, and I can masterwork it. So I have rank 20 Golem Mastery, and my thing hits for 6 billion damage. It's insane. And the rest of the skeletons can't figure out how to walk around a door frame, or if there's a barrel in the way, they don't know what to do. Or God forbid I go around a corner in aggro range, they're all just like, what's up, boss? Should we hide here? I'm like, no, why don't you go fight them? They're like, no, we're all just going to stand here weird because we can't figure out how to path to the monster. It's bananas wild how ineffective their AI is at doing anything. And then when the golem gains unstoppable, your other minions don't. So he runs up, but it's like Thor's hammer coming in that one scene where you click the button, you wait 5 seconds for it to fly over. And then all your other skeletons are feared or stuck in a circle, dead or frozen. And they're all just like, don't worry, Gus, we'll be there in a half second. Yeah, it's they're wildly, wildly powerful, and their AI is so trash that it's going to be really hard to set expectations for the power output versus just getting them to go fight stuff in a Helltide. It's very uncomfortable to play the build for me. But
So
they're unkillable
sorry.
and they do 1 million damage. Yeah, sorry, just to finish it
Yeah,
off
let's
there.
just go with what Rex says.
Yeah, so another problem that I had, so I tested all the nightmare dungeons because they said that they fixed the dungeons and they fixed the events. And I said, okay, everyone's just going to boost to 100. No one's going to actually level up to 70 and test all these. So I guess I'll just do that. I did it with Minion Necro. I got to some of the nightmare dungeons where, they have the breakable gates to go to the next area. And I ran into a moment where I was like, wait a minute, I don't have auto attack on my bar and wasn't running with a curse. How do I tell my minions to break this thing so I can walk forward? I blood misted by it, and then that made them attack the gate. I'm like, Blizzard, I can't even walk through the damn gate. I don't know. I think, again, going back to it, it's more of a baseline for me. I don't really care if Minion Necro is S tier or garbage tier. Like, the thing that I care about is the AI is so bad. Like, that's what I would have fixed first. And that's like the part that I hope gets fixed in the future. The one other thing I wanted to touch on that Barbarian talked about, which I noticed in the end game, they removed all the core defensive stats. So the first thing that I did was I made a Frozen Orb Sorcerer. So I got up to about pit level 80. I'm armor capped. What is it? 16,400 for an eye level 199 monster. So I'm armor capped. I have a life roll on every single piece. I have all the best or all the reasonable defensive aspects. And, I'm resistance capped. I'm over resist capped because I got my incenses and my elixirs. And I go into pit level 80 and I can be one-shotted. And so so then at that point, when it gets to that point, I'm wondering, Blizzard, what would you like me to do? And then my chat is spamming, Rex, there's this build from this guy in China that has permanent flame shield. Just do that. Or no, you got to do this thing. I stacked 90% dodge on my sorcerer by doing this crazy thing. It's like, bro, that's what defenses have come to. So I agree with Crip that the defenses hardly ever mattered in the game and they needed to rework, and I'm happy for it. But when I got to the end game on kind of a squishy class of a sorcerer, I was just sitting there wondering, Blizzard, what would you like me to do? What input do I need to give to not get one-shotted in pit level 80? And other than doing the ridiculous suggestions from chat, I didn't actually find a good solution by the end of it.
It's kind of funny actually, because when I played the Sorg, I felt like I was just cheating, because it was one of the last things that I was playing during the PTR. On the last day, I made a Frozen Orb Sorg, and it was basically by far the easiest that I have played. So I was like,
So you didn't get one-shotted?
I mean, you can get one-shotted by, for example, the bosses or so, if there's the Lilith wave crashing down and you don't have your barrier up or so. But I don't even think that is a fundamental problem with Sorg defenses or the lack of defenses in general. You can definitely build a character very tanky, and it's just you have to get into the right philosophy now with creating a build if you want to push the pit. It's just how it is, because otherwise, I guess if they add a lot more defense again, we would get back to the same point where everyone just becomes immortal no matter what, and you just face tank all of the boss attacks, because they're not actually that frequent. So I think it's just how we approach build making in general that we kind of have to adjust a bit. And once I did that, early on in the PTR, I was also getting one-tapped on my rogue all the time. And then a few days later, I adjusted various things in just the overall build making process, and it was improving a lot. And this was also, without Uber uniques and all that stuff, right? You're gonna get a lot more powerful in the real game if you want to. So
Shaco's ridiculous now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of the usable uniques in the game. It's pretty cool. It was always the best, and now it's at least one of the usable ones.
I'd say it was not the best for summon Necro builds, because the skills didn't do anything.
Yeah.
But now it is.
I think there's a really good point though. So between Rax and Woody, I kind of had a middle of the road experience, which basically half the builds that I tried, I was like, okay, cool. I'm in pit 100. This is fine. Yeah, I might get one shot if I'm in too many boss effects, but that's whatever. And then I go onto a build that took slightly more time to get its CC up, or slightly more time to output its damage, or has a slightly clunkier base engine to how it works. Sever Necromancer is a great example. It takes a long time to ramp up all of its damage. Then it was impossible for me to survive. And I think in the changes that they've made, what we're experiencing now is it's not that you build to an intuitive amount of survivability. You have to go above and beyond to get to a base level of survivability. And the issue is that's so not antithetical, but it's very different than what it was before. And every time I thought I was building a competent build, I would have to take out like 2 or 3 multipliers and add on a DR stat in my glyphs or something, and then it became functional. And my only issue with that is that not every build has to do that, and there's not like a reciprocative like amount of power that you gain or speed from it. There are just some builds that will suck more because of it, and there are some builds that are going to be okay with it. And that's where there's like a balance issue, which will be addressed. But that was the experience I was having. It just either could or couldn't live.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like, especially like, how you apply crowd controls and like when you engage a pack in the pit, like, you go through the pit and you walk in, like immediately, like as a rogue, you just throw the smoke grenade. The entire pack is CC'd if you hit it right, or something like that. And that is actually like a really important part of like how you can survive, like at least pit T100, for example. I felt like outside of pit T100, like surviving in the game was like okay, like, open world, hell tides. Yeah, there is like some dangerous stuff, but it's like kind of like fair enough. And I think also pit T100 is like, it's literally the hardest content in the game, right? In terms of like monster scaling or monster difficulty. So I think it's fine that this is like hard to survive. Or like pit 80 is like pretty close already, right? And we have to try to get good gear and try to survive it with like, better play and like better optimization. And yeah, as I mentioned, it's just like also like a bit of a philosophy shift, because current season 3, like you go all in on mobility and damage and no one cares about defense. And, in Season 4, it's going to be the opposite. You're going to go all in on defense, and then you check how much do you actually need to actually play the game, I guess.
Yeah, and I think, go ahead, Crip, go ahead.
I think it's a bit interesting. I kind of want, like, you just kind of kept talking, but I wanted to go over, like, Sorc a little bit. See, Sorc, it's got, like, the class is set up for you to get Glass Cannon, but Glass Cannon opportunity cost is way higher now that he takes so much more damage that you can't really overcome anymore.
Out of it, yeah. I spec'd out of it.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting. I kind of like the defensive changes. It does feel like they made the whole armor changes with the old system of defenses where you can just stack them to no end. And now that armor doesn't reduce elemental, like the elemental damage is so much less manageable than before in the pits. Like, yeah, I had high armor on my Necro, and the normal hits were still nothing. And then, yeah, you'd take like a poison, and it's like, oh no. It's like, well, I'll see you guys, right? I'm out. So it does feel like maybe they need some kind of like new elemental reduction defense mechanic stat, something kind of thrown in the mix.
And one of the lenses that I was looking through about are the end game defenses as they've tuned it enough, is the perspective I was thinking about all the time was hardcore. It's like, okay, I'm certain that I can get to whatever, maybe pit level 60, and I'm not gonna die. Then you get to the pit bosses, and like Woody said, the Lilith wave can one-shot you, or so many mechanics overlap, and you don't have a elixir of death evasion, which I'm so glad that they got rid of. It's like, well, okay, our hardcore players maybe were not supposed to get all the way to pit 200, but if I don't go with one of these gimmicks of permanent flame shield or 90% dodge or whatever, I'm going to have to dodge Lilith waves from pit 60 to pit 200. Like that's the only solution. And I didn't make like a fully tanky sorcerer. Like there were more things I could have done specifically with the Paragon tree. And I didn't like go in and test how much it would matter if you went like full defense in the Paragon tree. That might have been enough. But another perspective of it is like, how's the casual player going to feel? They're not going to know the armor caps. They probably can figure out to cap their resistances. They're probably not going to take a life roll everywhere. And I guess, yes, the Season 4 theme could carry pretty hard and give you a ton of defense. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of deaths on hardcore. A lot.
Oh, yeah. No, just a race to 1,000 is going to take a month.
The seasonal mechanics have generally been like you choose if you want damage or defense, and you basically always just choose damage. But I think that if they offer us a similar, decision making with their new mechanic, I think a lot of people are going to choose defense, which is pretty interesting. I also think that if you can super stack defense, characters are probably going to forego armor. which I think opens up a lot of like stat slots, I guess.
I think the Juggernaut aspect is so strong that it pretty much solves armor for you in one aspect. I think it gives you 9,500 armor for one roll, which is you need 16.4 at pit level 200. So
yeah, it was kind of weird actually, because it was already pretty strong aspect on live server, and then they literally just doubled the value of it, but they also nerfed disobedience, so there's basically just Juggernaut, and you take that on every single pit build. It's like it's like really weird. I always wondered if that was a bug and unintentionally just double the value or something.
To Juggernaut though, so that's very interesting. So like again, because I only play a Necro, there's basically like two options. There's Hardened Bones, which says 25% DR, and then there's Might Aspect, 7 seconds of 20 DR. It's the generic one, right? The issue being that most builds can't fit both of them and Juggernaut onto it, especially now that you can add like utility aspects to your pants, which means you can add damage multipliers there finally. But I've basically, if you do the math with skulls and capped res elsewhere, you can still hit armor cap with enough tempered armor rolls on your gear, which allows you to drop Juggernaut to put another DR aspect on. But that's with like masterworked and greater affixes on gear. I like that. I think that's good ultimately, right? Like the point of theoretically tempering and masterworking is to create builds that are able to accomplish things you otherwise couldn't. But exactly to Rax's point here, it's just like, if you don't have perfect DR rolls and you didn't realize you need to add 2 more DR glyphs to your Paragon board, have fun surviving higher pit tier without 2,000-3,000 hours in the game, like worth of knowledge. I don't know. It's like the top end has become harder to get into, which is kind of what like more hardcore, or not capital H hardcore, but like try hard players have been asking for. I'm really afraid that's going to be like the Abattoir Zero, where everybody's going to complain that like they can't beat 200 right away and it's going to get nerfed. And then all of it was kind of for nothing. Like, I hope we don't have that knee-jerk reaction we saw like in Abattoir Zero in that first week, basically.
Well, the thing is also like in the pit, you don't have to go very far to get everything in the game, right? You only need to hit at least pit tier 41, which is a very low bar. Like, you know, any kind of trash build can do that. Even for like more casual players, I think that will be quite achievable. And that will also just make it so we can actually scale up the higher end of the pit, you know, as high as you want, almost, you know, to infinity if you want. And it wouldn't matter because anyone can get anything, just at lower efficiency in the lower tiers. So, you know, you're not holding back anyone from accomplishing something.
That's never held back the community, like player base as a whole, from complaining that they can't do it, though, right? It's like that's what you can get whatever you want, but I don't get the coolest stuff. And like I think it's valid, right? Like I'm making fun of it, but I think it's valid. I just don't want it to be a knee jerk. That's all I want. I want like 2 months of experiencing it before anything really balance wise happens to it. Like I don't want to see anything until the mid-season balance patch bare minimum. And I'd like to get a lot more data before we start being like, oh, well, we need to make, you know, pit 200 more accessible or whatever, or more approachable rather. That's kind of my only fear.
I do think there is going to be less of a divide between characters. Like, you know, if they watch a streamer playing something and the streamer's doing like double damage than like, you know, average Joe, then it's kind of whatever. But if the streamer's like invincible and average Joe's dying in one hit to everything, then that's where Blizzard is going to step in. And I think with the removal of all the defensive stats on gear, I think defensively the characters are going to be much closer together. So I actually think they will probably leave it alone. Like they have a pretty ambitious patch cycle, and like in the past when they've had like a really large amount of content, there's been a large amount of problems like bugs and stuff. So I'm expecting this next seasonal mechanic to be bugged to all hell, and they're probably just going to spend all their time fixing it for the first couple of weeks. So I think you got nothing to worry about.
I gotta be honest though. Maybe it's because of the magnitude of the patch or some other logistics. I'm surprised that they didn't put the season theme as part of the testing, because you know
that would kill the hype.
Yeah, well, I agree with Crip, yeah.
Well, I mean, this goes back into the theoretical argument, though, of if it's going to kill the hype, then do a closed PTR.
Mm-hmm. I mean, who says that's not coming?
Well, do you know something that I don't? I mean,
no, I don't
know anything.
I don't like that idea either. I don't like closed PTR either. I think it's cool if people can log in and just try some of the content that's coming up, but I also don't want them to try all of it.
Well, right. I mean, that would be the ideal situation, but then also we get season 1 and season 3 where they don't really work, right? Like we don't have a good track record here. So yeah, I agree with you. If we can get this stuff working, I don't know if that's been happening. You just said there we're going to be fixing season 4 for 3 weeks.
Yes.
I think in general, season 4 theme is most likely going to be like kind of like a smaller scale theme than the other themes anyway. Like
It's gotta be.
personally, I don't even care about the season theme at this point. You know, like who cares about the season theme after seeing this PTR really? So I think they're gonna do maybe something much more small and kind of like simple than normal. And you know, like maybe they're gonna prepare for like a big better season 5 theme instead or whatever. So I could actually see that happening. I know that, you know, they have the teams working on like the different season themes on different cycles and stuff, but maybe they, you know, they pulled a few devs from that team or whatever to work on the patch. I could imagine something like that as well.
I unironically said, like, the season theme could be I walk up to an old ancient Haradrim man and he says, do you want 50% life or 50% damage? And then I click that and he just says, come back if you want to change it. And that could be the end of it. Like, I'm here to play. You know, everybody's been saying, oh, it's finally out of beta. One, I get it. I truly do. But I am just finally excited to play the game with it having enough stuff for the people who have been unhappy playing the game to just be able to enjoy it. And like, just to see what our reaction is when everybody's like, okay, I have endgame stuff. I have crafting. Depending on what those potions we found in like Helltide Cellars actually do, we have a little bit of juicing. Cool. These were like core ARPG things that were missing. Now let's see how fun Diablo 4 the video game is. That's the only thing that I care about. You like the leaks, maybe it's an Iron Wolf thing. Going back to back having mercenaries, not my favorite, if I'm going to be completely honest. I kind of hope mercenaries never come to the game, but like, sure, why not? A little guy that follows me around and he does damage. I really don't care. I'm just here to like play the game now that it's like finally out of beta.
What's wrong with mercenaries?
I come from Diablo 2, and like the best thing you could do with your mercenary in Diablo 2 was make it so that it was untargetable and it no longer dragged aggro from monsters so that they didn't chase it instead of you, decreasing your efficiency. I've just like, mercenaries are just very unfun in ARPGs for me, but I might be on a small hill there by myself.
No, I hard agree with that. I really hope they're never coming to D4.
I loved my mercenary that followed me in season 3. It was so powerful and meaningful.
Well, I'm gonna drop an unpopular take in this channel. I thought the gauntlet was a really stupid idea, and they went with that. So I think mercenaries is less terrible than a gauntlet. I imagine it's absolutely still on the table as a future project.
Oh, I imagine too, but I don't want it.
They're gonna be there. They're gonna be there. I'm gonna figure it out. To your exact point, I think one of the biggest headaches with the gauntlet is that monsters actually aggroed onto your little seneschal, and it broke the ability of being able to drag them to where you wanted them to. So it's like, I think some of the issues with the very content that you don't like is because that thing existed in the first place, and that we just kind of like tied half of our, you know, total power to it, but had nothing else to do with it. But yeah.
No, I just think it's a bad idea to run the same dungeon over and over again to do it 5 seconds faster every week. It's just, I don't like that. Like if I sent that as a text to a not even a Diablo player, just a random person, and asked them, would you find this fun? The answer you're going to get is no. And now some people are going to find it fun because it's like a new test to their character, but I can think of 100 different tests to a character that are more fun than that.
Yeah, similar to that, when they announced the gauntlet, first of all, I don't think the timing could have possibly been worse. Like I can't voice enough times how much dropping it in the middle of the season was kind of like the death of that whole thing. But one question that I always had for myself about the gauntlet is, who exactly is the gauntlet for? It's for like
it's for Woody.
It's for the it's for the 30 people in the game that have been playing nonstop for 1.5 months, that have either acquired or RMT'd all the Uber uniques and want to get themselves on a top 10. Like for me, it alienated so much of the player base that being like the big hurrah for a season would have never worked. And I thought it really didn't.
Okay, speaking of someone who's actually played the Gauntlet quite a bit, I don't really want to do that much more of it, first of all. So
Oh my god.
They made it for Woody, and Woody doesn't even want to do it.
That needs to be clipped.
no, but I mean, I was blasting the Gauntlet pretty hard for a month, and you know, pushing the rank 1 and all that stuff, and it was kind of fun doing that actually, and like, you know, learning the Gauntlet, like learning how to make a path, and it was like its own little optimization problem that doesn't exist really like in any other games I've played, and for like the novelty aspect, it was actually kind of fun. But it's like, yeah, do I want to do that again like every week forever? No. So, you know, this is also not something I would really enjoy. There will be some people that do that probably, but no, not me. And if I had a choice for them, you know, to make another competitive system, I would probably choose almost anything else. But I also kind of like how they try to innovate on something that they already had, which was the Challenge Rates on D3. And I gotta say, compared to the Challenge Rates on D3, the Gauntlets are a huge step up. Like, they are actually way better in like many ways in the design and everything, because they give you a lot more interesting problems to solve, and you can do it with your own build, and it's sort of a crappy build that you get predefined and all that. So in that sense, it was kind of cool, but I wish they, you know, if they had asked me, like, you know, 9 months ago, what kind of competitive game mode do you want? I wouldn't have said Challenge Rifts. So
I think it's, even though it might not sound like it, I think it's more fun to figure out the puzzle of a character on the defensive end than the offensive end, and they finally set themselves up to be able to do that. Because, like, I don't know, it's not fun to just do like 30% more damage, but if you can take 30% less damage, you can play differently. Offensive stuff, it's more fun if you can do like 10 times more projectiles or spawn little monsters that blow up or something. Like, that's fun offense. But being able to scale defense and having that be like the crux of being able to do content is much more fun and interesting. So again, I think that will be a setup for the game where a lot of different parts suddenly are meaningful, suddenly are challenging. Like, if Blizzard wants to make Nightmare Dungeon 100 challenging again, they can actually do that now. Like, so yeah, it doesn't have to be like Gauntlet or whatever.
Let me take one quick second. Let me do my defense of this thing before we walk away from the concept. Because you asked the question, who is this content for? And I pointed at myself. And to Woody's exact point, here's a universe that would have been so much better. Season 3, leaderboards come out. What are they tied to? Highest pit clears at maximum time. Oh my god, pit's almost impossible to do. We get the pit. This is the stuff that people are much more like acclimated to designing their characters to do. Then, when it's like way too hard and everybody's complaining that's way too hard, what do they give us? The Gauntlet. You don't need everything that you need to be able to do the pit. And now it's like a time-based skill thing as opposed to like this one-shot damage reduction fiesta. It's a balm for the issues caused by like the difficulty of the pit. And I think this timeline looks completely different, because I'm very sorry to say this to everybody here. It turns out once you have killed your quintillionth demon, because you had enough damage and enough survivability to do it, I would like to be challenged in some way that isn't just, was my gear's numbers high enough? And I feel like the Gauntlet does accomplish that. The major problem with it being that it was sold as a perfectly seated, everything will be in the same place every single time. So it's a true test of how good are you and how well did you make your build? But it still has RNG elements, and literally different monster types spawn, and they're worth different amounts of stats, and different events happen differently, and you can't pull them properly. So like, I agree that Gauntlet coming out when it did was a bad time for Gauntlet to come out. It wasn't enough to revitalize like interest. And on top of that, it wasn't what the majority of people were looking like. But as the contemporary American philosopher, Small Spanish Girl, always says, porque no los dos. Like, I think it's perfectly fine for the game to have content like this, and that it does serve at least part of the player base, because it turns out there's thousands of people pushing for rank 1 and trying to get like that cool art, right? So like, there's clearly people who want to do it. It's just when it came out that I would argue was not the best time for it to be introduced to the game.
Well, I think actually when Season 4 comes out and a lot of people actually return to the game and see Gauntlet for the first time, like literally, because, you know, now it was like Season 3, D4 was down bad, like for real, and you know, like no one really wanted to wait for the Gauntlet to come out. That's so long. But now that people are actually coming back in season 4 and try Gauntlet, it might be like a bit of like a new hype and like a new like theory crafting phase, and you know, maybe there will be more people enjoying it. But in general, it remains a niche thing, I guess, long term. This is just how it is because of how disconnected it is from the rest of the RPG loop that people expect. So that's just
I would expect, like, when I look at it from a volume perspective, so what Woody said will happen for some people, right? They're playing the Gauntlet for the first time. They're trying it. They might be engaged with it. They might use it as a barometer for have they made a good build and be challenged. But when I think about it from a volume perspective, are they going to have that reaction or are they going to have Crypt's reaction? They're going to run the Gauntlet and then they're going to be like, all right, okay. Then they're going to spawn back at the door and be like, wait, I do that thing again? I'll just do it again, and then they're gonna quit, right? I think that, like, from a volume perspective, that's what's going to happen, and kind of along those same lines. I don't know if Crip agrees with this or not, but so Crip says now that they have made defenses more interesting, now like building characters more interesting, Blizzard can build difficulty in different areas where they couldn't before. I completely agree with you, and I appreciate like the balance of, you know, building your offense, building your defense. I got a good taste of it in my first PoE. What's it called? The Gauntlet as well. So it also called the Gauntlet, and hardcore is really tough. It's like, okay, I got to survive. But again, I think if we polled most people and we said, which one would you rather have, Timmy? Would you rather have, 300 more explosions on your screen or 30% damage reduction so you don't get one-shotted? I think they're going to pick the first one every time. So I don't know if the masses are going to agree that pursuing all of this defense is fun, even though it might be better for the game.
I mean, this is why you have, like, you know, okay, your weapons have offensive stats.
Exactly what I said, though, because what I said is it's not fun to scale damage just numerically, which is basically how it's often done. But it is more fun to like have 100 times more projectiles or much more explosions.
Yeah, it is certainly fun.
But scaling defenses numerically can and often will result in you playing your character differently. And that's not the same for damage a lot of the time, unless we're talking about like big time multiples.
Yeah, that's actually true. It's like what Crip says. Like, I also really like the new itemization problems that we have with the builds, with like defenses mattering more, and also, like, you know, we talked about like the gap between top players and like lower players kind of like closing a bit, at least on the defensive side, not on the offensive necessarily, but it's defensively you kind of like have like an expected damage intake now, versus previously where, you know, some guy that knew how to stack 4 out of 4 defense on your chest and your pants, they would just face tank everything, and well, average Joe wouldn't, and they would just die from like any little lightning projectile or something. So now that there's only so much defense you can stack, yeah, defensive choice first of all matter more, like the blood golem or your glyphs. You know, do you take a defensive glyph? Do you take an offensive glyph? That actually matters now. And it's actually way cooler that it does, I think, compared to before, where it's just like, okay, you just solve everything for like 2 items on your build, and then you just don't think about it, and you face tank everything in the game. All right. Anyway, we can also like move on to the next topic here. We've been talking a lot about, you know, the overall impressions and like, you know, just some random stuff that we had now. So I had like the topic prepared here for itemization and crafting in general. Let's dive deep there a little bit on the tempering and the masterworking. So what do you guys think about that?
They desperately don't want me to actually play the game. They want me to play UI simulator and gotcha game. It's disrespectful and offensive to me to a point of like me being very angry about it. Most notably, like failing on masterwork is literally just a waste of time. And obviously there's like UI bugs where you click close and it doesn't work or anything like that. But in my mind, what I imagine is somebody gets a perfect piece of gear, they get the tempers that they want, GG, then they go to masterwork it, they click masterwork 4 times, even though you can't fail, but I do have to watch an animation 4 times. Then you get to the first crit, it doesn't hit what you want, you click reset, you go again. And then you run out of the lower tier materials because you're not running tier 20 pit anymore. So now you got to go transmute more, which is clicking open 100 boxes of freaking obdusite. It's like, it is disrespectful of my time when I'm a living mortal human being and I will die one day. Like, that's how bad I feel about it, honestly.
But would you rather do that or farm Duriel?
Oh, I don't want to farm Duriel either. That was also disrespectful of my time. I want to be killing the demons real fast.
So yeah, so first of all, let me say, like, I completely agree with what Macro is saying, and like that's what all the feedback was. Like, it's a huge waste of time. Let me say I at least understand, like, without testing it, why things like this will happen, because they have teams like the UI team and the animation team. They're coming out with a new crafting system. They say, oh, wouldn't it be so cool, rather than you just temper and it just appears on your item, if we play this, this 3-second little animation, and people will think it's cool, and da 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 da, and then it changes colors and everyone's going to love it. And it's one of those things that, like, it would work in theory, and then you log on the PTR and you play for 30 minutes, you're like, okay, that was cool once, and now I'm just mad about it. So I could understand why initially they would think it was a good idea, but I think once you put it into practice, you need to just let us, like, maybe the only time where that makes sense is on masterworking, when you hit like one of the 4 and it gives you a huge upgrade, but still I think it takes too long and it needs to be way faster. But I could understand in theory why they thought that was a good idea, and it just ended up being terrible.
I mean, there's many solutions for the UI problem, right? They can make it faster, they make it skippable, they make it so it can do, like, +4 at once. That's also something I suggested. Or, I don't know, they can just show you the item at all times and the animation together, or whatever, right? So there's like many ways around it, and I guess they just have to decide on something and make it, more quality of life, and we're fine. Anyway, I don't think that's like a huge deal. But I do fully agree with Macro's points. Okay.
So I did it very little, and I didn't find it that annoying, but the way that it kind of felt like it was like the last layer of character optimization, so they're literally going up against Duriel farming in my mind. And yeah, I don't disagree with what you guys are saying, but I would also do pit farming than Duriel farming.
So the system itself, like the masterworking, like regardless of how we feel about like resource sink cost and the gold conversion sink cost and all of that, I think those are like ultimately exactly like you said, Rax. It's like, okay, it was cool, I looked at it, I don't want to see it again, we'll trim it down, we'll make it a bit sleeker. The overall system itself, I think, is very good. Obviously, Diablo 4 needed crafting, like, so bad by the like actual release of the game, and that's what we've effectively gotten. And some of the things that you can do with your builds, because you can masterwork, crit chance up to 50%, and then you don't need it in your skill tree, or cooldown reduction to this level, or enough decrepify size here so you can hit it. Like, it's very, very cool. I'm so excited that it's in the game. And yes, I would much rather be running the pit for the rest of my life than ever go back into a Duriel, which is kind of begs the question, why are we still going to Duriel? But like, that's a whole other thing. And I don't have a good answer. Yeah,
way better.
Yeah. But like, I think it's incredibly cool. I think it's very smart. It's obviously like not that robust, right? It's not like we have like 18 different materials that like are all tradable and stuff like that. We're not getting PoE levels of economy here. But I like that it's like kind of a bite size. You go do a pit, you get enough materials to roll a couple times, you see what happens. And for the casual player, I think it's like nearly perfect, other than the time waste aspect of like, why don't lower tier materials drop in the higher tier pit? And when I'm only going to be running higher tier pit, I'm never going to go back and run like a tier 40. So I have to use the alchemist, which is just like another gold sink. That part still just feels like, why are you chose this and then you're making me pay for it? And I don't know why. But the thing itself is cool.
So here's an interesting philosophical question that came up in my stream multiple times. It'd be interesting to hear if you guys have a strong opinion, one way or another. So when you get higher level masterworking, you have the chance to fail, right? A lot of people voiced very strongly that they would rather just, I'm sure you guys all understand, can just convert it into a math equation, remove the opportunity to fail, and just build in, the chances to fail all the way up to 12 in mathematically to an increased cost per level. And people were telling me this every single day. It was on the forums. And first of all, I didn't really understand the whole point, because it's just math one way or the other. You're getting the same result. But people were saying that avoiding the failing is what made them feel better. They could go farm for their set amount and guarantee the upgrade. Very interested to hear, what do you guys think about that change that they were asking for? Crip seems very fond of this change.
But personally,
So just
okay.
just the chance to
People
not
love
fail,
Gamba,
right?
and yeah, people love Gamba, and gaming companies know that people get hooked on Gamba. So Gamba system will always win out. If it's not some game dev, there's like some accountant that's like calculating average game time spent on like Diablo players. That's gonna overrule any kind of like dev decision on it, I believe. There's like no shot that's happening. And honestly, I don't even mind that much. I get the idea of like consistent farming. But like even in like a team game, you're gonna have like a group of 5 players. One of them gets it, like he gets a good streak on the first run. The other guy's, oh man, I got to farm harder to catch up, right? So there's even more than like the personal aspect of it. Like, there's no shot that system's going away. It's Gamba all the way, not for this mechanic, for all of them moving forward.
My only pushback, and like you're right, like there's no question. It's how insidious that reality is, because this thing exists in mobile games to sell you glyphs of no fail. Like the fact that I have to watch the animation, it starts going, which means I failed. So now
Necro
I
is
feel
really
bad.
upset about these animations, man.
And then you
very
feel bad.
upset.
And then it's like, hey, next time you'll have a 40% chance to succeed. And I'm like, am I a baby? What are you do? Like, what are you doing this to me for? And then you fail 8 more times, and then you get to the last crit. You did it, and it didn't hit the affix that you wanted, and you reset. Like all of it is clearly gambling. It's gambling from the first crit that you land. Why does every part of it have to be gambling? Like, why does every part of it have to be the slot machine? Even just clicking the button is part of one of the slot machine levers. And that's the thing that I don't like about it. It's like, we all know that this thing is built for a system that's meant to incentivize purchases in mobile games. And that's why we hate it. Like, opening up 50 packs in Hearthstone, I do. You don't hate that?
It's whatever. If on average I have to farm for the same amount, I'd rather it be Gamba. Yeah, I think that's fine.
I mean, Crip has been opening Hearthstone packs for a decade.
Yeah,
I guess he's fine with that, right?
So well, let's use Hearthstone packs. Opening up Hearthstone packs was so crazy addictive. It was so amazing. And just like, real quick, because I never have this opportunity, I'm a crazy huge big fan of Crip. I've been watching this stuff forever. Every single new expansion, watching you just open up like 300 packs just for like 2 hours straight was one of my favorite things. It got
like
so
Christmas.
bad.
Well, then what's the problem, Macro?
It got so bad that they had to
Content.
put in, hey, if you open up this much, you will get a legendary, because of how much it sucks people's psyche down the drain sometimes.
Gaming time is worthless, though. People just didn't want to get scammed spending like $400.
And but the point I'm trying to make here is that, like, psychologically, it's doing the same thing, even if money isn't tied to it. And I don't think it should just be, I spend an amount, see what the result is, and then click reset. That's the exact same amount of gambling. It's just like less cool. I just think it's a little bit too aggressive. There's no failure point up to the first crit. I think that makes sense. Let me just click, what is my first crit? The second crit now has failure chance, but people are going to be hard resetting at first crit when you're talking about best in slot endgame gear. Like when you have triple greater affix or quadruple greater affix gear, you're going to be hard resetting at first and second crit. There's a point in the end game where you are going to spend hours just clicking this button and resetting. And at that point, I have a problem with it, because we're not playing the game. And you're also getting nothing out of it other than psychological, like, draining. And that's where I think it has an inevitable terminus of ultimately bad.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what Macro said. I don't feel that passionate about it, to be honest. Like the thing that kind of annoyed me goes back to the previous point that we talked about, which is the animations. Like, if it was just fast in doing it, but, I don't have to wait, like, the animation every single time. It was like blacksmith upgrades on live server. It's just like click, 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 and done. I wouldn't mind too much, even if there's a fail chance or something. But in that case, without the animation, the fail doesn't really make much sense anyway. Because, yeah, like, you have to fail animation. Wow, you failed. Go again. So it's like I'm more in the camp of, okay, just remove the fail chance, make it cost more. If you don't remove the fail chance, I'll be okay, as long as it's like, you know, not hours of clicking, as Macro said. So that is kind of like where I'm at. Like, I'm fine with just like over farming too many materials and kind of like, I know I will succeed no matter what kind of thing. And that is fine. Like, I'm not gonna go, you know, do a pit run, then go to a blacksmith, do one upgrade, and then go back to the pit, do one run, do another upgrade. Like, I'm just gonna farm for like an hour, and then I'm gonna upgrade everything. And that's basically how it's gonna go. I'm not gonna run to the blacksmith every single time. So it won't really matter for me. And I would not really suggest to anyone to do that, but there will probably be people that will try that, and they go into the pit, they have the 20% success chance, they will fail, and then they will alter 4. Because they're like, nah, I don't wanna try to get it now, you know? Like, this was their one shot or something. So
Yeah,
I think about people make people uninstall, kind of.
So I'm in complete agreement about the animation times. They're obnoxious, and at a minimum, they need to be taken down tremendously. Kind of like Woody, I don't really have a strong opinion here. They can leave the gambling in. They can change it to a mathematical. That's fine. If I had to pick one or the other, if it was up to me, I think I'm with Crip here for 2 reasons. One reason is nothing like it is gambling in the game. Everything is exactly as we have described it. Get these materials, click upgrade. Get these materials, click upgrade. At least we're gambling something. The most fun I have in Last Epoch is going to that forge and trying to slam something, you know, just gambling with it. I just think it's fun. And it's the same thing with PoE. You get a really good item, and then you ask your chat, should I val this? Everyone says, no, no, no. And some people say, yes, yes, yes. And then you just do it because you're a streamer, because who cares? And I just genuinely, again, so first of all, it's the only system like it in the game. I don't mind it, and there's no money tied to it. There's money tied to it, obviously, it would be a massive problem. And I also just think it's a little bit more fun. I get that some people would feel bad about it, but kind of like Woody said, my gameplay doesn't change. Are you guys going to run one pit and go back, oh, I hope I hit this 20%? I mean, I'm sorry, but that's noob shit, right? You got to go farm for 2 or 3 hours and then just spam it, and whatever you get is whatever you get, right?
Can I ask one question here? Because I think this really changes the dynamic. In PoE, basically every type of like slamming or crafting that you can do can end in a brick, right? Like, are there any like infinitely resettable ones?
There are, like, I gotta hit this 1 in 3,000 chance, and there is the 1 of 1 chance. It depends on the affix and how deliberate you can be about crafting it or removing it.
Yeah, it's a very complicated thing, but yeah, there's like high range and low range of RNG for sure.
My question is, because like basically the idea is you can brick an item in tempering, right? And realistically, unless you like needed very specifically one type of damage radius increase roll, tempering really doesn't brick, right? Like, there's going to be perfect gear, but it doesn't like stop functioning for your build. If masterworking could brick, do you think that is better or worse?
How would you brick it though? Like, how would it brick?
Like, you crit 3 times, and if you didn't get the ones that you wanted, that was it, boss.
So you mean, so like, there's no reset?
No reset.
No
button.
reset. Yeah.
Or there could be maybe like itemized resets that are like hard or difficult to get. I'd be okay with that, I think.
Well, I mean, whenever I'm asked a question like that, the first thing that comes into my mind is not what am I voting for, and what are the masses voting for, right? And the masses are already very upset that you can brick it from tempering. And the masses are already upset that even with the reset button, you have to pay your super endgame materials from the pit to even try again. So I think most players, they probably won't even reset as it is. I think that's kind of like how PoE does it. Like, it's like more of a PoE solution that Criparian is proposing. Like, there is no reset, but there's a really rare consumable that lets you reset. One thing that I like about that kind of an idea is it makes you choose what are the really important items to you. Like, you bricked it. How much does that matter to you? Is this the greatest sword you ever found in your life? Or could you live to fight another day and use this one temporarily? I think every time you add a choice like that, at least in the very end game, I think usually you're making your game better. But I don't think the masses will agree with that. They're just going to be mad that you took away their reset button.
So some people didn't play the PTR. I think it's important to kind of like I don't think I had this wrong, but the general acquisition of really good base gear is like way higher, right? Like you just get so much more good rares or
Yes.
good item bases with their new system. There has to be something to like differentiate between good and best. So like these systems are pretty important, and it's in a way it's kind of important that you either can brick them, or it's important that it takes a lot of time to really make it to the best tier. Like if you play a game and you just get the best gear in like 30 minutes, I don't know.
Well, then
so
you play
sounds
Diablo
good,
3, I
but
guess.
I don't know
yeah.
if that's really the best way to do it.
So
Yeah.
just one piece here. The differentiation is not like the base yellows, right? The 925s are easy to acquire, and because they cut down the affix pool, you can get really good affixes on your gear. The differentiation here that they're introducing is greater affixes.
Yes,
That's what
but
you're fishing for.
You can still like even with the new affix system, usually one or two affixes are better than the others, and it's not that crazy hard to get even a base piece with a greater affix on the one stat you want most. Like I felt like I kind of got that for half my character playing like a day, right?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Crip here. It's like the tempering, bricking the item is not necessarily such a huge deal because you constantly get new items. You can easily just like, farm for like a day, fill up like half a stash tab with like, swords if you want, and then start tempering them all until you have, the right temper with a high roll. And yeah, one of them might have a greater affix that you want, the other will not. And in the end, it's kind of like a differentiation of, okay, you have to the required temper mods that you want for your build, no matter what, because you're gonna try it like on 5 different items and you will get them. But one of them is happens to have a high roll or a greater affix of something you want, and the other one doesn't. And in the end, it's not such a huge deal, I think. Like it will suck, like having your 3 out of 3 greater affix item and that one bricks, and also you cannot repurpose this item for another character if you want. This is your item for that build, and you can temper the thing for that build, and that will be it. So you can't just take it back and then do something else with it. But on the other hand, isn't such a huge deal. I mean, I played the entire PTR, basically never really looking at greater affixes, never really putting greater affixes in any of my setups, and my builds were still working. It's not like you acquire greater affixes, and getting items without greater affixes is just easy anyway. So the whole temper breaking stuff is not really a huge deal. That was my impression.
I think ultimately I come down on, like, I'm glad that Masterworking can't realistically brick. Like, the bricking is just, like, getting the temper on it, and I do think that that's ultimately pretty fine. Like, the majority of my gear didn't have greater affixes on it, but there are some circumstances where, like, a greater affix would have been insane, right? Like, triple Masterworking, a greater affix for core skill is an insane increase in damage in comparison to a greater affix on armor or life or intelligence. So it's like it's a little bit hard for me to say right now, like, what does it look like? What is the difference? How bad do I feel when I find a perfect, triple affix, greater affix item, and then it refuses to temper poison elemental surge for my build? Like, how bad is that going to feel? It's like hard to say for me right now. That's why the added stress of, like, and then the rigmarole of Masterworking, I feel like could cause issues down the line. So it's just interesting to figure out, like, if you could really, really brick it, how does that change how you evaluate this system?
And another thing to, like, vaguely consider, like, obviously the game needs to be fun right now, but I don't know if it's been in campfire chats or in, like, the partner Discord or whatever, but Blizzard has alluded to this is the beginning of their crafting system, and the expansion, I think, is going to bring new things as well. So it's possible that some of the decisions that they're making are in conjunction with other systems that are going to be implemented. So we can sit here and analyze, kind of our first taste of crafting. And, like, for example, I think the animations, Macro's going to love this one. The animations just have to go, at least they need to be expedited tremendously. Like, that's never okay. But there might be some combinations here coming up, which in theory might work very well, that we just aren't aware of at the moment. They made this comment somewhere explicitly, I can't remember where, that some of the design of these systems is to be in conjunction with other ones that are going to be released soon.
Yeah, that's also a good
It's
point, I guess.
tough to say.
Yeah, maybe you can break your item on multiple steps of the way now in the future. That's gonna be great. Maybe that
Well,
is the combo.
They could also do the PoE thing where they tie the seasonal mechanic more into items than just your character. Because I feel like the borrowed power being literally something character-based that just dies when the season ends is pretty lame, especially for people that don't want to play season. But if people who are playing like non-season can like play season a little bit to acquire items that you can only really acquire through that, like I think that would maybe breathe life into the evergreen as well, which could be pretty interesting. So I don't know. I mean, they could be referring to that as basically what I mean.
Yeah.
It could be seasonal stuff as well.
Okay. Do you have any other thoughts on the tempering? What about the mods? Like, how are you impressed with the mods? Like, do you like them? Like, is there something you were wishing for that's missing?
Okay, I want to kind of chip in on this thing. The only thing that was like pretty lame for me is like the most common stat across your entire gear set is utility, and most of the stuff in utility just seems kind of stupid. Is this just like a minion Necro thing, or is this like an all classes thing? Because I only really played Necro.
Can you tell me specific? What were you experiencing exactly with the utility?
So the utility slot is on shields, helmet, chest, pants, boots, and if you want, amulets. There's no other like tempering thingy as common as that on your character. So it's almost as if you want to design a character around the utility slot, because it's like half of the slots on your characters. So when I was looking at like Minion Necro, yeah, there's like curse size and stuff, which is like cool to get one of, but I'm just like looking at it and it's like I don't want 7 of any of these.
Oh, you just gotta go. You go 3 crit affixes of corpse tendrils. You go 3 crit.
I don't want to use
affixes
corpse
of
tendrils. I'm
DPI.
done.
Homie, you hit the next server over. You hit Diablo 3 from space with your decrepify size. It's insane. No, I mean, you have a really good point though. It's just like, at least on the Necro, there really wasn't other cool stuff, or I didn't find the tempering manual because there was like dozens and dozens and dozens that I wasn't able to find at all. And some of them are a bit more interesting than that, but it does come down to like, how big do you want corpse tendrils? How big do you want Iron Maiden?
I think I saw in one of your recent videos you play with like a controller now, right?
Yes, sir. Carpal tunnel.
Okay,
Let's go,
so
baby.
If you went back to a mouse and keyboard, you would probably also give up corpse tendrils. So like, they haven't fixed the corpse targeting. If you play with a mouse and keyboard, you have to literally target the corpse, or else it fail casts. Like your character does the animation and nothing happens. But if you're on a controller, it just automatically targets.
Wait, they already like massively increased the radius though at which you have to hit. No, they didn't, like, I didn't have that issue. Like for me,
it was definitely worse before they increased the radius of it. I have the opposite effect, which is like when I'm trying to set up Echo of Lilith or whatever, and I'm trying to target one corpse, it's just whichever one's in front of me. So I hope it's in range when I left it there, and if not, I just kind of have to laugh. But yeah, I mean, like that's one of my biggest pieces of feedback is that quite literally these utility aspects or tempered made it so I didn't feel like a second class citizen on a controller because I could actually hit stuff with my curse, as opposed to just the first minion in line and the boss behind it shooting out its 1,000 lightning bolts, not getting touched by it. So I think it's a little, you know, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B here of whether or not it's good enough.
I guess back to my question, is this whole like utility centric character building like a thing for the other classes too, or the other classes have like actually decent options in that slot?
So I don't know about that, but it's just making me laugh because I made a minion Necro and I was gonna go kill the capstone boss, and I went to go temper my items, and I got like, I don't know, curse bonus, like hits 5 screens, and I was thinking of exactly the question that Crip asked, but I came to a different conclusion. I was like, oh, they put utility slots everywhere because it's like the most dog shit thing because they can't put the good stuff everywhere because then everyone's going to be overpowered. I thought they were like trying to nerf me, like trying to play a joke on me before I went to fight the boss. So I had this like seven curse radius decrepify that didn't help me at all.
Yeah, I think one thing to be aware of is here that a lot of people probably didn't have all the manuals on the PTR. Like it actually takes the time to find them.
There's not a lot, even if you have them.
Yeah, even if you have them, there's not many. But number one, most people didn't have all of them. Number two, there's probably like a lot of recipes added in the near future as well. I think once they see a little bit like what works and so on, like I could imagine that, okay, now for now we have this and, probably not going to do much. But, season 5, they're probably going to add like, 10 new temper manuals. Season 6, they're going to add 10 new. And, it's going to expand as we go as well with like more options and more cool stuff. But
and the new ones, man, you're kind of hopiuming here, man. I got to tell you, I got to be upfront. You got to manage your expectations a little bit.
I gotta, like, I don't know. If to me it feels like it's just like another kind of like similar system to like Legendary Aspects where like every season is going to add, 5 temper manuals at the minimum or something. And this is probably how it's gonna go. That is my expectation.
We're down to 5. 5 sounding a bit more. I mean, let's just go to 3. Let's just call it 3.
Anyway, it's gonna expand. The system is made for expansion. Let's just say that. Yeah. So there's even a scroll bar, and right now in the game, there's no class where you can scroll any of the recipes. So there is a scroll bar. Yeah.
Okay. So that's good detective work right there.
I have my next hot take, hill I'm gonna die on, and I assume everybody else doesn't care this much about it. The weapon temper elemental surge needs to be removed from the game. It is the worst thing they've added to this game, and all it will do is homogenize basically every single meta and invalidate actual like build concepts. It's lucky hit chance 40% to do up to like 65,000 base damage in whatever flavor of damage type you want. And you can put it on 2 weapons, or on the Barb, you can put it on 2 two-handers and 2 weapons, and just laugh at the concept of there ever being balance in this game. It's like, the only cool part about it is it's really begging the question, like, can I get away with using a lidless? Should I use a 2-handed sword on every single Necro build? Can I use Black River? Or do I want this temper effect? And then when you realize everything's better with the temper, like Bloodlance, strictly better with the temper effect. Blood Surge, strictly better with the temper effect. Sever, strictly better with the temper effect. And it's just like, why are there other options and why does this exist?
People were begging Blizzard the moment they found that to not nerf it, to not take it away.
I know.
I saw a lot of threads about that.
Shoutouts to Riker. Riker was just like, hey, it was actually really fun putting that on a new character and being powerful. I'm like, I hear you, boss. They should just make new characters powerful, and we should remove this like monstrosity from the game, or enjoy Elemental Surge season. Honestly,
Riker is not gonna like this podcast, man.
Nah, but I mean,
sorry, boss.
I agree with what Riker said, and it will happen that, you make your alts and they're going to be incredibly powerful with or without Elemental Surge. And I totally agree, Elemental Surge has to go, or it has to be at least nerfed by like 80% minimum to not absolutely break the game. Like I was playing a dot build, I was playing a Twisting Blades, Poison Rogue, classic, and not scaling, and like, crit and, hits and all that stuff very much. And I walked in there, I was like, okay, I have nothing to put on my weapon. So let's just take Elemental Surge, yeah. And I went from like, kind of blasting through like Pit 150 to like my Puncture, like my basic ability, just 2-shotting elites suddenly. And I was like blasting even harder. But at that point, my whole build was just invalidated by Elemental Surge. I was discussed this earlier on my stream as well. Like just putting Elemental Surge on my weapons was completely invalidated everything else I had done with my character. Because my Puncture was just killing everything now. So
it's insane. It's like, I understand why it's there. It's kind of this like catch-all, like people can actually finally grok what Lucky Hit does. Lucky Hit, do damage, right? Like that's like very simple. It's easy to put on there. I think it'll be easy to tune, but in its current state, getting double effectiveness on a 2-hander, 4 weapons, or always using a 2-hander, it's just like it homogenizes things to a point where it's like it doesn't have skill tags. So building into blood or building into your flurry or building into core skills doesn't matter. You just put the fastest, highest lucky hit effect on your build and you spam it all the way to the bank. I was doing like 250 mil DPS by just holding down right click on Blight and doing nothing else on a Blood Surge build. I put it onto my weapons. I put on the new Blight amulet and I put Blight on my skill bar. And on a Blood Surge minion build, I walked up to a level 200 Uber boss and did 250 million DPS. And it was just like, okay, all right, yeah, I guess screw whatever I was doing. That's fun.
Why do you hate Riker and what he wants out of the game? That's
Hey, hey, man, hold on. All right, I'll prove I don't hate Riker. Hold on.
Oh, what's
Wait,
going
does he
on?
have one of the hats? Oh my god.
All right, perfect. And this isn't one of the hats. This is Riker's hat. I annoyed him at BlizzCon long enough for him to finally give me one because that's the type of friend I am. Shout out to CJ, love you, man. But no, I do hear him, but there's a reality. Like we can't just allow the end game to be destroyed because this cool thing is in there.
The
now.
reality is it's in the game, Macro, and it doesn't need to go away unless you beg them to.
I think
That's
the reality is it's on the PTR, and that is ever the only thing you're gonna see of Metal Surge. So this is like my reality that I'm hoping for at least. So that was also one of the first things I wrote in my feedback document, actually, like Elemental Surge, guys.
I saw that. I didn't actually put it on any of my weapons because I was like trying to make specific builds. So I guess I should have tried that.
I mean, I'm gonna play a minion master, so I need this elemental surge as nerfed as possible, so I can be god among mortals in the game.
If it makes you feel good, Crip, because like you said, you only got like a day and a half into it. By the end, the damage numbers that we were getting up into, once they fix this like super bugged amulet that they added for Blight, no other build is even going to vaguely come close to minions damage output or survivability. So like you're super in the clear. Don't even worry about it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, any other cool stuff in the crafting though, in the tempering?
I'm not sure I'm crazy about like HP on every item. I don't know if this is like a shared thought. Because like I think you can get HP on actually every item. And
I think you can. Yeah.
with them removing survivability stats, it's like I see them taking advantage of the fact they removed survivability stats, but they left HP in, and it's on every item. Like, why not just like make it twice as much and rip it off half the items? I don't know, just something like that.
I don't hate it as like a base concept, right? It's like you can truly make like I want my weapon to have this because I'm instead putting this other stat onto like that piece of gear or whatever. Except that things like pants and the chest piece, other than +2 passive skills, which they added to it, there really aren't other cool stats for me to put there. So why wouldn't I put maximum life? My major issue is that like every single piece of gear had int and life on it. And at that point, it's like, okay, do you actually want me to come up with a build, or do you just want to give me the 3 stats that's good for my build and I'll just put on that piece of gear? That's kind of like what it felt like every single time I picked something up. It had int and max life. And I was like, I mean, okay, if I put on enough of this, I will be vaguely useful. I just need to make sure I get crit and attack speed somewhere else. But yeah, I don't like, again, how homogenized it is, because it doesn't actually feel like I'm making choices a lot of the time.
That's interesting, because I personally, I felt like it was relatively interesting, like trying to do different combos with the tempering affixes, and like, you know, the combinations with like the affixes are actually on the items themselves. Like, okay, like the weapons were like definitely the most impactful, and kind of that makes sense. You know, it's like, okay, weapons are like your centerpiece. You know, this is usually how it works, and this is fine. You know, you have like the cool stuff, the cast twice, and this kind of effects there. And I really like to see a lot more of this kind of stuff as well. But there can also be like interesting, like kind of utility effects, like, you know, bigger cursors, bigger whatever, and you know, it kind of makes the game feel different, and I actually really enjoyed that. Also, like stuff like cooldown reduction for specific skills they can put on like utility slots.
Yeah,
like there was like Frost Nova cooldown or something, for example. So all that stuff kind of like feels really amazing, because, you know, it can really kind of like hypercharge a certain thing for your build. So I really enjoyed that. And I don't really mind having like life on every piece or so, because it actually allows you like this kind of like building into defenses if you want to, right? We're talking about like how hard it is to survive one-shots, but you can actually try to survive one-shots by just building more life, for example. This is kind of like what it does, right? And okay, you can't temper like ridiculous amounts of life on a gear. It has like lower values than the drops, but you know, you just need to get to the point where you don't get one-shot, and suddenly the game becomes like 100 times easier, because now you can heal up again, and then you can get one-shot again, but actually live. So I think that the way they distributed it was actually fairly reasonable, with, you know, the life rolls and, you know, other choices there versus interesting stuff.
I really like forward thinking, I think it's not random that they deleted all the tanky stats on your gear. I think it's intentional because they want to make tanky characters something that's hard to achieve. Now, if that holds true, every character is going to have life rolled on every item. Is that good? That's just where I'm at. Like, I really get where you're coming from, Woody, because you want that investment to be meaningful. But if it goes from meaningful to like default, like I think that's bad.
So when I played the entire PTR on softcore, but when the season launches, I'm only going to play hardcore. So the whole point of me is to understand, the new defensive systems. And, we honestly understand capping armor, capping resistances. And then I'm looking for other options. Where do I get my defense and how does it feel? So my conclusion is kind of what Barbarian is saying, at least with what we see today. We don't see how it ties into Season 4, and we don't see the next mechanics that they're going to bring in or whatever. But so life rolls on every item, but that wasn't my approach at all. My approach was, I am getting life on every item. Like, I am going for this because I need this. Like, there's no world where I will play with what I know about Season 4, almost regardless of what build I will play, where I will not take every single life node on every single item. And I understand hardcore is more of a niche thing, and softcore, okay, you get one-shotted by a Lilith wave, it doesn't matter, you lose 30 seconds, you go back and you clear it. You get your pit upgrade anyway, it doesn't matter. So this is like more of a niche thing, but at least the way that I was envisioning playing this game, I didn't feel like it was a choice. I felt like I had to take life on every single thing if I wanted to try to avoid these one-shots.
Where I feel like they succeeded a lot in the stats that are available, what you can temper, and how impactful it felt was in jewelry. My amulet and my rings could, without putting like a single resource aspect on it, solve all of the utility issues that my build needed, and then I could focus on other stuff with the other pieces of gear. And I think the rings is like the best example of like, I had to come up with cool tempering things and get good rolls, and now I have this much essence per second and this much cooldown reduction and this much ultimate cooldown reduction, and then I have these damage rolls on it. That felt very, very good. It didn't feel good looking at my helmet, my chest, my boots, and my pants, and they all had int and life on them. And then like some movement speed. Like that was the thing I didn't like about it. And I also think there was like a wild weight to affixes. I don't know if anybody else like tried to roll a lot. I rolled 100 armors trying to find macabre skills on a chess piece, and I found 2 out of 100, which is like, that's why I started getting pretty sick of life and intelligence, because every single armor I picked up had life and intelligence on it, but none of them decided that they wanted to have this single one stat I needed to test out. So maybe some of this just comes down to like they have really weird weights on affixes, and then that made it feel like it wasn't an option farming for like these other stats or getting more interesting combinations. That could definitely be part of it for me at the very least. But like rings and amulets out of the park, I feel like are nearly perfect in how they were working. Weapons were pretty simple, although I did like getting like 50 resource cost reduction on my two-handed scythe. That was pretty rad.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that point about the affix weights. This is actually a complaint I have heard a lot. Like they made enchanting like easier and like less costly, and you don't like soft brick an item with like ridiculous millions and dozens of millions of gold cost. Although it does still scale to like a few million or so depending on the item. But just the fact that I have to roll like 100 times sometimes to even find like a CDR roll or a certain skill roll, like they had like an insane weight. And I think what they did is they have the same weight for the item drop as for the enchanting, because it's like the same category of stats. But I think what they should do is that the drops on the ground probably are weighted more towards like the typical int and life, whatever, like the universal stuff. And then the enchanting is the opposite. Like the enchanting actually allows you to more often roll the skills or the cooldown or some other like specific stats that you use to like min-max your build a little bit with like a conscious choice. I think that would make a lot more sense the way it worked. But it seemed like they both had the same weight towards int and life and like armor and like typical standard rolls. And you could never get, you know, something build specific. It was really hard.
I had some problems that maybe were a bit more basic. I had trouble getting move speed on boots. And in terms of the tempering, there's like move speed on boots, and there's also get points in a passive that gives less move speed than move speed on boots.
Yeah, that so and chat asked me about the one. So it's literally it's like you can get a 12% roll on movement speed, or you can get 2 ranks of Death's Approach. And 2 ranks of Death's Approach gets you 8% movement speed. So why would you? My thought was, if masterworking actually works where like getting these percentages could get up to a larger total rank bonus than the movement speed, then it's worth it to like invest in it later. The issue with testing that is that like, one, the like plus to rank skills like just wasn't working, and 2, hitting a +1 rank to Death's Approach and then masterwork critting it twice and not getting up to a +2 was a pretty interesting outcome. So I think that's the logic. I'm trying to give them like the benefit of the doubt here, but yes, mathematically it is strictly worse unless something else is supposed to happen here.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, you have the option to have, you know, the good movement speed or the bad movement speed hidden behind the passive, or just having like another stat that kind of like does nothing at all for your build, right? So I guess this is probably like what they were thinking. It's like, okay, there's a good roll, there's a bad roll. I think it would maybe make some sense if that, you know, if like these passes would, for example, allow you to go past the movement speed cap that exists in a game or something like that, where, you know, like this works that way in Diablo 3, for example, right? You have a 25% bonus cap of movement speed, but then all the passives, all the skills, they actually allow you to go over that cap. So you have like kind of like a distinction, but this distinction doesn't exist in Diablo 4. So it doesn't really make any sense to have these different effects. Druid also had that with the passive, where you could get like a move speed passive and it's just strictly worse than movement speed on the boots. So it's kind of like, why?
I also don't know where this crap comes from, but like the whole having to roll or get lucky to find movement speed on boots is just the stupidest mechanic across every single ARPG I've ever played. It's like, I don't know, there should be a different reason why I use a boot or another rather than movement speed. I don't know.
It's too universal, you mean?
No, it's just like, oh, these boots don't have move speed. I'm deleting it. Said every player in every ARPG ever, right?
So you want to move the movement speed to an implicit and make the item pool more interesting to choose your boots, something like that.
Yeah, and it's just so binary, right? Like it's like movement speed, okay, is the rest good? Movement speed, no, leave it on the ground, right? I don't know. That's just lame. Lame in D4, it's lame in PoE, it's lame in Last Epoch. I don't know. It's just lame. I don't know. It's not interesting.
It's this really interesting like dichotomy that's like, it should just be that when I put on the boots I go faster, but if that's the case I should just go faster. Like, why is it that boots do this in the first place? Like, it's interesting you can put it on your amulet. Sure, okay, yeah, that's interesting itemization. But I'm gonna get movement speed on my boots, and I'm gonna temper movement speed, and I'm gonna hit cap with my mobility aspect on my boots. So why don't we all just move faster? Is kind of like this eternal
subliminal sneaker advertising.
Yeah, there's just no choice to it. Yeah, it's a good point. I honestly, when I got to the amulet and I was thinking about slamming something on it, I was of the opinion on pretty much every build that I made that movement speed was the best stat. Again, like it's just so strong.
But that's interesting, right? You weigh in massive opportunity cost on an amulet. That's an actual decision that you're making.
Right.
I'm all good with that.
Yeah.
Just for the record.
Yeah, it's true. Like on the boots, there's like no choice. Like it's like, okay, you go movement speed, and if you don't have movement speed, the boots are trash. So either it needs to come with it, you need to, you know, temper it, and otherwise the boots will just be deleted. That's like exactly what Crip said. Which I guess maybe we're gonna get more stats in the future that makes like other choices more interesting, or maybe they could like rework the boots implicits in the future, and you know, it's just gonna be a thing for boots. Yeah, there's like many ways to solve that, but I totally agree with that point actually. In terms of like decision making, there's nothing there.
I think you just do exactly what Crip said. I think like boots give you 400 base armor. They give you 12% movement speed, and movement speed is no longer an affix on it's no longer an affix on boots, and it's no longer a tempered thing on boots. And when you have to actually take that godly of a stat like on an amulet, it's an opportunity cost. I mean, why don't you just you can make the implicit whatever you want, like to balance it. Oh, but Rax, we were going to get this tempered and masterworked. Okay, so you make the implicit 20% or whatever the hell it is. But that would certainly make one of the itemization choices more interesting. I think that's just a strict win right there.
And yeah, I did have a few reservations about some of them as well. Like they removed all the DR stats except shields can get like the percent DR. I don't know what it goes to, like 7.3 or something. Like it's not a million, you know, it's kind of interesting, sure. But then they didn't use the opportunity of reworking how items work across the board to, like, I don't know, just come up with something good or interesting. Like, I don't know, like PoE has, like, you can, like, not PoE, every RPG you can scale block. And a lot of these games, they have life on block, which is like a super scaling of block. It's like rewarding you for scaling block. Right? It's like
5% chance to cast Lightning Nova when struck.
Hell, I'll even take that. That sounds all right. If it's like a proc on block or something, or when struck, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It just seems like a wasted opportunity.
I guess a bigger problem, first of all, is that block doesn't really, like, it's not really a thing in Diablo 4, right? Only Necromancer can use shields, and even then it's like a niche choice. So I think that's kind of the main problem.
The 20% chance to not fully stop incoming damage, that's not cool for you. 20% chance to still get one tapped by a Lilith wave, that's not, you don't find this interesting?
I mean,
are you sure you blocked that Lilith wave? We need a frame by frame.
Even work. Yeah, it doesn't even work, yeah. Like, no, the thing is, I mean, the choice between like a one-hander and a shield is kind of like just kind of similar. Okay, do you put like a defensive aspect on your amulet or not? It's kind of like in the same ballpark, I guess. You know, if you go for that. And like Necro just has two of these choices to make. If you want to be really tanky, you can go for the shield and for the defensive aspect on the neck. And otherwise you don't. So I guess it's just like a Necro thing right now. Maybe long term you're gonna get shields on Barbs as well, I could imagine, but that's probably about it. Maybe the new class, who knows. So yeah, it's just like a shield thing. And I honestly don't mind that shields are somewhat simplified in Diablo 4 compared to other RPGs. Because it's usually kind of like the same thing that we do with crit. It's like, okay, you play a crit build, you scale crit chance and then crit damage, and those two things always go together. And then for a block build, you always have like, you know, block chance and like, I don't know, block effectiveness in Last Epoch, or like some other synergy.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you here, Woody. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a bias check. You're gonna have to answer honestly. Do you or do you not like playing minion characters?
I do not like playing minion characters.
Yeah, see, that's why he's hating on shields. That's why.
No, I kind of like playing with shields. Though. Like, for example, in PoE and stuff, I kind of enjoy having a shield. But it's not like that I dislike the idea of having a shield. It's just that I think they're actually fine in D4. I think that there's nothing really outrageously wrong with them without having like crazy life on block or, I don't know, crazy effects. But I do agree that maybe they could make more cool stats, especially with tempering. That's what I talked about earlier. You know, new recipes. They could add more stuff. They could add something like a defensive temper thing that is like, you know, life gain on block or something. Why not, right? You can put on a shield. Maybe you can literally make like a shield category of tempers as well, right? So that there's options like that. And tempering is probably where they will put all the cool new stuff that we can dream of in the future. So this is kind of like brings me back to the point earlier where I think there's going to expand on this as we go.
So yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I want to kind of hop on that and say that, like, in general, in like the character builder gamosphere, I think shields are like really cool. Like, I always have that, like, you know, image of, you know, the sword shield warrior going up against the dragon. The dragon does the fire breath and you just shield it and the shield's getting hot, but it's stopping the you know, it's like, I think it's like a pretty significant part to just like throw in the garbage and leave it to what it is. I'm really not super happy with shields. I'm not even happy that only necromancers can use them. Like, the fact that barbarians can't use shields is just what? Like,
yeah, I they were supposed to, I think, because I think back in the beta they had like transmog options that you couldn't get as shields offense. So I think at some point they were supposed to have shields and they removed that. But I agree, I would like to see barbarian shields. Maybe in the future.
I mean, another thing back to the original point. It doesn't need to be shields or block, right? Like the DR has gone down. They're making the game more challenging. There are other interesting mechanics, and that other games have. You come up with your own system, like endurance, for example. In Last Epoch is pretty interesting, where when you fall below a certain threshold, it's going to give you massive DR, and really what it helps you against is one shots. Like you get hit, and then that last portion of the damage can be mitigated if you build into it to try to survive. Specifically, a Lilith wave that doesn't really help you. In a lot of other cases, it doesn't just have to be shields and blocking. It could be other stuff as well. Spell suppression, for example.
Yeah, maybe they're gonna come up with some cool new systems. I agree. I really like endurance, for example. I think it's a very well designed mechanic in the last epoch. So could be nice if there's like more stuff.
Fortify, right? Where like Fortify is a strictly uninteresting system that says sometimes you have 10 DR. But other times it's just nothing. It's like the exact opposite of that, but actually good.
Some people are saying, Fortify in chat. Yeah, I think Endurance is way better than Fortify by a lot. They're not comparable.
It's not. Like, Necros have Fortify. It's easy to obtain, and I still don't get it. And you know what? With the major restriction on DR sources, yeah, fuck that. I'm still not going to get it. I'm just not going to get it. Because it's just...
Well, Fortify needs to be very easy to get in order to be worth it, right? So it's kind of like where it is right now.
It is, but I feel like when I die, I'm just surrounded or CC'd. And at that point, Fortify is not coming back up after I get hit once or twice. So, I don't know. I think when I actually need to take less damage, it's not going to work.
Well, if that is why you die, then there's two aspects for you. There's eluding and the Ghostwalker, and easy clap.
Oh, well, I guess it will be a little bit different next patch. Next patch, you can use your Golem cooldown to break you out of CC, which is very nice.
It's very nice. The other problem with it, though, because like they made the Golem activation like so much of a damage output that like you want to spam it for damage, and then you send them in, and then something CCs you from behind, and you're like, oh snap, I sure have 3 seconds to wait before I can become unstoppable again. I guess I'm being punished for having dealt damage. It's one of like the more interesting, like there's I mean, I could go on forever about minions, but it's just like there's so many things where they have implemented so much great stuff that kind of invalidates some of the stuff that they also put in. You can just tell that like these two concepts happened parallel but not together, and then they're like, oh, they get all the stats, and the Golem's awesome, and you're never going to put Unstoppable on your bar ever again. But the moment that you use your Golem, you can now just get CC'd, and it doesn't help your minions at all. I don't know. It's like it's weirdly, they always call it that like gift and a curse thing, where it's just like, it's awesome. The moment that you use it, you are now screwed. You better not get hit by anything.
So I'm gonna assume you also didn't use Bone Golem.
No, I use Bone Golem.
The Bone Golem gives you like it's like half the duration of the Golem. It's like 3 seconds. With the Golem aspect, you get pretty good uptime on Unstoppable.
The Golem aspect really performed a lot better now. Like it's 12% now, something like that. It performed surprisingly better, and I'm much more willing to use it. And I mean, like, also in like the end game, it was perfectly fine. But like when I was playing on like crap gear and just kind of tossing stuff together, I would send in my Golem and then get frozen. And I was like, well, all right, I'll just sit here until the CC is over. But yeah.
All right. I thought it was really, I mean, it's hard for me to complain because it's so much better than last patch. So I don't know. I'll take it. Thank you, sir. You know, I'm not complaining about it. Just so those people who understand. So the last patch, people didn't really play necromancers because you couldn't make corpses, which was just, it was like not good and not fun. But it was still like a pretty okay build overall. But you know, now minions do crazy damage. They fixed the corpses. But one change they made last patch, just people don't really know. So the bone golem, it does like a 6-second taunt, but it's unstoppable while it has the like thorns buff the whole time. So it's the only golem that will actually do stuff. It's like the only golem you should be using except for like boss encounters for any version of necromancer basically. And yeah, now next patch they made it so when you use your golem cooldown, you are also unstoppable yourself. So if you use the golem aspect, which is like 6%, Or it's 12, you said. Is it 12?
Yeah, they buffed it up to 12% boss.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
So the Bone Golem also does a double attack, so it procs that twice more than any other golem. So you can just very literally spam the Golem button and be unstoppable, and your Golem unstoppable the whole time, unless your minions are just spam killing everything, and the Golem doesn't even get to auto attack. And yeah, I only played like a day, so that was actually a problem because I only got to like pit level 40 or something.
So basically, you need to
literally
nerf the
everything was
skellies.
dying.
Yeah, nerf the
What's that?
skellies, and then you write, this is a buff. This is probably how
If
it's
you
gonna go.
if you open pit level 1 and summon a skelly and run around, your conclusion will not be that the skellies need a nerf. I bet my 401k on it. I bet my 401k.
Okay.
They need help. They like maybe their damage swinging the sword is good, but they're in the psych ward. They do not understand what a monster is. They don't understand what a gate is. They don't know what to attack, who to protect. They need help.
I think that the Golem was doing a huge amount of the damage, but now they have like, minion count mattering for so many other reasons. Also, I don't know if you managed to get a Mendeln ring. I didn't, but on paper it sounds like you really want to have the maximum number of minions with the new Mendeln ring.
Oh, I came to the exact opposite opinion. You basically don't use Mendeln on minion builds because you actually scale their damage and you give them multipliers. So you're not actually scaling your own damage. So Mendeln is like literally unnecessary. Like your golem is going to do 1 billion damage when you max him out. You don't need Mendeln when he does 1 billion damage. Yeah, it's Mendeln actually isn't really. Woody and I have talked a lot about this.
Okay.
Basically, they made it so that Mendeln now triggers off of attacks from your minions rather than lucky hit. And since it
Yes.
scales off of you, what that basically means is that you get to use minions for utility and still normalize their damage contribution to your build, as opposed to having to invest in them. So it's interesting. It's now like the non-minion Necro minion build option for like blood builds and Bone Spear or Sever using them for utility. Which is a good thing. It's just even less intuitive than it was before for the player base.
I mean, yeah. Again, I haven't tried it, but I was planning on doing less minion-specific things and more general scaling on my Necromancer and just using Mendeln. I also used Mendeln this season, even though I didn't have any lucky hit and wasn't really proccing much of it. I was using it for its stats, and its stats are even more important next season because they actually deleted minion health from gear. So that has like 50% of it, which is a lot. I'm not even sure if you can get 50% through Paragons. So
The cool part is that they do scale with your maximum life now, like 100% of your maximum life. So like when you put 30,000 life on you, they sure have 30,000 life too. But yeah, it is now a very unique. It's unique in the fact that it has that stat and it is gone from all other places. But yeah, I basically wasn't using it on any of my minion builds except in like testing early on to see how good it was.
All right, enough Necro for now, I guess.
No, are you sure? We could like keep
no.
trading notes here. Sorry.
I mean, it's definitely an interesting discussion with the minions, and it's definitely one of the highlights in terms of new builds that are coming, or like new builds, right? In terms of like what people are actually gonna play. So that's cool. There's other new cool stuff as well. Like, we were talking about crafting and the tempering. For example, one build that I tried was the Hurricane Druid, which was really fun to finally make work. And it actually turned out to be one of the better builds out there as well for Druids. And that was entirely enabled by just the mod Hurricane Duration on your weapon. So that's kind of awesome stuff that came out of that as well. And I think we're gonna see more of that with like, potentially like a hit shenanigans with like double casts and, all these kind of like, maybe other cool effects that they're gonna bring in the future as well. But it's kind of cool how something as simple as Hurricane Duration can just create a build with like the existing tools that already exist. And I think there's going to be more opportunities for that in the future. So I hope they're going to do that. Was there like any other cool stuff that you discovered outside of, the Necro stuff and I don't know what we just said?
I really only played Necromancer, but
Yeah.
were there like other builds not like hugely using the direct damage proc aspect. I thought that was
Well, I mean, okay, the direct prompt, the elemental search aspect was definitely like, you know, the choice if you cared about making the best build possible. But, you know, under the assumption that this thing will either not exist or, you know, in a massively nerfed form, like, obviously I was not testing this stuff very much because there was no point in trying to make anything with elemental search because it's just gonna get obliterated, most likely. So, you know, if you want to actually test a build, I was not using it. In that case, yeah, there's many viable builds, of course.
What about a Northeast 2-button build? The Frosty Strides auto teleport, just like 900,000 base scale damage or whatever. That was insane to look at.
Yeah, Frosty Strides, in looking at the patch notes, was already like, yeah, okay, this is fucking broken. It turns out, yeah, of course it is broken when you can, like, you know, Frosty Strides 2 times per second for 90,000 base damage. It turns out, yeah, so this is just like what I was expecting to happen, and people did it, and I'm glad they did, so it also gets obliterated, I hope.
Another thing that I tested, I wouldn't say this was a cool result, but I went over to the Druid and tried Companion Druid. It was better than current day Companion Druid. And one thing that we heard, I think, on one of the campfire chats was, well, because people were complaining that Companion Druid was so bad, they were like, well, I guess we might be able to do something with Companion Druid, but Companion Druid is never going to be like a Necro minion build, right? And I think some Druid players were actually pretty offended by that statement because they were like, why can't Companion Druid be as viable as Necro? So I was like, all right, let me go try the Companions. Obviously, they're better now that you get the stats, but it's nothing compared to the Necro. Like, I had to go seek out multiple aspects just to be as strong as just the vanilla Necro playing the game. So I think Companion Druid, while it's better, is still way behind Minion Necro for anybody that cares, and there are some people who care.
So I actually rolled Companion Druid in season 3, and it's like the numbers on it are actually pretty good, but the problem are your companions. Sorry, your companions get CC'd, and there's no way to break CC on a Companion Druid. But it's worse than that, where
they actually added unsolvable now to the wolves.
Sorry,
they added unsolvable on the wolves. You can now, they become unstoppable now.
I think they're just, is it base unstoppable? Is it
no,
in
it's
the tree? Or
no, it's like when you press a button, basically. But pressing the button is like almost all of your damage anyway, so.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was the issue. They would, if they were CC'd when you'd press your button on live right now, they would consume the cooldown and not do anything. And then when they'd come out of CC, they wouldn't use the cooldown. It was just like waste of cooldown. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually played Companion Druid on the PTR, and I gotta say, they are actually feeling pretty decent now. The main issue I had with them was that they were just dying way too much. Like, compared to Necro minions just like, you know, you have like the ring on, and they get constantly healed and resummoned or whatever, you don't care. But this doesn't happen on Druid. On Druid, your pets die, and they have to like 10 seconds for the wolves to come back. And you have to run circles in the boss arena in the pit, like in a high-level pit. They stand in the boss AoE, they get blasted, and they're gone, you know, that's it. You know, when I include the companions, they're especially good for single target damage. For example, I was trying like a Lightning Storm companion hybrid build. Lightning Storm was doing good AoE damage. Sometimes I press the wolves, I kill some elites with them. That was working out pretty well, even like pit 120 or something. But then I come to the boss, and I need my companions to kill the boss, and they just die in like every single AoE. That was like the really main gripe I had with them. But otherwise, they were actually kind of fine. Like, I really enjoyed playing with them.
I had the same experience there versus the Skellies. They were dying way more often. Same experience standing around with none of them alive.
Yeah, that's definitely something that needs a bit of like help there. So even if you try some stuff with like, I don't know, Blood Howl to try to heal them or something, you can never do that like often enough compared to like a Necro healing their Skellies, and they will just get, you know, two-shot anyway by like the boss attacks or something. So I think they need like some general damage avoidance, or maybe something I can spec into at least, you know, for like, I know, AoE attacks and all that, and it would help out for sure. But yeah. We also have someone in chat who's like very insisting about us talking about Druids, so I guess they're happy now. But apparently Druids are struggling, and I cannot really agree with that at all. Like, having played quite a bit of Druid, I felt like Druid were kind of like cruising through the high pits You know, even with what I just described, I feel like Druid has a lot of really good stuff in the next patch. I mean, they have been very strong since launch, and I don't know, they keep getting better, I feel. They're not like OP, like one-shot everything, 2 screens away kind of OP, but Druids are generally, I think, in a really fine spot in my book, at least, for my testing.
Aren't they literally putting out the most damage right now? I know it's not like the end-all be-all metric, but like, don't they literally have the most broken build currently?
No, that's just purely based on a bug with the Hurricane.
Okay.
But yeah.
What a lot of people are probably running into is like Druid probably felt the reduction in survivability the most, right? Because you were kind of, I don't feel like it was very hard to become kind of unkillable on the Druid, or at least in like more casual gameplay. So are people just suffering from like not acclimating to the changes? I don't know. Again, I have very little experience on the Druid.
But so Druid was like innately pretty tanky, but also they had like the armor rolls while shapeshifted. It was like getting armor on like boots, and that opened up like extra slots on the OP survivability pieces. But now those don't have survivability stats anymore.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure they really made out any better than the other classes in the changes.
Yeah, I mean, like just in general, like I guess people don't talk that much about Druid because Druids are kind of just like fine, you know. Okay, there's like this bug build. People say Boulder, it's actually Hurricane, guys. It does like 2 trillion damage or 200 trillion damage, depending on how much you want to stack the buff. Yeah, there's like some bug, but outside of the bug build, Druids are in a fine spot. Like, you know, we even get to the point where you just run this Shepherd combo, and you know, we give up like half of our survivability on defensive slots. You could have had like, you know, 3 defensive skills, or you can have the Shepherd combo for extra damage, and people are still running that in Pit 200 because, you know, you don't actually need the extra survivability. So I think they're fine. In fact, I would even advocate for like a debilitating raw nerf, because I feel like it's a bit too much day and night, having it up versus not having it up, and maybe buffing like the base defense a bit, or something like that along those lines is like something that I put in my feedback, because 70% damage reduction, you know, having it up, you feel like like an immortal tank, and having it down, yeah, you get blasted, and it's like too much of a, you know, like, you know, get good kind of scenario where I feel this will probably turn off people from really enjoying
so bad,
it.
Though, like, I don't know, that seems like it can work okay to me.
Yeah, 70% damage reduction makes you immortal. This is just how it works in Diablo 4, I feel. If you have it up,
right,
you're immortal.
But like, the idea of having a longer cooldown super DR button rather than like 20 DR.
Yeah.
Sounds fine.
Okay,
to me,
yeah, the idea of that is cool, but the reality is in 2024, we're playing with permanent debilitating roar. You know, you can reset the cooldown with Hunter Zenith. And, you know, there's multiple ways of doing that, but most people will do it with Hunter Zenith, which is the ring that you kill a target, and then the next time you cast the debilitating roar, it will not have a cooldown, basically. So it's kind of like a reverse cooldown reset. And you have to play around that completely, basically, in like high tier pit on like most builds, because most builds will be storm builds with 10% raw and blah, blah, blah. So that's kind of how that works. And yeah, it's like, you know, you do a mistake, you don't have a debilitating roar because you press it too early or something, and then you die. So this is like how many people will experience the Druid. And that is a bit of a problem, I feel, because it gives you so much DR in one slot, in like one skill, and if you kind of do a little mistake with that, that's it. So I think that could change a little bit.
Sounds like they just got to remove that aspect.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of fun to play with that. I think the Hunter Zenith itself is not such a problem. As I said, I think it would be better just like balance it out a bit better, maybe make the debilitating roar like 50% or 40%. But, you know, you add like an extra defensive passive somewhere, or, you know, these kind of things. I think that would probably, you know, just even it out a bit, smooth it out a bit. That would help a lot more. And the playstyle itself is actually kind of okay. But yeah, either way, I mean, for Druids, I guess since I'm probably the only one who has really tried a lot, I think you don't have anything to worry about as long as you know... Yeah, actually, not really. There's like so many good builds on Druid. I think Druids are just going to be in a fine spot no matter what. So I think that's pretty much my take here on the Druid. They're really powerful. I would actually rate them like the post nerfs that I expect. I would rate Druid most likely like second most powerful or so, depending on what they nerf exactly. I think they're gonna be good.
What's the most powerful?
Most powerful post nerfs is probably Barb. That's my expectation. Again. But yeah, we'll see. Like, it depends on the final patch notes. Right now, I don't think that Druid is really on the nerf radar in any way. and Sorks are, Barbs are, there's a bunch of stuff. And Druids are not on the nerf radar, I think. So they're gonna be fine.
Do you expect them to nerf minions at all? At least their damage?
Not to start. They will set this world on fire.
Yeah, I think so too.
In my feedback, like quite literally what I say is like, hey, these are overperforming. Like there's no question about it. Mathematically, they're better than anything else that you can do. Let us have that for one season. Just like the whole season. Let us be Hoda Barb for the whole season. And then let's bring it into like more realistic in line with what it should be, which is a thing that you choose to spec into if you want that to be your primary damage and kit, as opposed to just better than anything else that you can do by a wicked far margin. And that's what I'm hoping they end up doing.
It's not really like Hoda Barb though. Like Hoda Barb, like the one tap Duriel in season 2 and 3 was pretty ridiculous. Like they're doing like 100 times the damage if we are really considering the damage window. Right?
It's more so the pervasiveness. Like let us have our Hota Barb. Like let us have our everybody is complaining that they feel FOMO because they're not playing this one super overpowered build. Like let us experience that, because the Necromancer hasn't experienced that since like season 0, where Bone Spear was like the only thing that could kill Echo of Lilith consistently until people figured out Mendel, right? Like people all the time are like, we've never had a broken build. I'm like, you used to tell people literally go make a Bone Spear if you want to get the Echo of Lilith achievement. I don't know why we're like pretending like that didn't happen for a while, but it's been long enough where let us have this thing, let us enjoy how powerful it is, so that we can reset our expectations, be like, you know what, now that we've experienced it, yeah, it would make sense if this was more in line. But it's just been like, it's been the redheaded stepchild for so long, where it's like, if it gets fixed in the mid-season patch, like, yeah, we're going to cut it by 50%. I'll go get my pitchfork too. I don't know where we're going to meet up, maybe somewhere in, the Americas, just so we can get a lot of the player base together. But like, I really hope it's like a full season, and then season 5, they're like, okay, we're pulling it back into line.
So, Macro, just to see if I'm understanding this right, did you say that if we have a super overpowered minion Necro for a season, that by the end of it, the community will come together and say, yeah, we've had our fun. It will be acceptable if you nerf us next season? Is that what I just heard you say? Because that has never happened in the history of any video game for any build ever.
So yes, but, and hear me out here.
But what?
It's all of the other people who are just pissed off that there's a fun build. You know how people are just angry when builds are fun and strong, but it doesn't affect them in any way, shape, or form? Every single person playing Diablo 4 right now. Everybody else will feel vindicated when it gets nerfed. So like the karmic net balance of how salty we are will even out.
So
yeah,
I think that the average Joe playing a powerful build suddenly will attribute that entirely to them being way better at the game now than last season.
Yeah, I think Kip is right.
It's a skill thing. So yeah. I don't know what I like. So when Woody says he's expecting the reasonable nerfs, so I'm assuming we're talking about Dust Devils, we're talking about maybe Frozen Orb a bit, and we're talking about the bugged Hurricane. Was there anything else that you were thinking other than those three?
Yeah, we talked about the Frosty Strides and the Metal Surge, so I definitely expect those to get either obliterated or removed.
Okay, so with those gone, I was thinking highest output. Like, it just depends. It depends where Dust Devils lands. I think it's possible that Dust Devils is still the best build. I mean, Adam Jackson certainly seems to want to have it go that way.
It's going to be a thing, no matter what.
It could be the strongest, but I was thinking, so you were having Barb 1, Druid 2. I was thinking like Necro or Barb 1 or 2. I was going to put Necro number 1, depending upon how badly they nerf Barb. And then whichever one else be second, and then I don't know if Frozen Orb doesn't get nerfed that much. Is Druid really better than a Frozen Orb sorcerer? I mean, some people are playing it a lot of different ways. Some people are playing it. I played it like Frozen Orb way, and it was very strong. It was just my only issue was survivability. My offense was insane. So in softcore, you don't really care about that. And then some people were playing like conjurations. I think they went all the way to Pit 200 as a conjuration sorcerer. I do agree with you. Like the sentiment, the Druids are pretty good. Like I don't think Druids have this massive problem that people are pushing that narrative, but Druids number 2, I don't know. Druids number 2.
I want
I
to
mean-
kind of point out that I think it's hilarious that they made minions scale 100%, which for the the general player base, I'm not sure they quite understand that it's not like tripling your damage. It's like 10xing your damage because you're now getting full value from not just the base damage of like your weapon or whatever, but the int scaling, the modifier scaling, the crit chance, the everything, right? Everything is just suddenly way better. So yeah, so basically they 10x the damage of conjurations, they 10x the damage of minions, they 10x the damage of druid companions, and they didn't really touch it much past that. Isn't that kind of funny? It's like yeah, maybe this is okay. 10x, add a 0, see how it goes. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be too much, and I think it wouldn't hurt to kind of like tune down minions a bit as well. Maybe not like completely destroy it or something, but yeah, like they definitely seem like very strong, and I think a lot of people will not like the idea that Necro minions is gonna be like the choice, like the recommendation by everyone, making the tier list videos and saying play Necro minions if you want to have an easy time in season 4, because a lot of people just don't want to play minions, and I think Necro minions is just. It doesn't really sound like too like engaging as like a playstyle. It sounds like you can just kind of like AFK your way through half the game anyway. And I think they have to be very careful to, it's fine to make minions good and make easy builds very good, but I think it's bad for the game in general if like the easiest game to play in the game is the best build in the game as well. Because it will just turn off so many players. It's like, if you like really brain AFK the entire way through, and this is the best build, this is the meta, then we have a problem.
I got to push back immediately. What if I told you that playing a minion Necro properly is the most actions per minute I've played in Diablo 4?
Okay, elaborate.
Bar none. You click every single skill on your skill bar every single time it's off cooldown, every single moment.
Yeah, but you could also not do any of that, and you're still gonna be like 80% as effective, no?
I put you at like 50%. It comes down to metrics that like the casual player base doesn't like tune into, right? Like there are still some times where I have to make arguments about like animation speed and movement speed being the most important stats in the game. So can you just like stand behind and just only like click curse in your golem and like sometimes use your ring of sacrilegious soul to like do corpse tendrils? Sure. Will you clear stuff? Sure. Are you going to clear it as fast as the 1 minute sort clear time? Of course not. And you're like, oh, but Mac, that's teleport. That's teleport. If you try real hard, you can double your efficiency. And you are significantly slower, even if it is the most powerful build, if you are not playing it hard. Now, that's going to be a bit easier this season, but playing minions optimally is the most buttons I've clicked per second.
So, yeah, so I'm sure that that's true. I'm sure that the highest level of minion gameplay, I mean, I just played it for 3 days. There's crazy things you can do. But I think what Woody said here is definitely kind of what applies to the general game. Like you just run. It's exactly what Macro just said. Just run forward and curse and activate your golem, and almost everything in the game is going to die. And people are going to love it. Like Crip asked earlier, is that a problem? I have no problem with it. I have almost never, like, I'm sure there are examples, but in ARPG seasons, I always recommend, if you're going to be wrong one way or the other, for the love of God, be wrong in the favor of the player. So if Necro minions come out and it's just way too strong, you added a 0, oh, you're mowing the lawn in pit 200. That is a better scenario than minions still suck in the minion patch. So I don't mind. It's okay. Like they made a fundamental change to it. In my opinion, another fundamental change is required. My minions are stupid. The only reason they're working is because they're strong. You put a 0 there so they work, but you could take away the 0 if they would just do their job. I feel more like a babysitter than the commander of the undead. I'm so upset at everything that they do all the time. I can't even break the gate in the nightmare dungeon. But I do think like when they get these basic systems in place and they go further, that Woody's point is going to be important, that if Minion Necro rules the world for multiple seasons and literally you can just walk forward, curse, and golem and get whatever % of the efficiency, I think we have a problem there.
Back to rat runs it is.
Yeah, it's like a rat run.
I don't disagree. I really don't disagree. And that's exactly like what you just said, Rex. That's why I said let us have it for one season, let everybody get their jollies off, and then let's make it realistic. And then let's once we have all that data, we can make more informed decisions.
Yeah, I also agree with Rex. It's like, okay, like if they're too strong for a while, sure, I can always fix it. But yeah, maybe it wouldn't hurt to like tune it down a little bit, like some of the like minion specific stuff or whatever. But yeah, we'll see, I guess, exactly what happens. If they're gonna be really powerful, I guess that's fine. Necros have also the time to shine.
I mean, like what Crip said earlier, it's not like Hoda Barb. It's not the same. Hoda Barb is another magnitude over Minion. If they were both in the same season, we would put Barb #1 easily.
Okay, I think I can move on. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Well, I did get to chip in here. Yeah. I think I've been the most minion player of the bunch so far in the actual seasons. The real issue with minions is I wouldn't even say so much their AI is a problem, as Rax said, when it comes to hitting like non-monster enemies. Like if you think that's bad, it's there's other really bad ones too. But yeah, that is like an issue that they should probably address. But until they do address it, and until they do address like minion CC, on one hand I don't think they will feel like that powerful in most cases. Because yeah, you're gonna go up against a couple of rares that are just freezing your minions nonstop and your damage, especially if you're not using the bone golem. And I think a lot of people won't know too. It's gonna be bad. There's gonna be 0 basically. The other thing is, I think with minions probably surviving, at least you guys seem to think so, the nerfs that you're expecting. Wish I could have this kind of foresight, but anyway. I think a lot of people will actually smash their heads into these frustrations. Like, people are going to tell them the best build is minions. They play minions, and they're like, dude, my minions aren't attacking the gate. They're not attacking the thorns. Like, these minions suck. They just sit frozen, don't do anything. Right? So I think it will be a bit of an unfortunate case if it doesn't get addressed in some way. But ultimately, yeah, if they want to do something crazy, like give me a way to give all my minions permanent unstoppable, like, they can have half the damage. I'm good with that. They can probably have like 70% of the damage from what I was playing with anyway.
I guess my solution to this is I'm just not gonna greenlight any build that has minions from macro on max roll that does not have a curse to direct them somewhere. Like,
oh no, hey, I can't stress this enough. My football field decrepify is going on every single build. You click it one time, you hit Lilith from Kyovashad. It is sick.
Okay, perfect.
Lilith is actually pretty close to Kyovashad, though.
It's a waypoint away. All right, don't split hairs over here. All right, you gotta fast travel to get to her. All right, that's far.
Okay. Anyway, I want to move on from the necro topic and in general from the crafting.
Again, or do you just want to circle back to minions?
No, we're done. So I want to talk about Helltide. We haven't really talked about that at all, and no one mentioned it in the overall impression. So what do you think about it?
It's sick as hell. It's fun. It's just fun. I think they did it right, except for that sandworm, like literally knocking you out of the way every 5 seconds. I think they did a pretty good job with it.
I actually kind of like that though, because it notifies you of its presence. Like, oh, you wanted to walk over here? Not today, sir. Just knocks you across the. I honestly kind of like that.
It's just like when it happens the 3rd time and I'm just like trying to get to a chest and I don't care about cinders anymore. It's like, what if there was 8 fallen here? I'm like, I mean, sure, I'll kill them too, boss, but like they didn't need to be here. It's like, all right, I'll see you in a minute. I like it. I think like the Blood Maiden is really cool. People are already calling for like they need to buff her difficulty. We gotta remember that like sometimes undergeared people like show up to Helltide and World Tier 4 a little bit too early, and they're just going to get put in the ground by these bosses. And it also looks like there's a way that we'll be able to juice Helltide. I don't really understand how it works. There's that weird like elixir that adds like monster level. So like they've already incorporated at least some of that. People were finding them in the cellars, but like, my only issue, because I really think everything they added is just very good. Helltide actually feels like something that's fun. You can do it in World Tier 1 and World Tier 2 and out-level dopamine tunnels. My only issue now is I'm having so much fun doing the Helltide. I have like 3 minutes left and I realize I need to go open up chests. And if I don't hit all my chests because I'm sitting in a loading screen going to the other section, my cinders go away. And if we're bringing everything from the Blood Harvest over to Helltide, that thing that everybody loved, one of the things that everybody loved is that all your materials carried over. So like, let's just incorporate that into Helltide as well, in my opinion.
One thing about Helltide, which I don't know if you guys tried this or not, but I tested like leveling, and leveling was way better in Helltide than dopamine tunnels. But I'll tell you one thing that I think is incorrectly tuned. And keep in mind, I'm playing Minion Necro. I'm literally born for this. So I do the events and I just obliterate them. I got minions everywhere. I have infinite corpse explosions. Like I am actually God. And then it spawns the Helltide Commander in World Tier 2. I cannot tell you how long of a boss fight that is, even as a minion Necro. And they are like incredible single target. And I'm just sitting there and I'm just like, every time I spawn in a low level event, unless there's other people there with you, obviously there's other people, then maybe you can get the boss down. But if you're by yourself leveling up in low level Helltide, you do the event, the boss spawns to finish the event, you just leave. You just don't fight it because it just has so much HP. I'm just like, okay, there is no way mathematically it's worth it for me to sit here and wail on this guy. And it depends. Like some of them die pretty quickly, but some of them is like you're fighting Ragnaros.
Did they like mega buff the Hatter commanders or what?
I'm only talking about this in World Tier 1 or 2. Like now that they introduced it at the low levels, when you're a low level shitter and you got nothing. So you got your little yellows on. I'm playing Minion Necro. Okay. Like I am born to kill one monster.
Maybe they just like kind of forget to tune them. So I tried some early game Helltides, and I saw that the Blood Main was like super easy. Like she just died super fast in World Tier 2. But yeah, maybe they forgot about the commanders or something from the events.
And I never saw, I don't think I saw like the world boss there or summoned her. Did you have anybody fighting with you or were you fighting by yourself?
No, she's just squishy in World Tier 2. Like I've tried her, like I just summoned her and at level 20 or level 30 or something, and yeah, I was just able to like blast her down in like in a minute or something. So
yeah, and I think like the Helltide Commander is like at least a 2-minute fight for me. And in 2 minutes I can just leave and go to a whole nother event. So
yeah, that sounds like too long.
I mean, generally Helltide was pretty good. It's just, there's always something happening on the screen. They made it so you automatically pick up the cinders now, just walking over them. I mean, there's more move speed on characters, which I think innately makes Helltide a lot more fun. It seems alright. It's just still not something I really want to be doing like forever and ever. So it's still kind of an intermediary. But yeah, I guess the people that do Duriel farming like crazy, I guess they are doing it forever, so I guess they're happy.
I actually don't, because it gets like so many more materials now in the future, right? So, and also like they added the respin and sparks, so now you can like salvage. I mean, this was already a season 3 thing, right? But you can salvage the other uniques, and then you can try to craft one that you want and so on. And like with the overall like extra income in materials, I think it's gonna be really, really nice now. Like you do Helltides, like while leveling up, and maybe a bit after that, after 100. But it's like so efficient and so fast. I think you're gonna be just fine, farming Helltides. I don't know, maybe a total of 20 hours in a season or something, and you're kind of done, I guess. You also need
the other cool part. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just mentioning also don't need the Forgotten Souls from there anymore. You get them now by default. You don't need the Fiend Roses anymore. So it's just kind of like you just blast, have fun. You don't worry about clicking stuff on the ground. So that's also like one thing I kind of enjoy, just like blast. And there's constantly something happening. Like Helltide actually feels very active. In fact, almost too active. It's like, I just want to go open my chest, on my way there. I get like ambush, I get the worm, I get everything. And yeah, it's kind of cool that this stuff's happening. But sometimes I'm like, I just want to kind of grind my way over to this area. Just like how I usually do, trying to get towards that chest while getting some cinders. And it takes me like 20 minutes to get there to the opposite sides because there's constantly stuff. And I really don't want to just ride past it. So it's like too tempting, But yeah.
I think the cool part about it is that because I hated just doing like dungeon grinds for leveling. I think it's like the least fun I have during the beginning of a season. Helltide lets you do whispers. It gets you gear, especially in the early world, like world tiers, where like you just go pop open a chest and you get like your first like 2 or 3 legendaries. You put them on, and now you actually have like mobility and some damage. So it's like really rewarding in the early game. I did try it out with like no tempering, no masterworking, just like a base build that like I just created the character and I like put together a build. And the maiden was like a bit of a challenge while you found out what she was doing. Once you put on any good stats, like you obliterated her, right? I think there was one point that the Hellspawn came in, but I didn't know he had showed up. I just saw the loot fall out of the sky because I killed him too fast. So like, I think there's some world where like they can make it a little bit more challenging, but you're getting a ton of resources. You're mostly having fun because you're just kind of killing monsters the whole time. You're getting decent gear upgrades, and then it's like, oh, I have a couple minutes of downtime. I'll go turn in my Tree of Whispers. I'll go check something from my codex, or I might like head over to a world boss or whatever. I think it just fits much nicer into the overall early game progression and like the overworld progression part of the season start. I just need those cinders to carry over. Like dropping off at the end of a Helltide with like 200 cinders because like I just didn't run over to a big enough chest by the last minute feels like so bad. And I don't know why I'm being. I call it being punished, and it's a little bit dramatic, but like I completed your challenge. I did the stuff. I got my currency, but I don't get to spend it because I didn't stop playing the game long enough to go open up a chest, or too much stuff spawned in the way. And it like you're gonna tell me I'm gonna stop killing these monsters to go get like. It just seems a little bit like counterintuitive, and I feel like there's a very, very easy solve for it. And then I basically have no complaints about the system.
It's certainly a popular, solve that you're suggesting, I guess, because a lot of people would probably like that. But what about they just make the living steel scale of the cost of the chests, and they remove the living steel chest? Because I think that's kind of like the bigger problem here is that you have to get to 275 and you never want to open any of the other chests because they don't give you 5 living steel, they only give you 1 no matter the cost. And it's just kind of stupid. And why would you ever open another chest, even though Helltide was supposedly designed for the target farming in the game, but you don't actually do that because living steel exists. And, why don't you just go around and open like 75 chests if you really want to?
And we were talking about this on stream. It's like there's a couple different options. Like, what if there's a cinders merchant in towns or whatever? Or what if the chests stayed around for until the next Helltide, but like the monsters weren't there? There's a lot of things that are purely mechanically like, sure, you could do these things and they would technically solve this problem. But like a vendor in town, no, I want to do my Helltide while I'm in the Helltide. Like I want to open up my chest while I'm in the Helltide. I want to kill the monsters while I'm in the Helltide. I don't like want to go to a vendor outside. Or what if it was a chest where you could like pay more? You could like open it multiple times, or you could like pay more and get like a scaling reward out of it. That's okay. But like literally, how do they make that UI when this game needs to be played on console too? And it all just comes down to, I want to open the chests, but I want to spend 55 minutes killing monsters. So I don't have time to open up the chest. I have to stop playing the game to go just click the chest to just keep going. And I don't know. It feels like it doesn't need to be over-engineered in any other way, really.
I mean,
So-
I've played a few games where they had like limited time, like gathering events, and they just have like a conversion mechanic at the end. Like it could just like pop out random chest loot for how many would otherwise go to waste or something. Like
I
I
mean,
think there are a few.
the thing is that if you like do what you said, macro, with like just carry over the cinders to the next Helltide, then you still have the same problem that you have to stop killing monsters out of those 55 minutes and eventually go to the chest and open all the chests. And if you have like 2,000 cinders, then you're gonna go right around for 10 minutes opening chests. So you still spend the same amount of time opening all the chests. In fact, probably more if you do it that way compared to just efficiently grinding away through the zone as you go towards the chest, open that chest, grind away to the next chest, and open that one. So you basically just.
So, but like, why is that even a problem? Really, is my like if it's I have to kill the monsters and I have to open up the chests, why can't I choose to like prioritize doing one and then the other one versus intermingling the two activities? Like if it is the same thing at the end of the day, why doesn't the player get to make that choice about like, I only want to take the first 10 minutes of this Helltide, open up my chest, and then get back to dungeons or whatever I was doing? It's just like, yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I ran out of gas anyways. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Woody makes a good point. Like you still have the same problem. You could do a vendor. Another thing that you could do, which might be simple, is when the health tide ends in the 5 minutes of downtime, for the 5 minutes, leave the chests up. Go loot them.
Yeah, some people
then
just
the
said that in
next
my
health-
chat as well. Yeah, seems good.
But I'll play devil's advocate even further, and I don't feel very strongly in this. I don't care. Like they could change it. They could have them carry over. They could have you farm it in the 5 minutes of downtime. I personally, I think I like how they do it, and the reason why is I have to make a plan. I don't go to Helltide, and what I do in almost every game mode is I run around and I just slay shit. And that's pretty much it. And I don't think at all. The thing that I kind of like about Helltide is I don't have to make a big plan, but I have to make a little bit of a plan. And here's how it goes for me, because I was trying to like speed level. So I arrived there, I got 55 minutes. I played to about minute 15, and then I'm hitting tab and I'm fighting my way toward the chest, and I'm trying to spend my resources efficiently. I think creating these kinds of little like mini games within Helltide is actually good for the game. I don't mind it at all. I'm a person who likes puzzles. I like little itty bitty challenges like that. That enhances my experience. So I kind of like that if I don't make a good plan, that I am penalized for it. Again, I probably lost like 1,000 followers minimum for saying that, but I actually don't mind how they've done it as it is. Another thing about another thing part of the puzzle is if I have 80 cinder, or if I have like 480 cinders and I only have 8 minutes left, then I really, really stop prioritizing monsters, because I only have to get 20 cinders to get the 5th chest. I'll never get to 600 cinders. There's like a bunch of different mind games that they kind of develop if you care at all. I guess like the casual people who are just not paying attention at all and just slaying monsters and have 1,000 cinders and then check, and then they see, oh, I have to open 10 chests in 3 minutes. I get it. That feels bad for them. But I really don't mind the system that they currently have, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I think they're improving Helltide. I think there weren't like too many major issues in the PTR version. Probably what limited time they have to change stuff from PTR to season 4 is not going to Helltide. I think you basically played the version of Helltide you'll be playing next season in the PTR.
Yeah, Helltide is not the biggest problem at all. We got minions that can't open gates, Crip.
I got a message from one of my mods. Apparently, he has noticed how much people are gatekeeping minion builds. Like, if Hoda is doing 100x, anything else, it's like, well, yeah, but it's Barbs. But then if minions might be the best build, burn it down. No.
I mean,
Minions, they're easy to play. You only click like 2 buttons.
no one said that Hoda is
how
hard
dare
to play.
they have a good character at the end of the day?
Like, I would definitely also advocate for Hoda nerfs. Even after those nerfs, I would say they can probably still nerf Hoda more. So like that is fine. So I was not in the buff Hoda camp or the buff Barb camp anyway.
One of the funniest reactions I got when we first saw like the patch notes for the PTR, obviously, Rob's out there doing the calculations, trying to see through the matrix, and he shows up on my stream. He's like, yeah, we lost like 100x damage. Like top end Hoda builds are only going to do like 90 million damage per Hoda. And I went, he's like, no, you don't understand. Like, it's really nerfed. I'm like, you do not get to say this in front of me. I'm sorry, he's like, well, you gotta like weapon swap and you gotta do this little dance. I'm like, yeah, you like click 5 buttons and you do 100 million damage to a creature. I'm sorry, here's my very, very tiny little violin.
It's ramen noodles for Rob from here on out if it's only 90 million.
He's not gonna make it.
Yeah.
Not gonna make it.
Yeah,
no,
it's kind of funny because
Rob
plays too much Barb, I think, Like some of his opinions and some of his takes, I'm like, oh yeah, this should be buffed, or this should be like on Barb, he's playing Barb and he says, okay, this should be buffed, this should be buffed. And then like, yeah, I think Rob, you play too much Barb, like It's just like my opinion about that. If you think this needs a buff, you're playing too much Barb.
It's more so like the chat that came over with it. They're like, oh my god, sing, start singing your eulogies for Barb, and I'm like, guys, they have 4 weapons. They're gonna make it. It's gonna be okay. They're gonna get through this one. Don't you worry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Barbs will be just fine, even with like 7 different nerfs that are expected to come for them. So it's fine.
So kind of a segue from the idea of Hell Tides. How much do you think people are going to hate running Nightmare Dungeons unless there is like a strictly better Nightmare Dungeon in Season 4, like Vaults? Like, it's purely homework now at this point, right? It's literally just to get glyph experience. Why would you do it ever?
Well, there are reasons to do it, actually, which is they're also the best source of loot in the game, by far. Like, they just drop the most items. And honestly, personally, after running a season of Vaults, I'm really excited to actually see bosses again, for once in my life. So that's kind of cool. And, I mean, if you look at, like, how much they've changed Nightmare Dungeons in the past, and now they made, like, objectives pick up in, like, half a second, and, that kind of stuff, like, Nightmare Dungeons actually feel okay, I think. Most of the shitty objectives are removed, or, like, this like, not really annoying anymore, because everything is fast. You blast through them, you get tons of loot, you get your glyph XP, and I think for most people, don't like Nightmare Dungeons for some reason, because there is, an objective to do, and it holds you back from doing whatever you want to do for some reason. But I don't think this is really such a concern anymore once people actually play it again. I think a lot of people just haven't played Nightmare Dungeons in too long to really understand that it's not such a huge deal anymore. But that's like, maybe it's just my opinion.
So as someone who ran every Nightmare Dungeon and tested it, and someone who ran the events, first of all, the most important point is I agree with Woody. We all miss Tomb Lord. We haven't had enough. We haven't had enough Tomb Lord. That's the most important thing. But another thing about Nightmare Dungeons is they're far more rewarding than they have been in the past, at least XP wise, because the dungeon events have been tuned up tremendously. So, for example, when the pit gives you about 7 million or 70 million XP per hour. This is with no elixir or whatever. And the best Nightmare Dungeon running it gives you 74. So the pit beats pretty much every Nightmare Dungeon. But a lot of the events pay you about 150 million XP per hour that spawn in the Nightmare Dungeons. So one of the most valuable things you can get in the entire game now is to go into a Nightmare Dungeon and look for anything. A cursed chest, a cursed well, a cursed shrine, or an actual side event. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this, but in Nightmare Dungeons, they can now spawn goblin packs, which is another massive loot explosion. So I think Nightmare Dungeons are going to be just fine. And Woody, they did not give us half a second clicks. It's 0.75 clicks. We want it to be instant cast. We want it to be instant cast. And another thing is not all of them are instant cast, by the way, while we're talking about it. The levers are not, or the not 0.75. The levers are not 0.75, for example. There's other ones that I complained about. And another thing that they didn't do is in the dead center of the dungeon, they still have the 30-second event Slay All that pays 0 XP. 0. It doesn't matter how many monsters you kill.
You get like a small amount when you complete it.
You get a small amount when you complete it, but the best way to play that, if you play Minion Necro wouldn't apply here, but let's say you're playing like Hodabar or anything that requires resources, the best way to play that dungeon is stand in the corner, Blair Witch in the corner, have full resources, and just let the event end, and don't try at all. Don't kill anything because it's a huge waste of time. So that event is still there. Sorry, I ran a lot of Nightmare Dungeons.
No, I mean, that's definitely good points you're making, I think. And if there's actually some objectives missing from the click time reduction, that should definitely be fixed, I think. Like there's no reason to keep some longer than others or something. But yeah, to me, it I ran some, just tried builds in T100s or whatever, found some Distilled Fear, and it definitely felt better than before. And it's also like, if you really hate Nightmare Dungeons so much, you don't really have to do them very much in the future anyway. It's like, I don't know, they're buffing glyph XP by I don't know how much. They didn't say how much. I expect minimum 20% buff, maybe more. And this means that if you found like tier 100 dungeons, which many builds will be able to do easily in the future, you're probably looking at like 6, 7, maybe 8 runs per glyph to 21. Like to max out a glyph entirely from 1 to 21. But it'll probably be somewhere in a range of like half to 1 hour of blasting, depending on how fast you go. And I think that's not really too much to ask for like gearing up a character, like, you know, do a bunch of glyph levels and, you know, then you're done with the Nightmare system.
Are we sure they're dropping vaults? I feel like vaults don't really have that much to do with the league mechanic. Like, I don't know why vault can't be just
Yeah,
a different
vaults
type of
are
lanyard.
going, I think.
They put the vaults in Helltide. Well, the part of it they put the spinny.
I mean, the
vaulty
trap
mechanic.
Like the survive the trap thing.
By the way, while we're talking about it, Helltide cinders are red. The Helltide ground is red. The Helltide meteors are red. The flame jet is red. Then they have an indication for an attack. It's red. And then that attack is red. And then the red monsters have red fire sticks, the shamans, and they shoot fireballs that are red. I mean, I just don't get it, man. Like,
I'm gonna play Firewall Sark.
You missed out on a couple of them, Rax, because also in the pit, in the boss arenas, a lot of them have really cool aesthetic lighting that flashes red in between pillars. And then the secondary bosses that they spawn are also red, and the indicators for their attacks are also red. I did not realize, like, how much of this game just, like, hates my dad, who is colorblind, red-green. But they sure do, man. It's insane. There were so many times I just literally didn't know a boss was attacking me because their red fire thing was inside of a red summon circle and the flashing lightning through the window was red and white. And I was like, why is that happening? This seems overdone. Yeah, it's actually wild bananas. There's like 3 colors in this game. It's like Call of Duty in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I'm not colorblind and I find it obnoxious. Like the part where I like drew, like you draw the line at Uber Lilith and I saw that they changed the ghost to blue. That's nice. That's one thing. But the part where I drew the line is where I saw on the PTR, they put the vault traps in Helltide and everything was red. So it's like, you have to dodge them. I'm trying to play hardcore here. I have to dodge this. I can't see jack shit.
Yeah. I gotta say, I agree with this actually. Like, the visual clarity in general, I feel, is like a major problem in this patch. Like, we talked about, you know, tempering and like the crazy 100 projectiles that Crip mentioned, and it's fun to do that stuff. But yeah, you play like a Frozen Orb Stalker, you see nothing on the ground. Like, it's not even like a problem of the indicators, it's just like the problem of the build, just like being way too flashy, and there's like 20 Frozen Orbs exploding at any time. And you just can't see anything. And then you have the boss arenas where sometimes you have a gray on gray, like try to see like the tornadoes spawn in like, you know, a gray arena or something, and then the tornadoes float around and one-shot you. Like, that was definitely a problem. I also noticed this on like Vashan, for example, when I did the Uber Vashan fight. Like, the indicators for the dance, it's so hard to see because it's always the same color, and it also like lingers a bit, and before it completely disappears while the next one is already happening. And they overlap in some cases, and you have to distinguish the one that is despawning from the one that is coming. And yeah, there's like a lot of little problems like that I have to solve, I think.
Wait, are you actually playing a build that has to consider boss mechanics? I thought you just bring a Hoda Barb.
Yes, I am. I was actually specifically trying all of the tormented bosses with like a non-crazy boss killer build to see the mechanics. So I did like 5-minute fights or something to learn the mechanics and stuff.
Oh, man. I sure fought Uber Varshan on a build that couldn't do enough damage to break through his barrier for a solid 15 minutes. It's the hardest I've ever played in this video game, unironically. I got him to 30% and then I ran out of potions, but like I actually enjoyed it for what it was worth. But to your exact point, Woody, it gets so much worse. Like then you add Blighted Corpse Explosion onto the ground, and then you cast Shadow Blood Wave that actually still just covers the whole ground. So now you're like standing on top of a trap with a boss mechanic. You can't see the ground. I have 30 minions running around me. And I'm looking at it, and this is not a diss. I cannot stress this enough. I'm not some kind of one ARPG Andy. It looks like every like super end game map blasting build on PoE, just like spinning through, annihilating everything, and just physically unable for me to determine what's happening on the screen in front of me. And I've done nothing but play this game for a year straight. Like this patch, they took like something that I consider like very important to the game is like its aesthetic, and they just like said, screw that, giant Cheetos flying across the screen. Who cares? You can't see nothing. There's just bugles coming out of this barbarian at rapid speed. Like, the game looks silly. Like, it looks unattractively dumb. I really dislike how much stuff they've added that just like
I really dislike, like, you know, like corpse tendrils that are as thick as, you know, the entire character going across the entire screen. It looks so goofy.
thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. You can get it so big that it doesn't even show the tendrils. It just shows this giant black splash. It's just like this splash of ichor on the ground, and then everything gets pulled in because it's literally too big. Like, this shouldn't be that important to me. I just think that the game, like, one of the strongest things that the game has going for it is that I think it's a very beautiful video game. Like, I think it quite literally is a very good looking video game. And I think that you can have very powerful effects without it looking like a clown fiesta. Like, some kid just like figured out Photoshop for the first time, is just like dropping stuff on it. And I'm like really I think it's a little bit unacceptable to a certain point.
I mean, it's probably something they need to consider moving forward in general, but I have to say it's not something that even crossed my mind playing the PTR for like a day and a half. Just, I don't know.
If you start pushing the pit at like 150 plus and you get one tap by every possibility, you don't dodge properly, then you will understand. Like,
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like Diablo 4 never really had particularly good visual clarity, and neither does any other ARPG. It's just kind of like, I don't know.
I mean, it could be better. That's what we were saying, right? It should be improved,
Right.
or should be worked on.
I don't know.
Like, I mean, like,
There's the RPGs that have really good clarity, they have red circles under mechanics you need to walk out of. I would prefer that less.
I think the main thing here is, like, especially when you get like into the really high pit areas, they have to find a way. Like, the important thing that's happening is the boss mechanic, and it just blends with everything that you're currently doing. They need to find a solution for that, because if you get hit by anything, unless you have an invulnerability or some crazy mechanic that's probably not intended, that they're going to nerf anyway, you're going to get killed in one hit. You're going to have to dodge it. So I can't dodge what I can't see.
I think it gets even worse too. Like, the boss arenas in the pit need to be so large because they have like Lilith and 3 other people all trying to get you simultaneously, that you could be so far away from the boss that you can't see them even with max zoom out. So like, you can't see the tells from their effects, and then like something just kind of shoots onto the screen. I don't know why we only got like a 2% increase in our zoom out. I had like a before and after picture where I could like barely see the entrance of a doorway, and then I could barely see a light source on the other side, and I'm like, cool, that's all the zoom out I got. I really appreciate that, thank you. But like, yeah, I don't know, we're moving further and further away from the game having visual clarity, and it's clearly an important thing where like they tried to fix things like Blighted Corpse Explosion in the past. That's just very weird that I feel like we're going like 2 steps back when I already think it could have been better, especially with
I feel
like 4 different
Blighted
bosses all
Corpse
trying to hit you.
Explosion was such an outlier, though. Like,
Well, now it's Tornado, like Barbarian. You know what I mean? It's just like, watch a
Yeah.
NATO Barbarian play the game.
Yeah,
You
I know.
physically can't see anything. So it's like, what are we doing here?
I think they mentioned that there's too many projectiles flying everywhere. So I'm expecting that to be toned down for the start of season 4.
well, they'll probably just limit the Tornado Barbarian to 1 tornado then, right?
Yeah, just one tornado that covers the whole screen. You
Call
actually
it
can't see
Maelstrom
anything.
Barbarian. This might be a unique like insight that you might be able to give us here, Woody, because so much power is coming back onto like items in general. Like, we're moving a lot of our power onto items. On the rogue, where you get to temper 3 weapons, I experienced something interesting on the Necromancer where I felt like my Paragon was much less impactful to what my build was doing, because all the numbers there are very static and they don't scale much larger, and they're just kind of like a couple multipliers. How do you feel about having multiple weapons where you can temper stuff on, and so much more power going on to items as opposed to other systems?
Well, I mean, Rogue is most likely the weakest class, despite that, no matter what. Like, Rogue is just like not really as overtuned and has like broken mechanics like other classes. So it's not really an issue, but if they ever go back to Rogue and like, do like the Rogue patch where they suddenly add like crazy stuff all over the place, then it could become a problem if they don't do like some general tempering or itemization changes. Like, we talk a lot about the Barb, the 3 weapons or 4 weapons. And in general, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to just like lower those class-specific multipliers that those classes have, especially Barb, like, to lower values. Like, there's like class-specific aspects and so on that you can put on the weapons, the tempers that you can put on the weapons. For Barb specifically, should be lowered, maybe similar for Rogue, so that you kind of like reach the same overall values and have it feel kind of similar. On the other hand, it could make it so that, rogues just benefit more from tempers, and you can actually reach 100% chance to cast your projectiles twice. In other classes only reach 60, and that's just a rogue thing, why not? So, as long as you balance around that and, give them like some negative power somewhere else, it's totally fine to do it. So it didn't feel like rogue was like overtuned because they had more tempers or more stats on your weapons or anything like that.
The biggest thing that I felt was like, okay, I'm in my Paragon boards. I'm going to put in 3 Paragon points. It's going to gain me 30 additive damage. Hell yeah. Nice. I'm glad I did that. And now I'm going to walk over to this blacksmith and I'm going to put my amulet or my weapon in, and I'm going to add 200 additive bone spirit damage to my weapon.
Okay,
Cool.
yeah, I get what you mean. So in that case, I have to say, yeah, the number of additive damage that you can get is crazy, especially with the weapons, because you can put so much of it on the offensive slots, and Rogue does have more than usual. And I agree. I think in general, like tempering probably just needs a nerf across the board. Like anything, like we talked about the size, we talk about the projectiles, like screen clutter, like, basically anything could need a nerf there at some point, I feel. It kind of feels to me that, with tempering, they've kind of just like introduced the whole system and they completely forgot about masterworking, and, this is why all the values are so crazy. Like, this is kind of like what I feel happened. And, if it's just like slash everything in half, it would still be extremely powerful and not as crazy and like completely ridiculous in some cases. So, yeah, there's definitely some tuning needed. And I feel like the crazy amounts of additive damage that we get compared to, like, for example, other choices like glyphs is definitely noticeable in that case. Yeah, for example, I noticed myself, like, on the Rogue, instead of like trying to like scale glyphs to the maximum, I would just always go for minimum, just get the secondary effect and move on. And I was completely changing the way I built Paragon boards. I invested out more in defenses. So, once I was talking about the philosophy shift earlier with defenses. Once I actually understood that in the PTR, I was doing a lot better as well. So it's just like the new meta of making a Paragon board, I feel. Like you kind of like ignore the nodes, you go more for the glyphs, and I don't know, that's just how it goes, I guess.
I honestly,
you probably go for the percent HP a lot more now as well.
Yeah.
I think just like as an overarching thing, though, for the amount of changes that they've made, I think a lot of this is just totally fine to release in season 4. Like a lot of this is like the super in-depth, like where is the power coming from here or there? How do we tune things? But I think a lot of it for where they have it right now, if anything, is going to be a little bit on the too powerful side. And that's never really a problem. Players almost never complain that they're too powerful. And we are going to have to solve at least one equation next season, it looks like, which is defense. So,
yeah, I totally agree with that as well. It's like, it's not a huge issue. Like, for some reason, they put it on the known issues list before the PTR came out. Players may be unable to reach their Paragon bonuses on the randos or something. That was apparently supposed to be a bug. And I was like, yeah, guys, you just removed all of the stats from the gear. There's no all stats. There's no, like, strength on the sword or whatever. Like, of course you can't do it, but that's just, like, how it works now. This is a feature, I guess. Like, why is it a known bug? Like, it's kind of weird. So maybe they're going to do something, but I think it's, like, also, like, something they shouldn't waste time on, to be honest.
Well, another thing that I think, hopefully, certainly Blizzard knows this, and we just, I do not have this information, but we do know that there's going to be like some kind of additional crafting mechanics, and there's an expansion coming. I would not rush to make changes to balance the current state of the game. They've got to consider what are they implementing going forward. Because if they fix it all right now and then the new system comes out and it obsoletes what they already fixed, then we're having them do duplicate work, and we're already so far behind in development. A lot of people are already considering this the release of the game. It's finally out of beta, ha ha ha. So because it's okay releasing right now, all of these are godly observations and things that we should, tell Blizzard where we're getting all our power from and what we're ignoring. And okay, we obsoleted half of the Paragon board or whatever. But I hope to God that they take a more holistic view of like their roadmap and make changes that are going to just work, that they don't have to keep redoing. Because if we keep redoing stuff, we're going to get exactly the same position that we were already in. And God, I don't want that to happen again.
I mean, realistically,
as long as they do-
oh, sorry. Kick up.
As long as they do like the double development team alternating seasons, there's gonna be so much just scrapping things that they've like. I think they're really gonna struggle to meaningfully build on systems.
I don't think so at all. Actually, I don't think the alternating system is bad because it gives them more time to generally iron out the season. And I think they're mostly working on the theme, like the season, new quest lines and the mechanics and stuff like that, and nightmare vaults. And I don't think this has much to do with what the state of the game is and the balance.
So this whole thing where when a new season comes in, the previous season goes completely in the dumpster for a game that doesn't have enough content in it is really bad in my opinion. And the reason they do that is because they don't have the same devs working on it. That's why we get like a super tiny update to keep it almost in its spiritual sense, like some league mechanic. And I think this early on in development, I think that has really been quite problematic for them. I think the only reason they're able to do significant changes with itemization is because they kind of paused that system to do it. I think that's why they're so long in between this season. Yeah, I don't know. I see that pretty problematic moving forward, and I see that as pretty problematic in building seasonal content permanently in the game.
So one thing that Blizzard, I think, shared in the partner Discord was they said that they understand where the narrative came from, that there's an even and an odd team, and that's how they make their seasons. But they said that's actually not how it works. They said, I think in the next campfire, they're going to clarify how it really works. But to Crip's point, I'll tell you something that for me really surprised me. This, I think, was this high level idea was a miss. So he says okay, they don't bring back the actual season. They only bring back a snippet of it in its spiritual form. Okay, so for me, the most entertaining season so far was the Vampire Powers. And so they said, okay, we're going to pick a couple of Vampire Powers and bring them back. That for me missed a huge part of the point that was fun about it. So we got the vampire stuff in the Helltide, and we got a couple of Vampire Powers back. But the thing that I'm missing here is I had fun leveling up my Vampire Powers. I didn't like the UI of it. The UI sucked of clicking back and forth and back and forth. But it felt so good to start off with a level 1 hemo, which helped me in leveling, and then to work my way forward and level it up. And then I finally maxed it out at level 3, and then I'm feeling good. This is what they keep removing. They keep removing the things to work on. We're not working on pets. Not that I like the pet, but let's pretend that we did like the pet. That's gone. I'm not working on my vampire powers. That's gone. I'm not working with the malignant hearts anymore. You just threw them on a ring. That doesn't give me really content. I just find one thing, and then that's the only thing that came back from it. If they have a progression system that feels good that they can implement into the game, that would increase player playtime. This is why PoE is so good for the people that invest the time into the game. There's so many ways to develop your character that it's hard to get bored in that game. And I really wish Blizzard would take a look at the whole idea of leveling up these themes rather than just giving us a piece of it and just handing it to us.
Yeah, I guess there could be ways how they could bring back some of these things without overly power creep in the game, right? For example, okay, you can still put a mini vampire power on your glove or something, and then you can rank it up, as you use that glove and you farm certain things. You farm vampires, maybe it absorbs the blood of the vampires and then it gets stronger or something, right? You could kind of do something like that, I guess. I think what they're actually doing in the future though is that once they have actually built a few season themes that we have seen now, they're not bringing them back immediately, but I could definitely very well see them like make something like, similar to an Atlas passive tree from PoE. Not like the tree itself, but the idea of you can customize the content that you're playing, like Nightmare Dungeons most likely. It's going to be like the main kind of like blast mode kind of content that they're gonna focus on here, or maybe some other instance content, maybe the pit, who knows. But let's just say Nightmare Dungeons, and you kind of customize it, and you can say, okay, I want to see malignant monsters there, and these malignant monsters can drop a certain thing. Or I want, maybe you get like malignant events more often, or, something like that. Maybe sometimes the boss is replaced with like some malignant boss. Or, likewise, you can do the same with the vampires. So sometimes there's like more vampires showing up. Extra packs of vampires show up in your dungeons. They drop the Zero Blood. Or, there's like the constructs that are suddenly invading the Nightmare Dungeons, and there's like, a portal of them popping out. And I guess there could be like, many things that are like PoE mechanics that they could actually throw in there once they have actually built a bit of like a baseline of this stuff. And then they're gonna start adding on to that. And for now, it's just like not there yet. So this is kind of like what I think is gonna happen.
My major concern there, because like theoretically the reason why the developers are taking this path is because the very vocal player base said, hey, we don't want perpetually bloating systems in the game. And like I think a really good example is Torchlight Infinite, right? I actually really like Torchlight Infinite. I think it's like a very fun game to play. I like its crafting, I like its gameplay. I felt like every hour I was playing Torchlight Infinite on a season start, a new UI would open and would say, hey, here's your dream ship mechanics delver. And this one, you got to level up this one with the prizes of Nalgranar. And I'm like, chat, what is Nalgranar? And like, what's it? So like, and it was like, oh, well, that one's left over from last season and you get them from doing this thing, but don't worry about that one because it's not that very powerful. Or I'm always reminded of playing like a PoE league start with Teo. And I walk up to a shrine and I'm like, what's this shrine? And I click it. He goes, oh, dude, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know. There's monsters and I'm killing them. He's like, yeah, but you don't care about that currency. Like, that's not going to be worth. So like, I would like walk into all these systems and people who know what they're talking about are like, oh, don't do that. That's garbage. And it's like, how do you avoid that, but keep Blood Harvest in? How do you avoid that, but we leave the vaults in? Like, I don't think a game has figured it out well. I think you either do alienate new players to a certain extent to give people more stuff to do, or you simplify the gameplay and you always make it the same loop, but with more foundational changes to it. And it just takes longer to ramp up to having enough content. Like what is the perfect balance between those two things?
So PoE has a lot of added content based on like modifying an item a certain way, and that certain way is not like, hey, you do double damage now. It's like much more nuanced than that a lot of the time.
Okay, yeah, it gives you like alternative ways of making an item, right? So that's basically what you mean. Like,
no, sometimes they have just unique things about them. Like, I don't know, you can get like synthesized implicits, and even the top, like the very, very, very top, like casual play will never even see half the stats on one. Triple affix implicit items. None of them double the power of your character. We're talking about like, an extra like 10% more damage or something. And then, yeah, if you have that in like every slot, it's quite a bit. But that's the reason it kind of is able to build upon that stuff. My main criticism with Diablo 4 is that like so much of it is wasted. Like, I can't believe they're not bringing back vaults. I'll be honest. I don't understand that at all. Vaults just seemed like a different way to Nightmare Dungeon, and I preferred it to Nightmare Dungeons by the end. Why can't vaults stay in the game? Like, what part of the game is breaking there? Yeah, okay, we're not going to keep the pet, sure, but like, and there are examples of this happening where it doesn't make sense that they're deleting it. Hell, even the vampire zone takeover, they can just leave that crap in and delete the vampire powers. It's just like a fun way to get like a few early pieces of gear. Like, what's the harm in having it in the game? It's not really that bloated. I don't know. We're talking about a game here that maybe up until very recently was really lacking things to do. Like the end game for hardcore players was group killing Duriel, and killing, I use that word loosely because we're talking about one big bonk from a Barbarian in 1 second killing. Like, I don't know. Like in that game, they're deleting content that they make, and I think again, I want to circle back. I think they're deleting the content they make is because they have different dev teams working on different patches. They're not even really aware of what works and what they should be keeping. Right? That's like something that they maybe glance over months later. And
I can't imagine that this is how it works, honestly. I mean, you have, game directors that are kind of supposed to manage the teams and, kind of make sure that the overall vision of the game is going in the right direction and stuff like that. So there must be people that actually, think about this. Okay, this season's going to have this season's going to have that. Oh, we're already in the planning stage for the season after that. And, we're doing the concept arts and whatever. And there must be like some kind of roadmap, like that they're working on. They're thinking about the expansion. They're doing this. We talked about the crafting system is gonna get another layer maybe in the future or whatever. So obviously this is already preparing for the future.
PTR and the item overhaul, I would just be calling you full of copium right now. They've kind of had one recent W, and let's not get ahead of ourselves. They've mostly been deleting the content that they've been implementing in seasons up until this point.
To that exact point, though, right? If what we're trying to argue, is almost like a scarcity of resource or an inability to like function at an efficiency level to like isn't it much more logical that like it would be harder to maintain these systems and keep them balanced and relevant as they add new content? Like, how do they both change the Blood Harvest and the Helltide and the Vault and the dungeon, Nightmare Dungeon, so it's still relevant? Like, wouldn't it make more sense? That's like,
you can give them a specific purpose, right? This is what it does in PoE. Like, you have a certain thing you can grind, a certain league mechanic that gives you a certain thing that you can only get from that. Well, plus minus, yeah. But in general, you could have like this Blood Harvest thing, and you could have like a leftover from the Blood Harvest season where, you can still get like a mini vampire power for your characters that they can grind out and, progress something. Like you talked about Torchlight, right? Torchlight, every 1 hour, there's like a new system they unlock from the previous season and just like layers power on power. I mean, I don't really want that, to like a crazy degree, but, every season implementing like some kind of like 5% power creep because of extra season stuff from the previous season that you can still grind out wouldn't necessarily be such a thing. It's such a bad thing. And this is kind of like how PoE does it. It's kind of like, okay, Torchlight does it like 50% per season. They're going way overboard. But, it's kind of like that progression in PoE, right? Where, okay, now you have the synthesized implicits, and now you have the catalysts on your jewelry, and, now we have this, and now we have that. Now we have like a new way of crafting certain item. And kind of like every season there's like something. Like, it doesn't have to be like layer on layer on layer on layer, but as Crypt described, I totally agree. The game has been extremely empty, and it still doesn't have all that much. They just made a much better job of making the existing stuff more interesting. And bringing back old things should happen, and in my opinion, I think that will happen once they have a large enough base of, themes to go with and, make content out of it. It's just kind of strange that they're not like immediately keeping them in the game. I also advocated for like, okay, keep Malphas around, keep vaults around, make them like a rare drop. And, if you actually finish a vault without getting hit too much by the traps, make it like a, dodging the fucking traps in the vault sucks, and everyone hated it. But if you do it like once, if you do it like every single run, but if you do it like once every 5 hours, you get like one sigil of a vault. Yeah, I would like to play that carefully and, try to get to the end and only take like 3 hits and try to open all the chests if I do that right. I think that would be fine. Yeah, and why not? Yeah, make it like very rewarding, a rare drop. There you go.
My argument isn't that this thing shouldn't happen. I'd like to point to how many patches rolled out, fine-tuning Nightmare Dungeons until anybody even enjoyed like playing them. And I think it could be reasonable. This could be me licking the boot a little bit too much. It could be reasonable saying, let's get a foundational game under our feet, and then we can actually have like the resources and time to keep these things evergreen in the game and have them in. It's like we saw a Nightmare Dungeon change every week, it felt like, when the game first released. And it's like, if vaults have to stay in, they also have to get rebalanced, right? Like that's my only point, where it goes like, why would they not do this? It's like, well, sometimes there isn't an infinite number of hours that people can work on a thing, right?
But the other thing is also that if you do something like I said, where you get like a rare sigil drop for Nightmare Vault every 5 hours, you don't have to like omega balance them that much, and they could give you like a special reward. Like if you talked about maybe tempering reset stuff. You know, why don't you do the vault, and if you're successfully complete, and you get like temper reset material or something, right? It could be something kind of small that you don't even technically doesn't even constitute a power upgrade, but something cool that you can get from that, and you can target farm it if you really want to unbreak your item or something. But
the really important part here that Woody did correctly identify about how PoE does things is the PoE power level things. They are like 5%. Maybe 10% if you get like some like crazy 0.1% version of something. Those are the versions of the league mechanics that they keep in the game, and Diablo could absolutely do the same thing. They're just not really doing it. Like they put the vampire powers back in the game, just like one of them. I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna work with my character, and that's it. That's kind of insane. That's the only remnant of vampire powers.
I guess now we have
one
Helltide, so
aspect I'm not going to use. So I don't know.
So if I was working at Blizzard and I'm making a template for the entire process of a seasonal theme, right? So you have the season, and we design it a certain way, and it introduces a pet with 10 levels of power and whatever 30 different choices. We watch players play it. We gather some data, and it's probably completely unreasonable to think that already in the next league or in the next season that we'll have it fine-tuned to implement there. But as part of the seasonal process, it's like the post-season part of it. Okay, what did people really like about this, and what worked here? And then maybe in the next season or the season after that, whenever the hell it's ready, as it's already been talked about multiple times, you implement it in a nerf state. We can't get 50%. We can't get the full power every time, all the time, or it's going to be terrible. You got to nerf it down tremendously. But one thing that part of it is the events that we've been talking about. Oh, let us run a vault. Let us do this. I'm not sure that as Woody said, I'm not sure that the tweaking on that needs to be so precise if it's more of a rare thing. But the thing for me is partly to what Crip said. It's like, first of all, there has to be something in here that's useful for me. And as a player, I want something to work on. Don't just put the vampire power on a ring and then say, go kill this boss if you want that ring. You've thrown away 98% of the season there. Maybe you simplify the whole process to what Macro said. What Macro said is important. A lot of people feel that PoE is far too bloated. So you need to nerf it, and you need to simplify it, but you need to not abandon the whole progression system. And then I don't imagine that is being easy, but I imagine it's a hell of a lot easier than designing the season theme in the first place. I think the value spent in like a post-production for a season and then re-implementing it like that, after a year or so, you would have, a couple of different systems that you can work on that might actually be fun if that time was spent. That seems very valuable to me and would work long term.
Yeah,
I do think
just
that
kind
them
of hope
coming
they
back,
give it more attention.
sorry,
it
you wanted
like
to
feeds
say
into
something?
like it like feeds into like the one issue that I do have, just like Crip said, it came back as an aspect. It's not good for my build. I don't care about this. I don't know if you all have tried to fit in all the cool aspects to your build recently, but with the unique items that you want to use and the uber uniques and the aspects that you have, it's like so much less room to actually like make decisions that I feel like are unique. And every time it just comes back as aspects, it's like, that is very cool. I don't know what you want me to do with that because I can't fit that onto my build. Not even that I wouldn't want to. I just physically can't fit it onto my build. So I definitely think that they need to come up with a better option. And I'm definitely not opposed to the idea of keeping it. Like, I would much rather run Nightmare Dungeon vaults as opposed to Nightmare Dungeons until the cows come home. Like, I can go kill Uber bosses if I want the boss exchange. Not to crap on Woody's desire to kill Tomb Lord for 12 hours. Or hey, maybe Blood Bishop. He's pretty cool too. But like,
they need to double down on Tomb Lord. They need a Tomb Lord level, like a cow level, where every monster is Tomb Lord.
We need Uber Tomb Lord in the expansion.
We need color palette swap Tomb Lord so he does different damage. If you get purple Tomb Lord, watch out. You need Shadow Res.
The only color in Diablo games is red, Macro. We covered this earlier.
Well, purple is basically just red and blue, so I think that's within the realm. No, I do get it. It is a very interesting choice to be like, all right, we have this cool thing, take it out. I feel like a lot of player base was asking for that, whether or not they were correct and that would lead to a better gameplay experience for them. I'm not confused that it's happening, but I definitely agree that like they can't just keep adding in new uniques and aspects, because if you're also going to add them every season until you're going to give me a whole other character just to like, or like a Kanai's cube or something, I don't know where you want me to put these things. But yeah.
Yeah, I also agree. Like, the game is already starting to get a bit saturated when it comes to aspects. Okay, they're gonna give us like, some other ways of like adding some generic damage multiplier through a condition or something here and there, and it's kind of like, okay, yeah, there's like some interesting stuff here and there, like the hectic power, for example, is kind of like a game changer for some builds or so. Like there are some like gems that they put in there over time, but in the grand scheme of things, legendary powers are kind of like in a good spot, I guess, right? And uniques are also okay. Some more cool build defining stuff is nice. What they've done with like the fireball thing, that is like amazing. Or like the blight is gonna become like a new thing now or something. So yeah, that's some cool stuff there. But yeah, just like using the same limited amount of slots that we have for all of the same stuff that bring back from seasons is kind of bad long term. And as Rax said, it would be nice to have like some progression system that you can work on alongside the other progression systems that they already have with like the crafting, the items, the legendaries. So there's some kind of like maybe mastery system, that it unlocks at level 100, like post-Paragon progression kind of, and you kept that out at some point, and then you get like some extra powers that it brought back. Yeah, there could be many things, right?
I mean, kind of like what you said earlier, which is just like, what if the progression was just that content was more valuable for you, and that's the only like meta progression to it. We leave dungeon vaults in, but now they have a chance to spawn a boss at the end and it drops more loot. So players isn't getting more power, they're getting more ways to play the game that better fits or tailors to what they enjoy. I'm actually super
like
on that.
Good tuning, but I don't know. That's that's getting a bit tricky. I would more put it like, I don't know, like what's the pit currency? What are those things called? You get very few of them, right? Okay, well, they vaults in the game. They're like nightmare dungeons, and you get like 10% chance to get one of those stupid things at the end. Like something like that, I think could easily work, and that's like no dev time, right?
It can be small, but I think that's like the simplest solution, where like, yeah, it's okay if this like content is super, super easy, because rather than like need to buff it up to be on equal par, it gets less cool meta progression stuff. So like, yeah, it's wicked easy, but like you really, if you like doing it, you can go do it, but it's not going to get you the same amount of stuff as doing a nightmare dungeon. I'm exciting myself over this concept. I should be a developer. Where do I apply to Blizzard? I'll go get this for us.
Well, you're gonna have to answer to upper management's design decisions at Blizzard, I believe. So.
And some people in chat also suggest like Paragon changes, like they added Paragon board for the Millennium theme or the Vampiric theme that can be used by all classes. What about that?
I mean, there's so many ways you could do it. There's so many ways you could make this work. You can bring back the pet a little bit reimagined. Like the pet doesn't really do much. He's there, but the pet can level up 5 times, and then every time you level up, you get 3 choices. You get 2% movement speed or 300 armor or whatever, and then at level 5, you spend the whole season playing with your pet, or you achieve a certain goal. You killed Uber Lilith, you cleared pit 100, and now the pet can equip 1 yellow item, and you get the yellow item stats. Whatever. Or you could do a Paragon. There's so many ideas that you could do. I mean, we could sit here and theory craft 1,000 ideas that would work. But say anything. Give us a progression system. The malignant hearts, you just put them on a ring. The vampire powers, didn't they just put them? There's no progression system. The pet hasn't even returned. I don't think anybody's upset about that. There's nothing to work on, man. All you do is grind to 100, put on yellows, and then now you get legendaries. You look for some greater affixes, and then you click an up button 12 times. We need some other things to work on.
I mean, to be fair, actually like maxing out the character will take significantly longer than before now, right? With the tempering and masterworking, and there is actually a post 100 progression now compared to before. So I would like probably just wait and see how it actually feels. Like I think you can easily spend like 100+ hours on just decking out a character now in season 4 and the full one build. So I think that's a good amount of hours to put into a build to kind of like get to like the high end. And I guess we'll see from there in terms of like, you know, nothing to do.
I
Yep,
mean,
combine.
I think they got like a lot of changes in general coming in for next season. I don't think there will be like yeah, I'm not sure they're designing a game where you have something meaningful to do literally year round. I don't think, I'm not sure anyone's making that game. Like, I don't even think PoE is that game. Maybe Ruthless in PoE is that game. Maybe.
PoE has had too much power creep, I guess, for that.
So, but yeah, I think there's kind of enough like time spent. I just wish they'd have like like the whole spirit of my point is I just wish they had some kind of like building up of content that they make in the game. Just like do something with it. And yeah, it kind of blew my mind that like vaults are not part of the game anymore. I just don't understand that. Like, why? Right? Like, I just don't understand. So yeah.
Maybe they're coming back in a mid-season patch, so we'll see, I guess. Maybe they already have
put them
plans.
on a ring where you just get teleported into a vault on a lucky hit chance.
I mean, there is actually, I actually had some discussion with my chat like earlier about like people like the vault, like literally the vaults from Diablo 3, the Goblin vaults, and you know, they really like this like new pinata kind of like mini thing that you can open sometimes. And I guess if like vaults go somewhere in that direction, that would also, you know, make like a smaller mini dungeon, but you know, like at the end you get like these crazy chests, and yeah, like, you know, if you avoid X traps, then you get like a huge explosion, but you can only open it so often. Yeah, maybe they're gonna do that. Who knows?
They're also missing like on the cool factor. Like, I don't know. Like, they could bring back vaults and like one of the pieces at the end drops like holographic, you know? Yeah. Then you have like the
You like the
completionist
foil stuff, you
Andes
mean?
doing vaults only.
You want to know what's a big miss in the cool factor? It's like when you hone your gear in Lost Ark, you get like a little tiny glow, and then eventually when you like get it maxed out, you're like, you know, Super Saiyan Lost Ark character. You want to know what the difference is between a 12 Masterwork sword and a 0 Masterwork sword? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. That's such a miss, man. I don't understand.
It make the
You mean
glow
like
golden
literally
instead of silver.
visually?
I'm sorry, I couldn't. What? Sorry. I
Macro?
heard half of each of you.
Sorry, so like literally like visually, like once it's Masterwork 12, it's not the Harbinger of Death, like Angel of Death sword. Is that what we're
Yeah,
talking
I mean, there is actually like no change at all, and that was one of the coolest things about Lost Ark. I mean, you're working on it, going to the raids, you finally hit one extra level. It just makes the glow a little bit bigger. I mean, it's okay. Like, it doesn't have to be as cool as Lost Ark, but there's nothing. I mean, the way that they tried to get us excited about masterworking was your favorite macro, the animation of hitting it, which is the worst thing ever. Instead of giving us a permanent cool cosmetic on our character for achieving this, I mean, it's going to be a major achievement for most casual players to even reach the pit, let alone masterwork something to level 12 and chew through it at RNG. And for that, they get nothing. It doesn't make any sense visually, I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think this is like some easy low-hanging fruit there, right? That they could just use to make you feel better about what you're doing with your character. All right. Well, should we move on? I had like not really many more topics now. We've already been sitting here for like 3 hours, guys. So I guess we can also slowly move towards the end. I wanted to talk about the bosses. Like, I'm not sure how many of you have actually tried the new bosses. Have you been doing those, the 2-1 bosses? We talked a bit about the visual clarity and Varshan and stuff, but in general, has anyone been trying them? Like, what do you think about them?
I was going to try them, but I purposely skipped them. I was like, I'll just try them on hardcore blind for content and probably die. So,
oh boy.
Yeah.
I think
I hope you bring scrolls, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we got to have a really cool. I think we got to have a really cool experience, which was just us like blind trying out Grigor with like the 4 of us, Woody. I had an amazingly fun time, just like getting stomped 2 or 3 times and being like, "What do we do? Like, what's like? Do we just need to get good? Is there like, can we swap an aspect? Can I go drink a different potion? Will it all get trivialized? Of course, yeah, yeah. Like, we can't have a power fantasy in this game and not trivialize content. That's just like how video games work, it turns out. The better you get at it, the easier it is. But just like going in and trying it on relatively poorly geared characters who managed to scrape together enough resources and then just doing it until we won, that was fun. I had a good time doing that. And I like how they've attacked. It doesn't just one-shot you, it's a stacking debuff, and if you keep screwing up, then you're going to be the one team member who needs to get rezzed 1,000 times, and that just feels bad. But it's also, you know, funny as hell for your friends who are playing with you. I had a really good time with the bosses. I did that one. I did Varshan solo. That was challenging because I think his barrier is bugged. And I haven't tried the other ones yet, mostly because I just hate the beast in the ice. Like, fundamentally, I dislike that fight. But I had a really good time with them.
Okay, and Rax hasn't tried them. And Crip, have you done them?
I have not done any of the bosses other than what's awaiting at the end of the pit, which is basically a white mob with summon Necro.
Okay. Yeah, I guess as summon a Necro, you probably don't have too much trouble. Yeah, but basically, like, one of the main mechanics that I've added, and I guess that kind of went unnoticed by most people, is that every of these tormented level 200 bosses, they have mechanics that if you get hit by them, you get a stack, and that is an exponentially stacking extra damage taken buff. And basically, you can allow, like, you know, 1, 2, maybe 3 mistakes, and then it's over for you. So, you have to make sure that you dodge certain, like, very crucial mechanics. For example, on Varshan, every time you miss the dance, you get a stack. And like on Duriel, every time he hits you with like this spit, like these balls that he spits out or something, you get a stack. Or on Grigor, every time you hit the lightning pillars, you get a stack, and these kind of things. So this is, yeah, sorry to spoil it, Rax, but
I'm taking notes here.
Yeah, exactly. So you basically have to play around these sets, and otherwise they're not actually dangerous. Like, they don't actually hurt very much. It's like kind of beefy boys, but you need to kind of like play around these mechanics like for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes straight or something, and make sure that you don't get hit too much. And I personally actually kind of like that system a lot because number one, it kind of like allows you to like learn the fight without getting like insta stomped, and you know, even going in the first time. But of course, you still have to learn the mechanics and learn how to avoid that properly. I feel like some of them are a bit poorly tuned. Like Lord Zir is an absolute joke. Like, he's literally just a pushover because the only way to get a stack there is like from this big hug that you have like 7 seconds to dodge. So that's kind of a meme. So they need to do some tweaking there. But generally, I found the system pretty interesting and actually pretty cool to play around because it's like, okay, you know, like, okay, I got like a stack or two very early on. Maybe I restart a fight and try to do it better until 50% until shit hits the fan, especially in the Diablo fight. And Diablo fight is exactly, it gets like more and more intense like every, like, you know, 30% or something. And the last phase is just like completely crazy where there's like ground effects everywhere and like she's hitting you around, there's a spinning rotating beam coming for you, you have to dodge everything, and if you have too many stacks you will just fail. So you kind of have to try to get to the last phase like without taking too many of those other hits basically. And that was kind of cool. So I think they did a pretty good design minus a bit of tuning being like off. And of course we're gonna have like some crazy boss killer builds that will just like blast them down. But I think as a general like milestone to reach for like, you know, okay, I'm making my whatever, you know, incinerate Zork, let's say, and I actually try to take down these bosses with that build at some point, you know, after I've mastered the fights, of course, on actually better builds. I think it will be kind of cool. So I'm actually very much looking forward to that. I really enjoyed it in PoE as well, where, you know, we had like these milestones, these Uber bosses, and I always loved taking every single one of my builds and kill all of the Ubers with them. No matter how terrible those bosses were, the bosses, like those builds were the bosses, and I think that's how it's gonna be in Diablo 4 as well. It's kind of like a, you know, have you done this with this build, and that's yes or no. That's awesome, I think. So
I really hate to be the party pooper here, but in all reality, it's going to probably be fairly high access content, which means you're gonna invite the Hoda Barb that's gonna kill it in 1 second, and the mechanics are not gonna matter.
I mean, outside of like bugs, they are so tanky you can't just one-shot them. Actually, they have like 1 billion to 2 billion HP. So it's quite a lot of HP actually in solo. So
like 2 Hodas, or... But they are like the most exciting thing for me this upcoming season is going to be the standardization of defensive stats. I think that is like very big for the game, but they're not really doing that for offensive stats. Like, yeah, but as long as barbarians have 4 weapons, and as long as items exist that giga multiply your biggest hits with each other, which is on multiple items right now, like, yeah, in terms of like group content, that's just always kind of gonna be that way. I cannot imagine a world where that very hard boss doesn't get killed by Rob or equivalent in like 1.5 seconds.
yeah,
I don't
outside
see
of
that as,
bug
like, a
builds, that will not
problem,
happen. So
Like-
what?
Like I don't see that as a problem though, right? Like if people choose to cheapen their own experience of a thing or are not interested in it, fine. Like I'm not really here to like define how they play the game, but if you are just trying to say like, did I do it on, Twisting Blades Rogue? Can I go do it on Companion Druid? That's a fun thing that like it is very it's endemic to Diablo 2, where a lot of the things that people enjoy doing in that game is figuring out, can I make this very bad build do anything at all? And that's where the game gets its replayability from. People love playing trash builds just to see what it does. And these bosses existing lets you do that. It lets you find out the puzzle of trivializing it. It also just lets you have like a pretty decent like progression gauge. Like, oh, I did it at level 80. Like let's say it's hyper trivialized really early on. Oh, I did at level 80. Oh, I did at level 70. I did without capping my armor or like whatever. You can't stop people from trivializing content, but you can at least make the content fun enough that if you're not seeking to trivialize it, it is a challenge. And I think that they have succeeded, at least in the 2 bosses that I've fought.
I think a lot of it I think a lot of it just comes down to bugs, right? Every single season there are super overtuned mechanics or bugs in the game that are just letting builds hit for many orders of magnitude beyond what they're supposed to. And until we get down most of these, again, without reintroducing more with every patch, I think what Crip said is inevitable. Someone's going to find some build, some bug that's just going to destroy it. Or maybe just group play is just so strong in and of itself that the HP scaling is just really easy. I'm not sure. I would be shocked if that's not what happens. But I think the day that Blizzard can rein in a lot of these major bugs that are adding the zeros to the damages of these builds, I think that, we'll have some actual boss fights to try our builds against. I just laugh whenever somebody tells me they killed Uber Lilith. It's like, well, did you kill her in the very beginning before, without the shred build that hit her for 1 billion damage? Or did you kill her pretty much any time after that second week with either a party of 4 chain resing you or where you one-shot her and did no mechanics? It's like, well, did you really kill Uber Lilith? I guess literally yes, metaphorically no.
Yeah, that's like our experience. I remember like you were also try-harding the lift, just like as me on launch, right? They were also doing hundreds of attempts until we took it down, and that feeling that you got from actually taking her down, right?
I think at this point they're not really tackling the problem. Like, I forget what it's called, but like, as long as that item exists, where you like more than double your damage if you create an overpower or some crap. Like, as long as stuff like that exists, they're not trying to address the problem.
No, they have been nerfing it, and I guess Hoda is not necessarily like the best build or something like that. So, we have other stuff now. We have mini Necros that are good on single target, right? So there's gonna be good ways of taking down these Ubers for people that really want to.
Yeah.
And I think another
like,
good... Sorry.
Like, the minion Necros are gonna do like 30 times more damage. But that's not even close to how fast like a Barb can kill Duriel, right? Like that's kind of what I'm trying to mention.
Yeah, but regardless of which build is the best one, I guess it doesn't really matter.
They're going to seem overpowered, but
yeah,
it's not quite like that. As long as like a character or two can kill the hardest boss in like 5 seconds, then yeah, whatever. But I don't know. Did I miss it? Are they tackling things like that? I didn't really see that.
no, they are nerfing the Banisher's Talisman, for example, and they have nerfed Overpower. Hoda
Tibalt's
itself.
Will got nerfed. Tibalt's Will.
There were several things that kind of like hit, especially Hoda Bar very hard in the nerfs, and it only does 90 million now instead of 1 billion. So
doesn't Tibalt's Will have DR from close? What do you mean they're nerfing Tibalt's Will?
Yeah, Tibalt's Will is not nerfed enough, that's for sure. Yeah, but that's another topic.
Oh, I'm literally not even using Tibalt's Will anymore on Necro. It's just like not good enough.
Yeah,
but it has DR from close.
I was gonna say, are you? That's a softcore mentality. I'd do anything for DR.
No, but basically, another thing I wanted to get at for these bosses is also that there is not actually a reason to do them. You know, they're literally just there for challenge. There's like no extra loot, there's no special items they drop. And I think this is also kind of like a good way of making them as hard as you really want them to make them. And, you know, there's like no upside in doing the tormented version over the normal version because they cost 5 times the amount of stuff, they give you 5 times the amount of loot, and you know, there's like no special loot you can get from the, you know, gate cat by not being able to take them down. You know, it's literally just either a challenge or a more efficient use of your time to spend multiple, you know, boss summons at once, basically. And I think it's also pretty cool about them. It's just like the main problem that I have is like, okay, like I want to make a build. I want to try to take down all of the Uber bosses with that build. You know, every build I do, it's just going to be like, you know, the general baseline of, you know, me succeeding with a build, you know, or feeling like a failure. And then it's like, okay, I have to actually spend, you know, 5 times the amount of summon mods now to actually summon a boss a single time in a solo environment where I could have done a rotation with other people, and that rotation I would have summoned 5 times, and then other people would have summoned 15 times. So I'm missing out on 15 boss kills of loot every single time I do one of these boss kills, just to have, like, you know, the satisfaction of taking it down or not on the build. And I think that's kind of like the, you know, this like solo versus group thing kind of just gets even worse now, because now I kind of feel like I want to do them solo compared to before, where, okay, I'm just gonna farm the bosses in a group, fine, you know, they're not challenging, I don't really have like satisfaction on killing them. But now I actually want to do that, but I feel like it's just gonna be such a huge waste of my time, and, you know, it takes actually hours to farm a single summon. And they still, I feel like they still need to address this group issue here that, you know, we had all the way through Season 2 and Season 3, that they still have not really changed, where, you know, you can leech from other people, basically.
I think it's impossible, right? It just needs to be solo self-found as an option. Like, I've talked about this a lot. Like, how do you actually address the fact that playing together is more efficient while simultaneously not disincentivizing people to play together in this MMO of an RPG, right? Like, it has to be that there's a reason to play together, and it has to be fun. And that inherently means that people who don't play together will be worse off. And the only way that you ameliorate that is with the solo self-found mode. And until they add that in, we just have to accept the fact that they're like, hey, sorry, single players, enjoy less.
I don't think that solo self-found is really the solution here, and there are other ways to solve it, though. Like, you know, the thing is that even with solo self-found in a game, most players that mainly play solo will still not play solo self-found. Like, we see this in Diablo 3. Like, solo self-found is actually not like very much chosen game mode for how many players actually play mostly solo or entirely solo even. They just don't choose solo self-found anyway, because maybe they think, you know, at some point I might want to group up and do like a few runs with some guys or my friend or whatever, but they still 90% play solo anyway. So solo self-found does not solve that issue of always feeling terrible when you go and do that boss alone. It's more like, why can't I just find like a more reasonable ratio between, okay, for example, like the guy who summons the boss gets a bonus, similar to, like, this actually, they literally introduced this in this patch, in the PTR, where if you contribute to summoning the Blood Maiden, you get extra loot from the Blood Maiden. Or similar to the pit, like if you open the pit with the rune shots, the party leader gets the most of the mats. In fact, in the pit, it's like the opposite, where it's the same amount of materials, but they're split between the party, but the guy opening gets the most, which is, you know, the extreme opposite end.
Such simple solutions, if you want to be fair about it. Like,
it's actually stupid in the pit as well, because that's the opposite extreme, where it's actually completely disincentivizing group play, versus the bosses where if you don't do it in a group, you're always going to be stupid. So, why don't you just make something like, okay, you get like, 100% for the guy who opens it, and like, I don't know, a quarter for the rest, and that would be like, okay, it's still nice, you do a rotation, and you get a bit more. It's kind of like worth your time, because you still have to, spend some minutes summoning that boss, killing it, and so on. But it's not like, okay, 4 times more efficient, and everyone who wants to do it solo just feels like they completed, wasted everything.
I think what they need to do is bring back the real PvP that Diablo introduced, called loot PvP. I think if you group specifically for a boss kill, it should only drop 1, not 4, and then it's like open. So if you have friends that need like a boss, you can like help them get it, basically. And otherwise, I hope you're a fast clicker. It's not enough drama in D4, you know?
There's also just everybody pays their own fee, right? Everybody pays the 5 times mats, everybody gets loot. So it's not strictly better, but you can still be the person who carries. And like you can still go buy a ton and just go hand them out to everybody, but it's not this multiplication of drops, right? Like that's ultimately like the biggest issue. It's a multiplication of drops per resource spent. And you could still get your Hoda Barb, and you can even pay him a fee or whatever to like come do it for you, but you got to supply him the mat so that he can do it. Like, I think that's pretty fair. I don't know.
It's just
I think
let's
fair.
just identify that they're not really even trying to do the fair part now. They're just kind of whatever.
100%.
With the current system.
But the question is, where's that coming from with the pit? Like, like the pit is like the opposite of like group play enabling, basically. Because not only do you spend, together time in the pit, but then you get the same loot for everyone shared between the players. It's not like this guy gets their loot and this guy gets loot, but it's, one pool of loot. Is basically what Crypt described, just without the PvP part. The guy who opens gets the most. Yeah, and then the other guys leeching, they get less. But it's like the same number. It's like the opposite. Like when you think about it, okay, like previously there was like this explanation for like the way that bosses work is, yeah, this is like a MMO light, and this is Blizzard. They like to do group play, stuff in the games. They like them are on the side of making group play better than solo. And I can understand all this reasoning, and it kind of makes sense. But it could be like, less extreme. But then there's the pit, and the pit is exactly the opposite. It's like solo only. You never would do it in a group. Like, it's just like the opposite. So
for like exactly the concept of this discussion, I think the better solution is what Macro said, to add SSF. The people, like, I understand SSF might not be the most popular choice, and that's fine. Like, for me, it's not all about popularity, but the people who feel like the most impacted by the fact that group play benefits you when they never want to group, give them a mode to just play by themselves and achieve by themselves. And when you have leaderboards in the future, they can be compared against such players. When you don't pick SSF, it's kind of you signing up for saying, well, there is group play in the game, and usually group play has some benefit here and there. Blizzard can do everything that they can try to do to try to balance it. But kind of this whole discussion that Woody's bringing up, like back and forth, this mode is so overpowered for group, this mode is only for solo. It's so hard to balance that I think the easier solution is make SSF for the people that love solo only, and they can play that. I think that's the easier solution. It's the solution that I would prefer. It's what I would pick personally.
I don't know. I don't think that's like an easier solution compared to just balancing it out a little bit. Like, we're not even talking about like a group meta versus a solo meta, like in Diablo 3, right? Where you just have like support characters and they completely elevate, like the power they can achieve in a group, and you go like many tiers higher and you get like 20 times the amount of XP than a solo player or something. It's not even that. It's just like you go, you kill a boss together, and you get 4 times the amount of loot for the same materials. And, the big part about killing a boss is not killing the boss, it's getting the materials. And this is just the part that makes no sense, The boss is the easy part, getting the materials is the hard part, but you multiply the materials just for partying up with others. And it's just kind of like a stupid solution, I think. And SSF would not really solve it.
I like the group experience for Duriel, because you get to see if the Barb crits or not on his overpower.
I like to see how much DPS I do before they get their rotation together. Like one time I committed like a solid 5-10 million damage before he bonked it, and I felt pretty good about myself there.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, it seems like they are at least willing to try to balance out group and party play in some ways, as you've seen with like the recent addition with the pit and this weird material drops that I think also need to be adjusted in the opposite direction. I'm not just advocating make it everything solo the best mode possible, but you know, I'm fine with making groups better, but it's like, why does it work that way? You know, it's been 2 seasons of this now. We're heading into the 3rd season of, you know, boss rotas basically. And solo self-found wouldn't even solve that issue necessarily, because solo self-found, like, I don't want to play completely solo self-found. I still want to enjoy the trade, you know. I still want to, you know, do stuff with my friends sometimes. I still want to, like, actually acquire the items at the same rate that other people acquire, or nearly the same rate. I'm fine with, like, taking some inefficiencies. But I don't want to, like, play solo self-found and then farm 500 Durials to get my Ubers. Like, yeah, I'm gonna uninstall, you know. Like, try doing that. Good luck. You know, like, that is also not the solution.
You're gonna uninstall? Can we get that in writing?
Yeah, it's just like with current drop rates, you know, like a solo self-found, like a strictly solo self-found player not doing boss rotations, man. Good luck, dude. Like, you're not even talking about greater affixes on your Uber Nix, right? So,
But okay, but if we think about that philosophically, though, so what you're saying is if you implement solo self-found into Diablo 4, it's just extremely unfair, right? Which you're right, I agree with you. So, but what's the problem there? Is the problem implementing solo self-found, or is the problem the balance of Diablo 4? If we have Diablo 4 and we say implementing solo self-found would be so unfair that we can't play it, we have a major problem with the base design of the game, right?
yeah, that's kind of the point I was trying to make. I think it's a major problem with the base design of the game, because you have a lot of people that will, even with SSF existing, will not choose SSF for various reasons. Either they're not aware, maybe they don't want to have that restriction, even if they always play solo. Maybe they want to trade, you know, maybe they want to play with their friends on the weekend, but otherwise play solo. You know, there will be many people not doing SSF, and a lot of people just even hate doing boss rotations. You know, they don't want to sit in the Discord and try to find people for the boss rotation. And, you know, if you could at least somewhat viably do it solo, they would probably. It's just like so far disconnected from the solo player rewards or the group rewards that it doesn't make sense to do so. So everyone just holds onto their stuff, doesn't kill the bosses, waits patiently until they can do a rotation. Then they get scammed because the guy just quits before opening. And, you know, it's just like a terrible experience, I think, for everyone. And the solo self mode does not solve it. The problem is the imbalance.
Yeah, so I agree with you that solo self-found alone does not solve the problem, right? There's a problem inherently in how the bosses work and how solo and group play works. I'm not arguing. I agree with you that they would need to make additional changes to how it's dispersed. But I think also part of it is, as you said, it's the whole process of grouping that people hate as well. Some people don't have any friends. Some people don't want to go on a Discord and find people. And yeah, if you did balance it in the regular game, you could just play solo there. But I think a lot of people like playing solo just for the prestige of it. Just to say, I never grouped with anybody, to say, hey, guess what? All of you go to Duriel and your Hoda Barb one-shots the boss. I actually killed the boss. You know what I mean? So I think solo self-found does give you more than just balancing the rewards gives you in the base game. I think it does matter to a lot of people.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that, and I definitely don't make it solo self-found now, because, you know, I've been asking for solo self-found for a long time. But yeah, the reason to have solo self-found is mostly for that prestige thing, mostly for competitive reasons, you know, the racing and solo self-found, you know, all that kind of stuff. This is why solo self-found is good. It's not good because boss rotations are OP, you know? Like, they need to solve both at the same time, I think.
I really think you're missing a little bit with that statement. You're not wrong, but like, a lot of players want to play solo, and it's not just like prestige exactly. They just want it restricted as such. And when you have like crazy OP group-based activities, then yeah, they either want to be seen that they're actually doing it by themselves, or yeah, because they don't really want to. Like if there's no SSF mode, you have to do Duriel with a group. A lot of people just won't want to, and the people that won't want to, they want to be in a different category, because yeah, if you're doing Duriel outside of groups, you are in a different category, right? They're just not really recognized as such. It's as long as you have crazy unfair group play, people are gonna have to group. That's it. If they want to be anywhere near the same level.
Yeah. Any other words on the SSF topic or the grouping topic, guys? We've been talking about this for quite a while now.
Well, it's the real reason why we'll never get a solo self found mode is because then when you're walking through Kyovashad, you won't see people's sick cosmetics, and then you won't want to like buy their cool portals and stuff. I mean,
You
that's
can have a side-by-side SSF.
Yeah, I mean, you could just still be in the same instance with someone in the Kyovashad, right? And then you go out of Kyovashad, you're in like the world instance and you're on your own. Or even the open world could be, you encounter other players.
You could have shared Helltide and stuff. Even.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. So they don't have to make separate servers.
The really broken stuff is the instance stuff. So yeah.
We just got 50% closer to getting SSF mode, guys. We proved that the shop will still work.
Halfway there. Yeah. Okay.
More than halfway.
Anyway, so I think we can also like slowly wrap it up here, guys. We've been sitting here for a while. One last topic, like a short one. The season theme for next season. So what do you guys think will happen? Because we have not really any preview of it. We have some clues, but what do you guys think?
I haven't looked at any of the leaks. I have no predictions from what's going to happen, but I can tell you how I'm going to interact with the season theme. I'm going to look for every ounce of defense it can possibly give me. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know what kind of defense it can give me. That's it. I don't care about anything else.
Okay, so there's going to be like this new zone that you go in there to get the stuff, and then the stuff's going to be like take 20% less damage or deal 50% more damage. And then there's going to be this other thing where you can apply vulnerable, because we have to fix that and break it with every season mechanic. And it's going to have a cool name.
Which one are you going to take? The 20 DR, the 20 DR, or the 50 damage?
I don't know. Depends if the minions get it.
I'll be slightly less nihilistic. I actually think they've done a pretty good job with season stories and quest lines. Outside of the fact that sometimes when you go to click the stuff, it doesn't work. But like, I think the story of season 3 was pretty cool. I think the story of season 2 was pretty cool too, until they completely didn't deserve her like trying to turn on you. I think you should have like turned into a flesh-eating vampire for a little bit, and she had to take you down. That would have been cool. But obviously, I mean, like we've seen like the Iron Wolf stuff in the game. We've seen you get Wolf's reputation. So I don't think they're breaking too far away from the mold. The interesting part is that like one of the Iron Wolves is in the Helltide. So it's content that's theoretically returning, at least in part, to the open world. And I'm trying to figure out how they could possibly fit more stuff into the Helltide without absolutely like choking the life out of it. So I am hoping it's something that isn't just purple Helltide, and that we will probably get either some alternative to like doing Whispers, doing Nightmare Dungeons, or like some parallel progression that is like the Pit Light. And then I like the reputation board, kind of. I don't like going to a vendor and like buying stuff, but I do like, oh, you've done enough of the open world whatever stuff, you can go get your cash. And I hope mostly that they've just learned from their past mistakes, which is like the final cash of season 2 gave you 10,000 blood when you already had 50,000 blood, and instead actually gives you like valuable stuff. Like, oh, I opened up my last cache and I got an entire inventory worth of whatever materials or something like that.
It's gonna have sacred items in it.
All right, don't put that badness on me. I would really prefer if like I opened up a cache and the items made sense for my progression point. No, but I unironically think that they've done like a pretty good job of making what you're doing in the season make sense inside of the story. And I appreciate that about it, because it could just be like throwaway nonsense stuff. But it will just be like pick your poison of power. And I hope it's more so utility and mobility as opposed to power and defense. Because then I could, I don't know, move faster than max run speed on the Necromancer for once. That'd be pretty cool.
And the final boss will be Uber Tomb Lord.
So like a great season to have. Yeah, I can't wait for that one.
But okay, real quick tinfoil hat. Because we're getting Iron Wolves, and Iron Wolves are very specifically the mercenary groups in Act 3 in Kurast, the jungle outside of the Travancore and the Durance of Hate, where Mephisto is. And obviously this season will bring us to August, where we should theoretically be getting information on the expansion that's coming out late into 2024. It would be cool if this season was a T-ball up for at least some of the story that we should expect to see when we inevitably go try and get Mephisto's Soulstone back from super corrupted, whatever her name was. I don't remember.
The most forgettable
Wow.
character in this story.
Now, hold up. If it's like a prequel to that, and if the Mephisto mechanic still has Tomb Lords in it, what if they do that through a Tomb Lord segue so everyone's happy?
If Tomb Lord isn't
I'm
in it, the
perfectly fine
season's
for
going to
that.
be an L.
Big L, no Tomb Lord, no Blood Bishop. Where was my Sea Hag?
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, it sounds interesting. I'm definitely excited for the reveal of the season theme, and then also what they're gonna see. I guess, yeah, during season 4 at some point we should get probably something about the expansion, right? So that's gonna be exciting. All right, so one last question for everyone: what are you gonna do until May 14th? Now that no one is ever gonna look into Diablo 3, Diablo 4 again for the next month. So what's the plan?
Grinding the gauntlet, baby. Of course, got to get my No.
Yeah, I forgot to log in. Yeah.
I mean, to be a little bit too real, making a lot of speculative stuff, like working on theoretical updates so I can like save myself some time. But I'm just excited to play the. I found out I had purchased Final Fantasy VII, the first remake, on Steam, and I just completely forgot. And I love Final Fantasy VII, so I think I'm going to play through the campaign there, and then that hopefully gets me all the way up till May. And if it doesn't, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, baby, we're going pro.
God, I love that game. Play a little D3 on Friday. Always got to jump in. We gotta mess around, and I think we have No Rest for the Wicked, the Dark Souls ARPG next week or the following week, right? So probably mess around with that.
Soonish, yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a week or so away or whatever it is, and then probably if we beat that, then probably go back to PoE. I heard they updated the league and it's fun, so log in.
Well, they updated the league.
Okay, they updated the league, but it's not fun. All right. Well, then we won't have any fun on PoE until D4.
They still have this thing where, like, unless you're micromanaging the map when you put it in, something just does like 5 times damage. So
yeah,
unless your
character
character is that over tanky, you just have to just really micromanage it in that window thingy again.
Well, I have 5 hardcore characters dead and 0 alive so far this league. So I know what you mean.
That shouldn't. That's not fixed yet. Then.
All right. And Crip, what's your plan?
Well, I'm kind of just like chilling the PoE League, but I'm not like super hooked or whatever. Usually I'm much more interested in PoE League. It's a bit of a bust this time, but yeah, we got like a big Hearthstone update. We got like Hearthstone duos. I think on Tuesday.
Oh, that sounds pretty cool, actually.
Where you like play Battlegrounds and you like trade cards with the person you teamed up with, like Team Battlegrounds. So yeah, I'm all right. I'm not gonna be sweating out until the next D4 season. That's okay. I don't think you should ever plan to play only Diablo year round. There's like I think PoE overall is the most complete game I've ever played, and I still can't imagine playing it literally year round. So yeah.
But card games are fine, I guess.
What's that?
Card games are fine all year round.
Card games. Oh,
yes.
Well, I don't really play that fully year round, but yes, more so. They're a lot more chill and social. It's not so much about the game, it's like what you experience and how you experience it. And yeah, Card games are just like a lot more chill. You can do a lot more while you're just playing.
All right. Yeah, and for me, I guess people might be wondering, like, yeah, I was actually planning to play some PoE now between PTR and D3, but I will probably do some tomorrow, and then maybe a bit after D3. And then I guess Torchlight is coming, no Rest for the Wicked. Yeah, a bit of time off actually in late April, and then I guess it's getting ready for the season, so that's kind of my plan.
Time off? God, what's
Yeah.
that like?
I mean, it's been a while for me as well, you know, last time was like half a year ago or so. Yeah,
what
Rax, you should really consider it at some point, I guess.
I realized something, Rax. I think we both started streaming around the same time, because right around when you had put out your, I've been doing it for 5 years straight. Let's talk about my timeline. I got my first 60-month sub, and I went, wait a minute, hold on. Did Rax and I start streaming at the same time? That's actually wild.
Do you know what day you started?
I would have to go back and look it up, because I kind of started doing it while I was working a full-time job. So it was whenever I wanted to do
you can check your own sub duration, no? Like to your own channel.
Can I?
You are sub to your own channel. It should be the day when you got it.
No, that's a new feature.
Really?
It's only been there for like 8 years.
I've been exactly 61 months, so I'm not sure how many days that is, but
If it's
So 5
exactly
years,
to
1
the
month.
day, then you started streaming 3 days before me.
oh, interesting. Let's
Is
go.
that-
I'm your dad. What's up
Rax,
with
do you
being
have it
husband?
marked on like every month on your calendar? Or, like this is another month? Like
No, I just know I started March 13th, 2019. So 3 days from now would be 61, right?
okay. All right. Well, in any case, I think we're over this with our topics here. So it was a great podcast actually. So thank you all for joining. Thanks Rax as well for like doing the initial invitations and setting this up a bit. And yeah, I mean, hopefully I'm gonna see everyone blasting. I guess Macro, Rax of course, but also Crip. I guess it's gonna be nice to see like how it's actually gonna play out once the season comes. And yeah, if you have any other final words you want to say, then feel free to do that. Like, where can people find you or anything else? And then we wrap it up.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for listening in. This has been quite a ride. I honestly am pretty blown away that we've been at this for 4 hours. I think we probably need a little bit better time management.
Yeah, we do, I guess. But we also got kind of like stuck in the Necro discussion, and that's to a big degree your fault, Crip.
You don't know one thing that I think was interesting about this podcast over some of the other ones is we were actually arguing and battling a lot more on topics, which people say is a lot more fun than everyone just saying, oh, I think we should have more Tomb Lord. Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah. And they're like, that's boring, right? So at least we were arguing about stuff. That's good.
Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth. I agree. It was cool. All right, Marco, you want to say anything?
Yeah, as my sign out, just because like I also agree, like I think we took this like very seriously. I'm very, very excited for this upcoming season. I think they've hit a lot of the things out of the park. And I think that the fact that we can be so critical is like a good sign, right? Like we have things to be critical about, as opposed to just like D4 bad and us all kind of nodding our heads along. But yeah, if you know me, you know me. My name's impossible to spell, so I'm not going to try it. I'm this guy. You probably figured it out. March 19th, 2019, Rex. I just got the date.
Okay, so I'm March 13th, so I'm your daddy.
Damn it. Rex is my dad again. Well, that makes more sense. That's fine.
Yeah, I was going to say. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. In that case, thank you all for watching on all of the different channels, Twitch, YouTube. I know we also had some people streaming. Everyone was streaming actually, right? So hope you all enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys
Crip,
next
you're
time.
still going, right?
Yeah, I'll probably stream for a bit.
All right, perfect.
All right, let's get him, boys. Get him.
Get him.
I'll be to send various chats. Cheers.
Yo.
Later,
Okay.
guys.
Good night, guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, that was fun. I guess we are done here. There's a lot of me in this thing. Let's do this. Yeah. I'm also gonna go offline now, guys. So it's actually very late. It's 4 a.m. here, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Good show. Thank you, man. Glad you liked it. Yeah, it was one of the longer podcasts actually. I usually try to keep it like around 2.5 or so hours. but this was more like almost 4 actually, so that's kind of crazy. Also, we had a few subs and stuff that I couldn't really react to it in the meantime. So first of all, thanks Tommy, and we also had some guys here on the YouTube chat earlier. So appreciate that very much. We got a lot of feedback here. I actually don't really intend to like really change it up after this discussion. We did a good job here, I guess. But let me go read through it again before I send it. But yeah. Yeah, this will be on YouTube as well, guys. 10-15 minutes for yeah, that didn't work out. I didn't actually update anything during the podcast, so as I said, I'm gonna read through this one more time, maybe gonna add a few things. Nerf the minions, who knows. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys to Crip, who's still streaming. So also that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. And on Friday we have the free guys, so let's go. Have a good night.